So not really having any research mechanisms, I just kind of put it to the back of my mind and thought, huh, that's really interesting. That's kind of cool. And that was, after that, that's all I really thought about it.
Yeah, I mean, I can completely understand that. Kind of growing up, especially in a small town, there's probably, like you said, not a lot of resources. I think a lot of people they'll watch in search of and go, "Oh, that's cool." Then they don't really give it another thought. I know there's a couple strange sayings that happened to you when you were out hunting. If you would you kind of just start from the very beginning, and we'll kind of go down the list. When did it happen, and kind of what were you doing, and walk us into it.
Okay. Um, the first one was in 1982. I was, 13, 14 years old. Was just old enough to hunt, basically. I kind of grew up in a family that really wasn't a hunting family, but I was really interested in it. And I happened to have a friend in school that his family was hardcore hunters. They came to invite me on my first hunting trip, and it was my friend and his dad, and then his dad had a friend that he invited along, and we just went to about 2 hours out of town in the middle of the forest in north central Idaho, and camped out for 2 nights. And my friend's dad kind of paired me up with his buddy, and I was kind of intimidated by the guy's knowledge, and it was my first elk hunt, and we were hunting, walking through the woods. We come down to hit an old logging road that was really dusty. It was one of those roads that has like 2 inches of dust on it. And we started walking down this road and came around a corner, and I could see some tracks in the dust. And I was far enough away, I didn't know whether they were elk, human, anything. So I walked over and looked at them, and they were what appeared to be bare human foot tracks. And I asked this guy that we was with, I said, "Hey, what's these?" And I don't remember exactly what he said because it's been so long ago, but I know that he was really quick and really sharp about dismissing them. Just like, oh, that's nothing, let's walk over here or whatever. And I just remember having the feeling that he didn't want to address them at that time or any time in the future. So to be honest with you, other than standing by him for that 10 seconds, we didn't really pay that much attention to him, and I never brought him up again. I was just, he just gave me the feeling that bringing him up again wasn't the thing to do. And that was basically the first time I came across Denny.
It's kind of strange when you find human-like tracks out there. It makes you wonder if the guy you were hunting with he knew what they were, or just to kind of pass them off. You know what I mean? When you're out there hunting and you come across human-like tracks and they apparently don't have shoes on, it's weird.
After I got older and kind of thought about it and put two and two together, that's the impression that I got, is that he knew more about them but didn't want to address them. And he wasn't from our town, so I never, as far as I know, I never saw him again. But I also know that I never mentioned those tracks to my friend or his dad or anything. They just weren't, I don't know, it just didn't seem like the thing to do at the time. Then I guess being young and stuff, I forgot about it or didn't register in my mind or whatever.
Yeah, being new and being kind of young, I could see you doing that. Um,
Yeah.
Tell me about the next incident. That happened, what, 1998?
Yeah, somewhere around 1998. You know, growing up a lot, I'd moved towns, moved to a different town, and had kind of found a friend in the apartments that I rented. He owned them, and we became hunting buddies and stuff. And we're trying to find our. We always called it our ritual hunt. We wanted to find one thing that we did every year at the same time and stuff. So one of the ideas was to take a horseback trip into the Black Mountain Wilderness area above the Dvorak Reservoir in central Idaho. He had horses and everything, and I had a little bit of experience with horses, so we loaded up and did our first and only pack trip on horses, and we rode up into the wilderness area. Oh, probably 2 days ride we were from the road, and we set up like a camp and was hunting from that camp. And on the second day of hunting, we split up. and we left the horses at camp. We just went on foot, and he had went kind of around the ridge, and I decided to go straight up the ridge to see what was up on the
I
top.
would be very surprised if there are
And
no
when I
archers
got
up
to the
here
top, I don't know
on
the
the other side of
elevation
this
or
hill.
anything, but it was a fairly high ridge top. And at the top, there was like a windswept snowdrift that was left right on the top of it. It was about, oh, I don't know, 10, 15 feet wide and probably 100 feet long, the snowdrift, and probably 2 or 3 inches thick. And I was walking along that snowdrift trying to see where my best viewpoint was off the left or the right of the canyon. And about in the middle of it, I come across some tracks that were, there was 5 definite barefoot tracks um, right along the edge of the snowdrift. And I was looking at them and, wondering, oh, what's that? And it just all kind of dawned on me at once that what they were. And then two, that I was standing on top of the snow. And, at the time I probably weighed 225 pounds. And I was standing clear up on top of the snow, and these tracks had pushed all the way through the snow to the ground, which, like I said, was about 3 inches. I just had a feeling come over me, a couple of things that added together, and I thought, wow, we haven't seen a person or anything for 3 days now, and there's nobody out here, and this is not any kind of a joke or anything. Something real left these tracks here. So I hastily went back down to our camp and told my friend, and we ended up taking the horses back up there and looking at them. And I don't know if he ever had any experience with them before or not, but
What
it
the
was
heck?
clear
They're
to me that he
eating.
was pretty
Huh.
nervous. And I can't say I was real comfortable, but I wasn't like ready to run or anything. But he made it clear that he was done hunting. He did not want to stay on the mountain anymore. So we packed up camp and come off the mountain. We did look around to see if we could see any other tracks, but the ground was so windswept and hard packed at the top there that in the snow is the only place you could possibly see them. And you couldn't tell where it went after it left the snow or anything. So we packed up and made the ride all the way back to the vehicles. Didn't stop that night. We rode all through the night to the vehicles, and that was the end of our horseback hunting.
Let me ask you, what was it about the tracks that threw you off? I mean, did they look human-like, or?
Oh yeah, they were. I put my foot right beside them. I have a 9.5 shoe, which is about 12, 13 inches. So they were a good 4 inches longer than my shoe print and easily twice as wide. Definitely barefoot human tracks is what they were, is what they look like to me. And uh, like I said, when it dawned on me that this thing had to weigh 2 to 3 times what I did to punch through all that snow. I mean, I didn't try to jump up or down or anything. It didn't dawn on me to try to, you know, see how hard it would take to punch through the snow. But at 225 pounds, I was walking on top of it, and every foot that this thing put down, it went right to the bottom of the snow.
A lot of weight behind it for sure.
Yeah,
The other question I want to ask you, because it takes a lot to spook a hunter out, and you know that you've been a hunter your whole life. I used to be
right.
a hunter, and I know a lot of hunters, and you'd be hard pressed to get them out of an area. Was it just the tracks, or sometimes people talk about that feeling of being watched? Was there anything like that, or was it just these tracks that you thought we should probably go?
Yeah, I never really had any feeling of being watched or anything. I was excited to see his reaction to it. We'd spent a little bit of time at this point in the woods together and really never broached the subject. Um, we had had a couple of things happen that were out of the ordinary, but we never, you know, and when I say out of the ordinary, just a couple of sounds and things like that. Nothing, big, no lights or anything like that, just sounds. And we never looked at each other and said, oh, that must be Bigfoot. We just never brought the subject up. It was never on our minds. But there was something about that area or that time and those tracks that made him. I just knew by the way he was acting and being around him quite a bit hunting that he was not comfortable and he was ready to leave. And I didn't question that feeling. Like I said, I wasn't like, all gung ho, let's stand up here and see what we can find or anything. I was kind of, this is kind of freaky. I don't know if we should go or we should stay.
What the heck is
but
this? I can't
his
find a
actions
spot.
definitely made up my mind that I should go ahead and just go.
Okay,
That's
this
definitely
works.
what he wanted.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Literally, like I said, it's when you're out there hunting and you come across these tracks, man. It's unnerving whether you see the creature or not. The fight or the next incident, was that the actual sighting?
Yeah, that was the actual sighting for both of us. Yeah.
If you would kind of walk us into this, because this is what 2003 now.
Yeah, this is the up at the end. Last time that I've had any encounter or anything, and basically due to lack of exposure nowadays. But yeah, we had, same friend and I, we'd become real good friends at this point. Been friends for a long time, and we'd found our routine, the one hunt that we did every year together.
I'm not really sure that I like this area.
It was about 30 miles outside of the small town that we lived in. And we would take our camper up a week before hunting season, park it at a Forest Service gate. You went down a little road about 3 or 4 miles, and then there was a gate, and we would park our camper there a week before hunting season and kind of establish or stake our claim to the area. And then the first week of hunting season, we would go up and stay in the camper and have a boys hunting trip that involved a lot of cribbage and a lot of hunting, a lot of drinking, a lot of campfires. But kind of the area that we hunted was once we parked at this Forest Service gate, you walk down a Forest Service road, an old, probably 30, 40-year-old blocked off road for about a mile, mile and a half. And then you came into a bowl canyon that had, kind of more of a horseshoe canyon. It had a road 3/4 of the way around it. And at that point, we would split up. One of us would stay on the road to the right, and the other one would drop down through the short part of the canyon and go up to the road on the other side. And then we would walk that road until we met approximately halfway around that road. And this canyon it had been clear cut probably 30 years
so
prior.
Far away.
And the brush in it and the new trees and stuff were growing up. They were about chest high all the way through this canyon. Canyon at its widest point from road to road was probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 600, 700 yards. And at its narrowest point was about 200 yards. And it was a good, if we left camp about an hour before daylight, got split up and got set up. It was a good 3-hour hunt through this clear cut. And we did this hunt for the 7 previous years. And 6 of those years we were successful at either taking 1 or 2 elk out of this canyon. So we kind of had a good thing going. But this particular day, my friend had decided to go to the other side of the canyon. So when, it takes about 15, 20 minutes to cut across to the other road. So the person that's staying on this side just kind of hangs out, drags their feet, wait until they get set up over there. And 80% of the time, you could see the other person across the canyon, even though they were, 600 to 800 yards away. You could see them because the roads were cut really high and there was no trees or anything in the way. But we also had a set of walkie-talkies that we talked to each other. They had a little earpiece with a headset on them, and you could, whisper to each other without making a big scene out in the woods. So it was kind of nice. We thought we were high tech in the day. But so this day he got over to the other side of the canyon, got set up. We were doing our walk, and we jumped a couple of deer that had run down into the canyon. And the brush in the canyon was, like I said, it was about chest high, but it was big enough in areas where if you jump something, even elk, you could lose them for a while. But more than likely, if you were persistent, they were going to come back out into the open and you'd have a fair chance of, maybe taking a shot at one. But we had walked a ways and I was monitoring where he was on the other side of the canyon. And when you got to the other end where we like to do our exit point at, the person in my position on the canyon that day had to wait for the other guy to walk around the end of the canyon back to you. So we had this little spot that in the side of the road wall that was cut going to the upper part. There's a little slide that had happened and it kind of made an alcove in the bank there. And we'd been in there enough to where we'd put a piece of wood in there to sit on and stuff. And when you sit down in this area waiting for the guy to finish his walk, you kind of, if you sit in there just right and kind of lean back, you couldn't be seen from the road or anything, but you could still see the other side of the canyon where your partner was, so we could monitor their progress and could monitor their progress and how they were, if they were seeing anything or whatever. And this particular day, I was sitting in that alcove and just watching the other side of the canyon
pretty soon,
behind and in front of my buddy that was over there, just taking his time walking the rest of his hunt. And at one point, I saw him looking at something in my direction on my side of the canyon with his binoculars, which we did often, was no big deal. We were always
was not
thinking
paying
we
attention
saw
at all to my
a
food.
stump elk or something, and
I'm lucky.
we were looking at it, examining it. And then right after that, I saw him look through his scope towards, not at me, but towards me. And that
I
was
should be
something
okay
that we didn't
though,
do very
no
often
biggie.
because you were, pointing a gun towards your friend. And you only did that when you were trying to make a final identification on something, not if it was, a deer or an elk, but what its antlers were like. You were taking a final look because we just didn't make a habit of pointing guns across the canyon at each other, And so I got on my walkie-talkie and I was like, "Hey, do you see something?" And he says, "Yeah, I don't know what it is." And where I was sitting, I guess I should throw this in there. Where I was sitting, there was a trail that cut from the top of the ridge behind me.
I think I need a second
And it was
road, and then
an
here
animal
make it
trail, a deer trail.
2 roads wide.
And it came
Should be
at a
pretty
45-degree angle down that ridge and behind where I was sitting. And it hit the road about 30 yards to my right. And it cut across the road and then went back down into the canyon to a water source that was down there. So that trail had been the source of some excitement in the time we spent in that canyon. We had deer walk down off there while we were sitting in that alcove. But 2 years before that, I had a black bear. I was sitting there, and this time my friend wasn't on the other side. I don't know where he was, to be honest with you. But I was sitting there, and I heard something popping in the brush behind me. And I waited and was getting a little
that's the
excited.
last
And when it
spread in
come
there.
down off there, it was a pretty big black bear. But when they come down off that trail, unless they were going to use the road as a way to travel, they just cross the road going away from you and then drop down over the other side. They would never, unless they winded you, they would never know you were there. And that was the case with this bear. He come down off of there, hit the road, walked across the road, and took the trail back down into the canyon. He had no clue I was sitting there, and I was just, 90 feet away or so. But on this particular day, he's looking across there and he says, "Yeah, I see something, but I'm not sure what it is." And the brush up there was about the same depth. It was about chest high. I said, "Well, is it a deer or an elk?" Or he said, "No, it's darker than that. It's got to be a moose or bear or something." And I thought, well, a moose you'd know right away because they're way taller than the brush is. So it's got to be a bear, being that color, it's got to be a bear. And he's still looking at it. He's got his rifle. By this time, I'm looking at him through my binoculars because that's the only indication I got of what's going on. I see him look, and he kind of takes a stance and throws his rifle back up. And in kind of a quick motion, and I'm like, what do you see? And he says, I don't know what it is.
Nicholas, with your elf eye,
It
see.
just stood up. And I'm like, what do you mean it just stood up? And he says, and I'm cleaning this up. I'm taking out the colorful language, believe me. It was,
yeah.
this would be just beeps straight through if this conversation
Oh,
was
fuck,
to
there's
be
another?
spoke how it was spoke that day.
Okay, then.
I'm like, what do you mean it just stood up? And he says, it just
I
stood
thought this
straight
was just
up,
like
and it's
too
moving your way.
thick.
And I said, well, what should I do? And, I didn't know if I should get up and look up there or what. And he says, just stay there. Don't move. Just stay there. And I said, okay. And shortly after that, I hear the brush, it's not like real loud. It's just something rustling through the brush behind me. And from my back straight up the hill, it's probably 20 yards from me, maybe, that trail. And then as it goes past me, it gains a little bit of distance of about 30 yards before it hits the road. And when he said to stay still, I could hear something up there. And as it moved, I
Oh
could
no, the
hear it
last bit
moving
is
from my
gone.
left to my right, coming down the trail. So I knew exactly where it was going to come out on the road. And I still didn't know what it was. And, I'm thinking, well, it's got to be a bear. I don't know what. And he's like, I said, so is it still standing up? And he says, it's walking like a guy. And I said, well, is it a guy? And he says, no, it's not a guy. And that's just in that tone of voice. And my mind is just reeling. I don't know what he's talking about, but I have a feeling I should get ready to shoot. So I look down, and of course, I'm sitting there with my rifle across my lap, and the barrel is pointed the opposite direction of what I want it pointed. And being right-handed, sitting in that alcove, I'm just in an awkward position. I thought, geez, how are you going to get this swung around to that side and, and everything? And then I thought, well, if I move my gun, my sling screws might squeak or something. You know how your screws squeak sometimes when you tip your gun over?
Oh, yeah. Make about anything in the area run when you do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I decided I wasn't going to move. I'm just going to see what this is first, and then we'll go from there. And, I could hear it
It's
moving
a
closer to the road,
monkey.
and I knew it was going to be soon that I saw it. And I took one more look over at Bob through my binoculars, and he's kneeled down
Holy
like
Christ,
he's
they're all
hiding.
hungry.
And I thought, what's he doing? He's 600 yards away. Why is he hiding? And that was kind of the thought that went through my mind. And about that time, this thing hit the road, and I'm sitting down at about ground level looking down the road and up, and when it came off the bank, I knew exactly why he was having a hard time realizing in his head what it was, because all the same thoughts went through my head. Is that a guy? Why can't it be a guy? It's not. It's not a bear.
It's a monkey.
And it was quartering away from me at about. It was sharper than a 45-degree angle, probably more like 60 degrees. And I had the visual point of about 3 seconds. It took 3 steps and disappeared over the other side of the road. And it was just
Maybe
all
I shouldn't
real quick
have.
and dead silent.
I did this over here, farmlands.
As far as when it hit the road,
Fuck.
I don't know if it's just me or if it wasn't making any noise, but as soon as I saw the first leg hit the road, it's like you were in a car crash. Everything just goes silent. There's no noise. And when it disappeared, I sat there for probably, you think 2 or 3 seconds, but it was probably like a minute. And I decided I don't know what it was, but I better see how Bob's doing. So I look across the canyon, and he's still in his crouched position. And I said, I pushed the button on my radio and I said, "What is that, Bob?" And he says, "I think it's a Bigfoot."
It's a
And
big
I
feet.
said, "What?" And he said, "I think it's a Bigfoot." And we just went silent again for a second. I said, "Can you still see it?" Because he could see, the opposite edge of the canyon. And he's like, "I can see its head moving through the canyon, but it's moving fast. He said, it's gaining more ground than you would think." And I said, "Well, it's coming towards you. You better get out of there." So he says, "Yeah, I'm going to walk. I'm going to stay on the road, but I'm going to walk over to you." So he started his walk. It's about 10 minutes or so until just walking the normal road until he would get to me. And real shortly, he disappeared into the trees at the head of the canyon. So there's like 10 minutes of walk there that you can't actually see the canyon. You're just walking through trees on a road, essentially. I was fighting with myself to get up and walk over to the edge of the canyon or stay where I was at. And I wanted so bad to go see if I could see anything, but not knowing in my head, if I could have said, "Well, that was a bear. Let's go see what this bear is doing." But not being able in my head to put a label on it, I didn't feel comfortable going over to the edge and looking over when, in fact, it could have been just right there. I didn't know how far it traveled or anything. So I sat in this right where I had been sitting for the 5 or 10 minutes. And I radioed Bob and I said, "Have you seen or heard anything?" And he said, "No, nothing else. I'm just about to you." And I said, "Okay, well, I'm still sitting right here." And I don't, I'm paraphrasing probably what was said. I don't remember the whole conversation
Yeah.
with everything going through our heads with this 10 minutes. But so I was still trying to think, what was that? I didn't really, is he right? Is it a Bigfoot? Really?
It's a
And then I got to
Bigfoot.
thinking, well, you didn't pay enough attention. If it was a Bigfoot, you didn't look at all the right spots and
It's
everything.
a
And how
Bigfoot.
disappointing was that? And I said, but it was, it was so fast and it was so strange. I'm sitting there trying to recollect all this in my mind. And I radioed Bob again. I said, "Are you about here?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm just around the corner." So I told him, "I'm still sitting here. I'm not going to stand up until you get here, and then we'll talk." And there was nothing traumatizing to me while I was sitting there trying to decipher what this thing was or whatever, until Bob walked around that corner, and then sitting in the same position that I had watched this thing. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit. Excuse me for a second. This
No, you're good, man. It's
until I saw.
No, it's all right, man. After my encounter, me and my brother went back up to the area where we had our encounter, and I did the same thing. I was like, well, not exactly the same thing, but I was sitting in the same area, and I told him to go across the road where we saw it step down and cross the road, and it was very, very fresh in my mind at that time, and I remember thinking, God, he looks tiny, and my brother, he's kind of a midget or little person, I guess is what you're supposed to say now. But
What? Oh my
and I say
goodness.
that,
He's
but
gonna
he's
be
like five.
canceled.
He's really not. He's like 5'8". I just give him a hard
Right.
time, and I remember thinking when he was walking across the road, God, he looks tiny. He looks like a little person going across that road compared to what I saw, and I remember just a shock of thinking that when we were trying to, yeah,
Can I
not
make
necessarily
bagel
recreate
buns?
it,
Oh,
but
I cannot.
here's kind of where the car was parked. Here's where we saw it go across the road, and I remember thinking, God, he that thing was way bigger than I thought it was. So I kind of get where you're coming from.
Yeah, it was when he walked around that corner and come into the same frame, which hadn't changed for me. I hadn't got up, I hadn't moved, and when he walked into that same frame, that this thing had walked away from me at that angle. He was miniature.
I gotta make a
I mean,
scout
it
here so
just
I can start
it
exploring
all
exactly where
hit
these
me at
guys
that
are.
point. And I mean, my friend wasn't a large guy either, 5'9", 5'10", 170 pounds, but just the height and the girth of the
The
frame that I was
girth?
looking at, what he took up of that, what I had just saw standing there or walking there was incredibly tiny compared to what I had seen go through there. And that's when I wouldn't say panic, but that's when I put in my head, I'm like, he's right. That's what it was. And he was kind of an excitable guy.
Oh, I guess I
And
got a
as I
bunch of
told
shit
you,
here
but
that I gotta
nobody
do.
else knows yet, he's passed away now. And that's really the only reason that I'm able to tell about our encounter, because he swore me to secrecy. But he was funny and excitable all at the same time. And he's like, I don't know what you think, but let's get the hell out of here. Let's go. We don't have to. I said, well, let's look and see if it's. He said, we don't have time to mess around. Let's get out of here. I'm not sticking around. And I was like, okay, let's just go. And from where I was, it was probably a mile and a half back to our camp. And on the way back, we didn't really say, a whole lot. Of course, we talked about it. And I asked him, I said,
Is
well,
this
how
the
long
only
did you
iron that I
watch it
have
before
here?
you said something to me? And he's like, no, I had
Fuck,
just
it
noticed it
is.
right before you
What
radioed.
the heck?
Excuse me, before you had radioed me. And I said, well, was
Oh,
it
this is gonna
doing
fucking
something? And
suck.
he said,
This
well,
isn't
it
my
was
only
like down
iron.
on its knees when I first saw it move. And I said, well, we should go to the top up there where you first saw it and see if it was, if there's anything up there, any tracks or anything like that. And he's like, I'm not going back out there. There's no way. Well, we're going home. And we were like on our third day of the week, and we spent 9 entire days up there. Every time we went, we were only, maybe 40 minutes from home, but that was our yearly getaway. I was I was still kind of mixed feelings about leaving. I hadn't really had anything that had, really shook me up other than seeing him in the same light that I had saw this thing walk across the street. So we got back to camp, and we sat there for a little bit. And he was like, we got to pack this stuff up. We're going home. And,
I may have
we have
to
a
restart this
camper,
one,
2
maybe.
pickups, 2 4-wheelers. I mean,
Unfortunately.
this isn't something you just pick up and you leave in 5 minutes. And I said, well, let's have a drink, So I broke out a bottle, and we took a couple of sips off of that and stuff. And we were just straightening up the camp like we were going to leave. And I said, let's go back out there. Let's take the 4-wheelers and just go back out to where I was sitting and see, you know. And I said, do you have any idea how tall it was? And he says, well, I know there's a tree right behind you, on when you're sitting there right behind you, that he passed underneath a branch. And he said he didn't have to duck to go underneath that branch, but he was pretty close to it. And I said, come on, let's go back out there and see if we can, I wanted to see if we could find anything else. It was the one time in my life that I had, a camera for taking pictures of anything that we might have killed, or, and if there was tracks or something. I'd never had a camera before. So I was always upset that I never got pictures of the things I'd saw before. So, but again, just like that day on the ridge top, I wasn't feeling, I can't say that I was just like, yeah, let's go hunt this thing or anything, but I wasn't feeling threatened. I mean, as long as I was on a motorized piece of equipment, I would go out there and look around for a minute. So after quite a few swigs off of the bottle,
Yeah.
I talked him in. I
I think I
talked him
gotta
into
move
going
this
back
guy
out there.
over.
So we loaded up our
Like to over
four-wheelers with,
here or something.
geez, we had our hunting rifles, and I had a
Probably here's a good
44, and
spot.
he had a 357 that we had strapped on us, and we were like we were going into war basically. Plus,
Go all the way over there.
having a few swigs off the bottle, piling on our 4-wheelers probably wasn't the best idea, I suppose. But it's not like we were out of it, but we had just got enough liquid courage
Yeah.
up to
That's what I was
go
gonna
back out
say.
there.
Nothing wrong with a little liquid courage. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we drove back out to the spot where I was sitting, and we looked at that tree, and we went up there and kind of judged and stuff. And he said, and I never really saw it against a backdrop other than him being in the same frame. And my opinion was that it was twice as tall as Bob was. So that would be, 11 feet or something. And he had a better idea of a branch that had passed under behind me, which the branch was 10 foot 4 inches off the ground. And he said that he could barely see daylight when it passed underneath it. So we just agreed to say 10 feet.
He's a
That's
chunky boy.
a foot,
10 feet.
give or take 6 inches either way. We
That's
felt
5
comfortable with
women's.
saying that's about what it was. So after we got done measuring that branch and stuff, we're just kind of standing there, and I'm like, we're starting to recall other things that have happened to us while the 15 years him and I have spent in the woods together, because we never really talked about the subject. I knew that I had a few little things happen, and when they did come back into my mind, I was I guess a unverified believer, but him and I had never really talked about it before. And
Unverified
he was just
believer.
like, I can't believe we did this. And by this time we had become, he was quite a bit older than me, but we had become like brothers. He was, his opinion and his, and what he thought meant a lot to me. And he was like, I can't believe we did this. And we're sitting
Wait
there
a second,
standing leaning against a four-wheeler.
I thought wine was supposed to deliver
into the
2.
canyon.
What the heck?
And
They changed that?
I look across the canyon.
What?
And it's standing on the other road across the canyon from us.
Oh, we're still there?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And this was like 2.5, 3 hours later. But it's standing, and we're 600 yards apart. And it's the thing that it sounds ridiculous, and I've replayed it in my mind 100 times. But just the way it was standing terrified me. And it's hard to explain. If it was standing there just kind of looking at us, but its body language, it was kind of quartered away from us, looking over its shoulder, like it was ready to take off, but it wanted to make sure that we saw it before it took off. And just the way, I know I wish I could put this picture in people's heads, but there's a way something or somebody can stand and look at you that even 600 yards away can convey a feeling. And this feeling was, I want you to see me, and if I was any closer to you, you would be in trouble. And just 2 seconds after we
That's
didn't
what I'm
say a
like
word to
every
each other,
time
we
anybody
both just
sees
happened
me.
to lock on it and went silent. And we weren't being quiet. We were, we were probably whispering, but we weren't, we weren't being dead silent. But we both looked up and went silent. And as soon as it recognized that we saw it, it took 4 steps and disappeared into the trees.
What
but
the heck?
just the stance that it was holding while it waited for us to recognize that it was there, that's the first time that I felt like, well, we're not staying here. We're leaving. And that was the last day I've been hunting in my life.
I don't blame you. I want to ask you so many questions about this encounter. I kind of get what you mean, and I can only relate it to my own hillbilly experience. But, like being a bouncer, I remember one time, and it'll make sense in a moment, but we walked in and we were going to throw this guy out of this bar. And just the way he stood and his presence and the way he looked at us when we walked in, I remember telling the guys, this man can't be bluffed. This man cannot be threatened. Let me go try and talk to him. And he hadn't said anything yet. Just the way his presence and the way he stood, for whatever reason, I thought of that as you were telling that. I know it's not the same thing, but There is a way you kind of pull, like these things are very intimidating. They have a way of intimidating you,
Not sure why this
even
guy's
not vocalizing.
using all
You
this
know,
over here.
Yeah,
It's
it
kind of
was.
weird.
I mean, you can tell by
I'm
the
not
fire in
lucky.
somebody's eyes when you're squaring up to fight them if it was a good idea or not. But and there's a way that they hold their body that if you can't see their eyes, even you know that you might have bitten off more than you can chew.
yeah,
And that's exactly. I mean, from 600 yards away, it just ran down my spine that it was not happy with me at the moment. And once it made its point, it took off. And that's the last I saw of it.
jeez.
We went right back to camp, packed up, and left. And I've never been back to that spot since. Now I've moved a little further away and things, and my friend Bob and I kind of lost a little bit of touch there before he passed away, just because I moved 80 miles away. But we never even talked about going hunting again. We had went hunting together opening day with each other for, I don't know, 17 years probably. And that day when we got back, and shortly after that, work took me to a different town. We of course saw
I got
each
a rainy
other and
horse.
talked, and he would come to town and we'd do things. But the next time hunting season come around, we would start preparing a lot of times a month before, and it was just never brought up between us ever again.
Yeah, and I know this is 17, 18 years in the making, and Bob asked you not to say anything publicly until he was gone, and you're a good man, Ted, for doing that. I mean, there's very few people that would do that, but God, that experience really would stay with me. Do you think the creature knew that you were there when it was making its way up around where you were at?
I don't think it knew I was sitting there when it first crossed the road. And I don't know if it got, I've thought about this in 100 different ways. But I think if we had just let it cross the road and then we got together, went out to our camp and left, I think it wouldn't have known anything about us. That's my opinion. But I think when we rode the four-wheelers back out there, it was still close enough that it was either coming back or it wanted to see what was going on. So, I mean, that's the only thing since I've ever been able to make of it was, I honestly don't think that it knew. It might have known Bob was on the other
Holy fuck,
side
I'm
at some
building
point,
way
but it
too
didn't
fucking
know that I
fast.
was
I've got
sitting
no
in that
stone.
alcove. I'm sure it didn't.
Can I ask you, Ted, as you saw it, I realize it's a quick glimpse and you're catching it kind of at an angle. Was there anything that stood out to you beyond it being very tall and very big? Was there any details for someone who's never seen one that really stick with you from that day?
It was black, completely black, and the skin underneath it was a little bit lighter colored because you could kind of see. I would even call it, a little bit darker Caucasian type skin because you could see it underneath the, I guess, hair. But I was at a perfect angle, I think, to have saw the palms of its hands or the base, the bottom of its feet, but I don't remember
Beats.
seeing either one. I don't know. It's something that I've kicked myself over for a long time because I had the perfect opportunity, being basically, it was 30 yards maybe, so 90 feet away. And I don't remember the arm lengths. If I even did register it, I don't remember it. I just remember the color. And then once I saw Bob
Oh
walk
fuck.
into that frame, I remember how big it was
Gotta kill
just
this guy
compared to
soon.
him. If he wouldn't have walked into that frame, I'm not sure I'd even realize how girthy it was. If I would have got up and walked away and met him down the road a little ways or something, I don't think it would have dawned on me even how massive it was.
Yeah.
Until I saw him walk into the exact same picture that I was looking at.
Yeah, and that's okay. I understand that. I understand completely where you're coming from. The fact that Bob did kind of walk into that same area, there was kind of like the light
Wait,
bulb
where's this guy
moment
right
that went
now?
off. Like, holy crap, this thing's huge.
Oh, he's over here.
Yeah, one thing I want to ask you, it's kind of a shame when people have encounters, and I've gone through it, Ted, so I can relate.
Okay, I think I'll kill
Where you
this one
give
right
up
now.
hunting, you give up. Even to this day, I'm not super comfortable camping in a tent,
Just let me
like
go
in a
over
primitive
there.
camp area or out in the middle of nowhere. You probably won't find me out in the middle of nowhere in a tent or as a sheet, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
But it's a shame that it kind of robs us of that. A lot of hunters go through that. Hunting is something that's very there's a it's good on the soul. And for people
Yep.
who aren't hunters, they don't get that. It sounds
Right.
like monsters out there killing animals, but it's not quite that. Hunters
No.
are actually way more ethical than I think most people realize, and it's a shame when it takes that from us. But if you
Oh my
had the
goodness, no, that's not
opportunity
what I wanted.
again, would you want to see one?
Oops.
Like more than what you got a glimpse of?
I thought about that a lot, and I guess the only way I can answer that is yes, but only on my terms. I don't want to be surprised.
Yeah.
I want you to have one caged up somewhere and I can come and look at it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it never works out that way. It's always when you kind of
No,
least
I know.
expect it.
Yeah. Well, with
It's
everything
always
that's
on
went
the
on this year
monster's
and being able
terms,
to
never
tell
on
my
your
story
terms.
and
Like I gotta go all the way over
I mean,
here
I
for
kept
this
it.
coal.
I told my wife this story for the first time less than a month ago, and we've
I think
been
I gotta
married for
get
13
another farmer
years.
too over on this side. Would be
She never
good.
had a clue, but with what we've been able to do and everything, I don't know to what extent, but we've decided that her and I are going to hunt this next coming year. I don't think it'll be a camping thing. I think we'll take baby steps and go out and do a couple of day hunts. At some point, I hope that I can get back to parking a camper and reliving that experience like we used to.
Yeah, good for you, man.
This
I'm glad to hear that.
that would be our ultimate goal.
I
But
wonder
I think
if
getting out there for the first time,
it's
and I
a good
mean,
area
it's not
here for
even.
farms.
I spent most of my
That'd be
life
pretty
in the
ideal.
woods. My dad owned and drove a logging truck. Bought it the same year I was born. I was basically raised in that logging truck, and until this year, we didn't even go for drives or anything in the mountains to where it used to be a huge part of my life. And um, I don't know. We just decided this year we're going to try it. I don't know. Maybe I'll get out there and get 600 yards from the vehicle and become terrified and not be able to do it. I don't know. But at least I'm going to try.
Yeah, good for you. I'm really glad to hear that.
These
And
guys are
I
definitely
always
building up.
have the
That's
joke
not good for
on
me
the
at all.
show that the encounter I want is a roadside crossing where I'm in a car and it's sitting on the side of the road. And I don't think people really get that joke. I'm sure you do, being in that position. That's the encounter I would want. Um,
Well, I always think the most terrified I was, it was probably 600 yards from me. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, and that's
I
the
don't
weird
think that.
part is most animals they will scatter the minute black bear. You know that, Ted. You're a
Yeah, they
hunter.
don't look
Let
back.
me grab this
No.
guy
So
over
what you
here
do,
and
they just
finally
know they're
start
getting
having a
away.
look
Yeah,
around.
black bears, cougars. I mean, some of your biggest,
Quite
baddest
a bit quickly.
predators, they get a sense you're in the area and they're out of there. These things are weird, man. They will kind of hang around, and I know you're just speculating, but do you think it was hunting, or what do you think the creature was doing?
Well, at first, that trail basically exists, that one that comes off the ridge top and goes into the canyon, it just basically exists to go to the water source in that canyon. Um, and that's anything that I ever saw on that trail. I always thought of either going to or
Fuck,
coming
dude.
from water. Like three little finger canyons along there, and that's the only one that really has a spring in it. So they got to travel to that canyon.
Try this and maybe like another one
So
over
that's the
here.
first thing that went into my mind. But then
Here might be
I
good.
don't know if it got a drink and then went up on the other side, because to go to the other side, then you're going into a whole different, the next ridge over from the side that we last saw it on, you're getting close to a pretty main roadway through the it's not like a highway, but it's a road through the wilderness that a lot of people travel. Where the direction that
I
it
recall
came
there's some
from, you got
crossbows up here to the northwest
basically
that I gotta be
open
careful
range
of.
all the way into Montana. I
Oh,
mean, I
fuck.
don't know how many miles of nothing there is from the way it came from.
Got some knights over
So I
here.
don't know. I just always thought everything on that trail was after water. And, maybe he was just, and then too, maybe if he saw Bob or smelt Bob or something while he was finishing that little bit of his walk, maybe he deviated from his main objective to see what we were up to or what was going on. I don't know.
Yeah,
And I say he, I don't have a clue if it was a he or not. I don't. And, we kind of calculated that Bob, the closest that he saw it was at probably 500 yards through a rifle scope, which makes you think you should get a pretty good view, but he wore some pretty thick glasses that, coupled with a rifle scope, could get you a general outline better, but his eyesight wasn't the best. It wasn't the best by any means. So he didn't really have an opinion on anything other than it was black and had lighter colored skin.
Yeah,
There's
one thing I
crossbows
want
up
to
here
ask you
for
about,
sure, if I
Ted. I know you're a
recall.
member of the site, and I really appreciate you being a member of the site. And I know you've listened to a lot of the shows, and I'm really curious on your opinion on this. With regard to fishermen, I kind of think the experience when people are out fishing is way more aggressive than someone hunting. Which I never really understood. With a lot of hunters, they'll come around and they'll kind of give you the stink eye, but they generally don't start throwing things, and they aren't quite at. It's almost like they're more skittish when around hunters. And with regard to fishermen, I know you've heard the show. They'll throw stuff, they'll bluff charge you, they seem to go after fishermen way more than hunters. What's kind of your opinion as far as if someone were to come across one of these things out in the woods and they're hunting? What advice would you give them?
I don't know if they can distinguish the difference between, I mean, on the fishing thing, it's either they can distinguish the difference between a gun and a fishing pole and they're more brazen, or I guess more my opinion would be is that if they're near the water where a fisherman's at, they're most likely they're fishing themselves. And I think that upsets them. Um, as far as hunting, I think when you encounter one, you just have to take it by, on a case by case basis. I got lucky and didn't know I was there. I don't know what would have happened if we would have came to that same crossing at the same time. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
it's so
think I
hard.
have enough experience.
Yeah,
There's one story, and I don't know if it was on your channel or not, Wes, but there's one story about a guy on the Locksaw River here in Idaho that was fishing and had encountered one across the river from him. Um, and he reported it, and shortly after, all these black vehicles showed up and everything, and he was forbidden from going into the area.
No, it's the Men in Black.
I didn't know that gentleman personally, but I did have a chance to talk to him a couple of times a few years back, and he wanted to focus on why all the black vehicles and everything showed up every time you talked to him. He wouldn't talk about why it was screaming at him or throwing rocks or anything. But I don't know. Either they can tell the difference between the equipment that you're holding, or just that they're more, near a river, they're more aggressive because you're doing. If you weren't there, they would be doing what you're doing. I guess I don't know.
yeah, and I was just kind of curious on your opinion. That's just a weird observation I picked up after talking to a lot of eyewitnesses, to where it seems like for whatever reason, fishermen, man, they really get the brunt of it, and it always makes me wonder: is it because the hunters are carrying a gun that they're a little bit more? They're not quite as ballsy as they normally would be. I'm glad to hear you're getting back out there. When you and your wife go, are you going to go back to this area?
Actually, we've talked about that, and it'd be an easy day thing. Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the first things we do this summer. We're going to go up there and walk into there. It's only a 1.5 mile walk or
I feel like
so.
these guys are
And,
gonna fuck me up so
if it's
hard.
still hanging out after 17 years, then I guess that was just meant to be. But
Yeah, I hear
I
you.
would like to show her the area and kind of give somebody. It's really hard for me not to have somebody that sees the area and I can explain standing in the area. Because it's so hard to explain the situation until somebody can actually see the area you were in. And I'm sure that the trees have got taller over the last 17 years, and that always caused a little bit of a problem. But I would like at least to be able to explain the story to somebody standing in the same area. So I'm
Pretty sure I'm gonna have to
I'm
fight
fairly
these
confident
guys
we can
first
walk
over
in and out of
there.
there without any problems.
They probably have some
Yeah, and I think
crossbows
your
back there,
chances of seeing it
though.
again are pretty slim. But northern
Fuck, they
kind of
got a unite
central
over here.
Idaho is rough country, but it's beautiful country.
Maybe I can fight him
And
here.
I've had many,
Pull them
many,
out this way.
many encounters from
Fight him on the
Idaho.
bridge.
I'm kind of curious. What do you think that they are, Ted? What's your opinion as far as what Sasquatch is?
I so much want to believe it's just an animal running around out here that is way elusive and way smarter than we are and can stay away from us. But the more and more you hear, and especially the more and more encounters that you have talked about on your show, that seems like it's getting further and further from the logical mind being able to make a valid argument on that. Um,
I wonder
I don't know.
if
I want to,
if I fight these guys, will
I want to believe.
these
I
dudes over
want to
here be
believe that
activated?
they're no different than a mountain lion or
Let me go try. Have a look.
a cougar, or a bear or something running around out there. But I don't know, and I don't think I'll ever know in my lifetime.
Yeah, that's kind of what I would like it to be. I'd like it to be some non-human primate we haven't caught up with, but there's so many weird things that go on with these creatures. A lot of times when people have encounters like what you had, Ted, and I get where they're coming from. I completely understand their perspective. They'll go, "Well, I ran into a wild animal." And then when you hear their
Yeah,
encounter, you're like, "Yeah, it sounds like you ran into you ran into some weird wild animal or wild
Bigfeets.
creature,
A Bigfeets.
man-like creature, but it
It's a Bigfeets.
beyond that, nothing else strange happened. But there's a lot of weird things that go on. It's a very cool account. I mean, it's not cool for you. It's cool to listen to it, and it's different when you're retelling an encounter as opposed to listening to an encounter. And I know it was like 17 years in the making, and God rest Bob's soul. I'm sure he's looking down on you, and I just can't thank you enough for coming on and sharing it.
Thanks for having me, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks again, Ted. And that's it for tonight, everyone. Remember, if you've had an encounter, shoot me an email. My email address is
Let's see if we can get another one. A standoff. Let's try that one. That one sounds fun.
Industry, and I had an uncle who miles west southwest of the Dalles, Oregon, near the east side of Mount Hood. And the idea was that my wife was going to continue to work during the week and then come out there on the weekends. And my father took his fifth wheel out there for me to live in. And I just stayed out there, and I was going to build a cabin that we could vacation to and go to on the weekends, and then eventually, whenever my wife was old enough to retire to. So I'm out there, and I have a lot of relatives in the Portland area who had made their living in the construction industry, and I had an uncle who had a business where he rented heavy equipment to people. So he had brought a big backhoe out there, and my cousin, who was a heavy equipment operator, had been coming out on the weekends to help me dig what was going to be the basement, but it was a big hole, and we were going to put the foundation all through it. And the hole that we had ended up digging was about 30 feet by 40 feet, and it was about 12 and a half feet deep. When we had got the hole finished, my cousin loaded the backhoe up onto the trailer that they hauled it out there, and my uncle was going to come get it the following weekend. So I'm basically living out there in a fifth wheel, camping, and doing a lot of work around the property during the week, clearing out underbrush and pulling it in and burning it. And so one night, after about a month and a half of me living out there, I was asleep. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning
Oh
or so,
no.
and I heard a big bang against, something very heavy hitting against metal.
Run!
So I got up and I didn't have any night vision and, no electricity, but I had lanterns, and I grabbed my Surefire flashlight, and I stood in the doorway of this fifth wheel, and I shined it around the only metal thing out there, which was the
Okay, so
trailer
the good thing is
containing
that these
this
guys
big
aren't
backhoe
going to
that was right next to this giant pit in the
come
ground.
out. That's good.
And I didn't see anything. So I went back to bed, and I laid there and I listened and I listened. And I didn't hear anything. So when the sun came up, I went around there and I'm looking. Near there, there's a big giant pile of dirt and rocks that had been dug up from the hole. The backhoe was dirty. We hadn't even cleaned it yet. I didn't see anything on there where any of the dirt or anything had been disrupted. I didn't see any tire tracks. I thought maybe something had flown into it, or an animal had run into it or something. So I just carried on with my day of doing the chores that I had been working on out there. The next night, right in the middle of the night again, I heard it again. It was something heavy hitting metal, a big bang sound. So I laid there to see if I heard it again, and after a few minutes, I heard it again. So I jumped up and I grabbed. I had all my guns out there with me, and one of the guns that I had happened to take out there with me was an M4 with an aim point sight on it,
M4
because that's what I was
base.
used to carrying in the military. So I grabbed my M4 and my Surefire and opened up the door, and I looked around and did not see anything. And at this point, I'm thinking that some people from town, some kids or something, were out there messing with me. So I yelled out, "You better get out of here." And I didn't hear anything, and I didn't hear anything. So I closed the door and went back toward the bunk where I was sleeping, and I heard the bam again. So now I'm angry. So I flipped the door open again, and I said, "I'm armed and I will shoot you. Don't try me." And I looked around, and I'm shining the flashlight around, looking for any movement, listening. I don't see or hear anything. And I no sooner than close the door to the fifth wheel again, I mean, the door clicked and I heard bam again. So I threw it back open, and I'm looking around and I don't hear anything. And basically I just propped my butt down on the floor of the camper with the door open, shining my flashlight around until the sun came up. So that was that night. And the following night, I'm laying in bed and I'm listening. I had stayed up. One of the things that I didn't tell you when you and I had talked before, I had built a big bonfire, and I was going to just stay out there all night. And I made a show of, because at this point I'm still thinking that it's kids out there messing with somebody that, maybe I'm in their old drinking area or something. I don't know. Kids from the Dalles or Hood River had come in there, and they're just messing with me. So I built a big bonfire. I made a big show of bringing all my guns out and sitting on a lawn chair out there and really slowly cleaning my guns and looking around, show anybody that's watching me that I'm armed. Eventually, it got quite late. The fire had burnt down, so I hadn't seen anything, hadn't heard anything, so I went back into the trailer. I get into bed and I'm laying there for a while and not hearing anything, listening for everything. I can hear crickets outside, so I'm thinking, okay, there's nothing out there. And I fell asleep, and about 4:30, I heard the bang of something heavy on metal again. And I jumped up, threw my pistol in my holster, grabbed my M4, and I ran to the door and I waited. And when I heard the bang again, I was ready to jump out, and then I heard what I thought was a woman screaming. Only it was really, really loud. It sounded like it was coming from right outside the door of the trailer.
What the heck?
In my head, it sounded like a woman who was in severe pain or being brutally attacked or something. It was just a desperate scream.
That sounds so fucking
Over
terrifying.
and over again. So I took a deep breath and I prepared myself. And whenever I threw open the door of the fifth wheel, I was at a run. And the door to the fifth wheel is about 30 to 40 feet from where this big hole is in the ground. I've got a combat sling on my M4. I've got the Surefire up on the handguards of the M4, and I'm pointing aiming in the direction of the pit as I'm running up there. As I'm running up there, I can identify there's two shapes that I can see on the far side of the pit, which would have been, well, it was about 30 feet from one side to the other. One of them is quite large. All I'm seeing is dark shapes. This is about 4:30 in the morning. The sun is just starting to lighten again with the coming of the sun. One large shape, very tall, very big, massive, and then another shorter shape, but it was really long. And I'm not identifying what it is that I'm seeing. I run up to the edge of the pit before my brain tells me to hit the brakes. I hit the brakes, and I'm seeing this before I actually arrive and stop. And my brain is having trouble processing what it is that I'm seeing. The only word that comes to mind were beasts.
Beast.
I've heard the term monsters used, great apes. These were just giant, massive beasts. The one that was shorter appeared shorter because it was laying on the ground. But the way it was laying, I registered later, wasn't laying the way a person would lay on the ground, where your whole body is laying on the ground. It had one hand beneath it, and it was on its toes, and it was looking like it was reaching down into the hole. In the time it took me to run from the camper to the hole was only a few seconds, and it had sprung back up onto its feet. Now, my M4 and my flashlight are pointing right at these two things, and they both let out this noise. It almost looked cartoonish. They slightly bent at the waist, like they're throwing their voices at me. And it was somewhere between a scream and a roar. But when it hit me, I felt this sense of fear. And I had felt fear before. I had been in combat situations plenty of times. And I had felt fear before. The feeling that came over me that you and I had talked about was, my body wanted to void itself of everything. I felt instantly nauseated, like I wanted to throw up, to I wanted to urinate, and I wanted to defecate. And I think had I eaten anything right before I had gone to bed, I probably would have. While all that is going on, I'm also feeling extremely fatigued, almost like percussion fatigue. Like if you're shooting your gun a lot, the percussion of a high caliber gun.
What the heck?
Can sometimes, just beat on you.
Is that why I'm always fucking tired when I get back home from the range? All the pew pews. That's why I'm so tired. What the heck?
And beat on you, or if you've been to like a lot of concerts and stood too close to the bass or the amplifiers or things, it just kind of beats on you. So I felt this feeling of fatigue, like all I want to do is lay down right here, regardless of what's going on, and just go to sleep.
He's a sleeping.
I don't care what happens.
He used sleep powder. Bigfeets use sleep powder. What the heck?
The scream lasted 3 or 4 seconds, and my weapon was still pointing at them. And the creature I don't want to make it sound like they were on my right side, or my right side. They were ahead of me, but there was one on the right and one on the left. And the one on the left went into this stance like it was getting ready to take 3 or 4 steps and then jump across the hole and attack me. And in my brain, I'm thinking it could probably make it. And if it gets on this side of this hole, I'm going to be toast. In my peripheral, with the light of the Surefire flashlight I was using, in my peripheral, I can see movement down inside the hole. So I took a quick glance down, and there was another creature down in the hole that was a lot smaller. It was maybe 4 feet tall. While all this is going on, I have another sense that to my left on the far side, I have the trailer with the backhoe on it on my left-hand side.
It's a baby Bigfeets.
And I can sense movement and hear movement on the far side of the backhoe moving toward the rear of me. And I'm thinking, if there's another one over there, it's coming around behind me, and they're going to have me trapped in here, and I'm about to get
murked.
Killed. I don't know. I don't remember identifying. They're going to beat me to death. They're going to rip me limb for limb. I've never seen anything like these things before, so anything is possible.
Oh fuck! I need another
mindset
minor.
that I was in at the moment
Get the
or from
iron
the
out
time I
there.
got out of the military to where I'm at this big plot of acreage with a big hole in it where I'm going to build a home for my wife and I. And I'm out here to get away from people. I don't like people. I
Based.
don't understand them and they don't understand me, is my
Based
mindset. I had
misanthrope.
lost a lot of
That's
friends in
me.
the military. I had lost a lot of friends to suicide after the military. And I was in a mindset where I really didn't care if I lived or died.
Oh,
People that have suffered
what
depression get
the
to that point,
heck?
and
I mean, I guess that's true.
you may have talked to people like this in the past. I really could care less if I die or if I stay alive. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to die tonight. This is it. So I took a stance like, okay, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And I got this idea that I'm going to point my gun at the creature in the hole.
Holy
Because
fuck,
that's the
this
smallest
guy's
one.
based
I
as
know I could
fuck.
probably take that one out. They're going to take me in a rush anyway.
Oh my
So
god.
I'm not going down without fighting. And I'm going to start with the weakest and work my way to the strongest.
What
When I
the heck?
brought the barrel of the M4 down from the two that were across from me down into the hole, the one who looked like he was getting ready to jump over the pit let out this growl, this really low, loud growl that started. It felt like you hear people, whenever you yell something, yell from the sternum. This was somewhere below the sternum. This thing started, and it just kind of boiled up and rolled out, and it was a loud growl. I've never heard anything like it, and it made me freeze for a moment. My barrel's pointing down. The creature, the beast that's on the other side of the hole that was to the right, put its hand out onto the shoulder of the other one, almost like it's saying, "Stop, don't do anything."
Oh my god.
In my mind later, I thought that may have been a sibling or a parent of the small one in the hole, because it's trying to get the other one not to do anything that's going to cause me to shoot it.
What's up, Patches? What's
So
up, little kitty?
at that point, it puts its hand on the one next to it. I no longer hear movement from my left on the far side of the backhoe. I glance down in the hole. The thing that's down there is still jumping and trying to
What
reach the
the
edge of the
heck?
hole so that it could get out.
Through water
I
all over
thought to
my fucking
myself,
monitors?
maybe
Oh my
they're
goodness.
aggressive toward me because I'm a threat to the little one. So I took the barrel of my gun and I just moved it while I'm watching the two on the far side. I just moved it off the little one, maybe a foot to the right of the one that was in the hole. And then we just sat there staring at each other for what seemed like hours, but it was really only maybe 20 seconds. The one on the right that had been already down on the ground before, keeping its eyes on me, dropped back down onto the ground, reached down into the hole, grabbed the up reaching arm of the one that was in the hole and just kind of threw it out of the hole so that it landed behind him and stood back up again. And then they're just sitting there staring at me and I'm staring at them. I did not make any move to
Being stare
move the
bear.
barrel of my gun again. I did not bring it back up onto them.
Bigfeets stare.
What I was threatening, I was no longer threatening, and I thought, if they attack me, I'm still in a position where I can put it on semi and just start pulling the trigger as fast as I can. If they don't, then they don't. And they started backing up slowly. And they got about 15 feet of backing up, and they turned around and just walked. They didn't run, they just walked back toward the tree line, which was about 50 yards beyond where we were. I glance over to my left, thinking that I want to catch a sight of the one that was over there. And it's no longer on the side of the backhoe. Now it's over near where I parked my truck, which was between the backhoe and the hole. And it was watching me. And once I could no longer see the two other ones and the little one, the big one that was watching me from over top of the truck started backing up and got no noise, backed up to where I could no longer see it. I sat there for a few seconds, and then I shined my flashlight up to where the two had been, and then back over to where my truck was to see if I could catch sight of any of them anymore, and they were gone. Then I went and started throwing everything. I went back into the camper. The sun was on its way up, and I started packing up my stuff, and I was going to get out of there, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, I really admire the way you handled it. I think it's impressive, really. I always say if you want to get shot, put a gun in someone's hands who's scared or nervous, you're probably going to get shot. I'm really amazed by the way you handled the situation. And as I was sitting there listening to it, I was sitting there thinking, here's a guy that has PTSD, went out in the woods to avoid everyone and try and self heal, which I admire. And then now you're in this situation, and all the bad stuff that happened to you in the war, and all the time you spent in the service, and all the stuff you're dealing with now. It's ironic that that skill set probably saved your life. Do you think having that skill set puts you in a better position to deal with this? Not that anyone really knows how to deal with a situation like this.
No, I think that people that have been in situations, I mean, anybody can say, oh, yeah, well, I would do this to a person or I would do that to a person. You have it or you don't. And if you do have it and you've had to do it on multiple occasions, you're hoping to find another solution so that you don't have to. Nobody who's ever killed, well, I mean, serial killers probably do, but people that have had to kill don't cherish it. They don't relish it. They don't talk about it. It's something they would just as soon forget and hope to God they never have to do again. I wasn't looking to kill something if I wasn't in danger. Now, my sense of danger may be higher. I did not see or perceive at that moment that I was in danger, but whenever I felt like I was in danger, I decided I'm taking as many of them out as I can. I'm not going down with a fight. And this is probably the end of it. Okay, that's the end of it. But if I can avoid conflict, I'm going to. But if it comes to where I think there's going to be conflict, I'm going to make
have
sure
access to the marketplace. What?
I'm going to make them remember today.
This bitch is
I didn't think that
crazy.
I had a chance of winning, but I also know where to aim, at least on a person, to put them down and put them down quick so you can move on to the next target. I don't feel that I was any more brave because I was ready to crap my pants. I was ready to throw up and throw in the towel. But I felt that feeling plenty of times before in combat situations. I don't know too many people that have been in combat situations where they didn't feel that level of fear. But you have to continue to function, otherwise you're toast.
Yes.
So you step out of the trailer, and you have your light and you have your gun and everything, and there's these two hulking creatures there standing. Can you kind of describe the first two that you saw?
They're monsters.
They were very similar in size and very similar in the way that they looked. I would say that they were between 8 and 9 feet tall. Their shoulders were easily 4 feet wide. Easily. The one that was standing on the left was a dark brown chestnut color. I say that because I recall whenever I would see horses, I don't know horses, but whenever I would see horses on TV, my dad or my wife who know horses would say, yeah, that's a chestnut color. So it was a chestnut color. It had hair from the top of its head all the way down to its feet. I don't remember if it was like a hobbit and had hair on the top of its feet. The hair looked like it was about 4, maybe 5 inches long, all over its body.
Maybe all hobbits are big feet.
The neck and head and face was covered in this 4 to 5 inch hair. The shoulders and down its arms and down its legs, the hair looked longer. Not as thick, though. It was more wispy. It was maybe 8 to 10 inches long. And I would say that one was 800 pounds minimum. One on the right, the hair was a little darker, but the face was lighter. Okay, let me go back to the one on the left. The one on the left, the skin that I could see on its palms and on its face was dark brown, almost like a Hershey bar, chocolate bar. It was dark brown. It they both had a very pronounced eyebrow ridge, which made it would have made its eyes seem like they were sunken, but I think because the eyebrow ridge was so protruding, I don't think the eyes were sunken in conjecture with the rest of its face. Their faces were wide, really wide, like not to. This is in no way meant to be racist at all, but whenever you
Oh
look
my
at a lot
god.
of Asians' faces,
Oh
their
my.
faces are really wide
Oh
and
my
flat.
god.
That's the way these faces were. Not chubby cheeked, just wide and flat with a pronounced brow ridge. I didn't notice ears. The hair went all the way up its neck, right up to its bottom lip. But I didn't notice any hair on its upper lip unless it was really faint. The nose looked like a mushroom nose or a button nose that you would see on a person, but the nostrils were a lot wider. The nostrils probably went out an inch on either side of its nose. Nostrils pointed down, not out. To me, it did not look like an ape. I've heard people say they look like ape. There was nothing protruding the way an ape has its mouth, jaw, nose area protruding out from the rest of its face. There was none of that. Its lips were really thin. Its eyes were bigger than a human's eyes, really dark. I couldn't pick a color. I could see whites on either side when their eyes got big, but their eyes were really close together. It seemed closer together than what it should be to make the symmetry of its face the way, in comparing it to a human face, I guess. Its hairline started about an inch above its brow ridge. The one on the right, very similar in appearance. The lips were fuller. The skin was lighter, but its hair was a little darker. The hair was a darker brown, and its skin was, I had told you before, the only color I can compare it to that people would understand was like cardboard box color, was the color of its skin. I didn't pay any attention to the feet. I really didn't pay any attention to their hands. I was watching body and head. That one was slightly taller than the one on the left. I don't know that they looked very similar, but not exactly alike. That one didn't have as much hair on its face. Again, the hair did not come instead of going all the way up to its bottom lip, the hair came up to the chin and stopped, but it was all down it was longer hair, 4 to 5 inches all down the front and sides of the neck, the sides of the face, but it didn't really go up past the chin on its face. The one that I had appeared to the left that I saw toward the end of the encounter was massive. It was probably the biggest living thing that I've ever seen outside of a zoo. It was easily, I would estimate it as between 10 and a half and 11 feet tall. Using my truck as a comparison, it was as wide at the shoulder as the hood of my truck. But it looked at me from over my truck, I said earlier, but it wasn't looking at me from over the hood of my truck. It was looking at me from over the cab. And I could easily see half of its body, the upper half of his body, from over the cab of my truck. It was
Now
the
if this guy's
biggest thing I've
gonna
ever seen.
launch an attack,
It
I don't
appeared all black. I could
think they
see the
are.
face. I could slightly see the facial features, but the hair looked black and the skin looked black. And I only saw it for such a brief time that I didn't really get a good description of it. Its face
I
wasn't
think we're gonna try
shiny.
to get to these guys here with
None of
spears
their
and
face seemed to have that oil that we get on our face. They weren't shiny. They were
arrows.
dull, like their skin didn't emit oil the way our skin emits oil. It was quite a presence once I saw it. The presence that I saw visually did not match the presence I perceived on the far side of the backhoe. Perception wise, it seemed like it was a lot smaller because it wasn't making as much. It was making noise. I could hear it, but not as much noise as it moved. But I didn't hear it move from the side of the backhoe back to the backside of my truck, and I didn't hear it move whenever it backed away into the dark. So I don't know how something that big moved like that without making any noise. But my ears were still ringing from the adrenaline of the encounter, from the roar scream of both these other things, and from the growl. So maybe I just didn't identify it. Maybe I was probably most definitely in shock.
Let me ask you, John, the male that was over by your truck, what do you think it was doing? I mean, I know that you don't know and I don't know. I'm very curious on your opinion because as I listen to you talk about the male on over by your truck, it kind of sounds like it was trying to ambush you. That's what I get from it.
Tactically speaking, I think that's exactly what he was doing. My attention was focused ahead of me, and it was going to move to get behind me. To me, thinking tactically, that's exactly what it was doing. I mean, I doubt he was heading toward my trailer to rummage around in my potato chips.
What the heck?
You
You got a
know,
one shot?
I think
Oh
he was
my
moving around
goodness. This
behind
guy's a
me.
god.
But at the same time, again, that's speculation because this thing's size, it could have easily jumped over the trailer and the backhoe and been at me a lot faster than moving around behind the back of the trailer of the backhoe. It could have come over the backhoe and been on me faster. So I don't know what it was doing, but I'm glad it didn't do whatever it was planning to do.
Yeah, you and me both, John. You and me both. I want to ask you, you see these two creatures next to the hole. Did you get the impression that it was two males or was it a did you get any sort of impression as far as gender?
I think one was definitely female. I think the one that was reaching down into the hole was definitely a female. I didn't see genitalia in the natural sense of the bottom half of the male female genitalia. It didn't have breasts that were apparent like in the Patterson Gimlin film. Its chest looked more like a female athlete, like a female weightlifter. It didn't really have so much as breasts as it did big pecs, but I could identify the nipples through the hair because its skin was lighter, and that one's nipples actually protruded out a little bit through the hair. So I identified that one as female. The one next to it could have been male or female. I don't know, but the one that was to the right, to my right, looking across the hole at them, I perceived as either the sibling or the mother of the little one that was down in the hole.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious on what the little one in the hole looks like. Before we get into that, when you were sitting there looking at these two things relatively close, I mean, you step out of your trailer and bam, they're right there. Was there anything that stood out to you as far as how they were proportioned or anything physically that kind of that really stays with you?
Yes, their heads were as big as a 5-gallon bucket. The two across the way, the big male one you called a male, which I can only assume was a male as well, probably the alpha. His head was much bigger, but the two across the way, their heads were as big as a 5-gallon bucket. Their arms, I've heard it said that their arms go down past their knees. These did not. Their arms were long in proportion. They were longer than a human's arse in proportion to its body. They hung down almost to its knees, but the knees were lower. They both had very long legs, but the proportion of the legs, the thigh length was a lot longer than the shin length. So the shins were probably no bigger than my shins, but their thighs were twice the length of my thighs. So their knees appeared lower on their legs than it would be for a human being. All the height of their legs seemed to generate from their thighs, not so much from their shin areas or their lower calf areas. Again, I didn't get a good look at their feet. I could not identify if their feet were big, small, if they had hair on top, if they were the same color as the
They must
rest
be
of them.
Bigfeets because they're Bigfeets.
I really wasn't focusing, but in the picture snap of my mind that I took of their body features, their legs were long, but not in proportion. They were definitely much bigger in upper body, lengthwise, from their neck to their waist. But their legs were and maybe their legs just appeared long because of the proportions, but the upper leg was definitely a lot longer than the lower leg. And they were very. My father was
My
one of those
lower
people
leg is
that,
also
he
pretty
was
long
6'1",
compared to
and all of his height was
my 2 other
in his
legs.
torso. Short bow-legged man with a long torso, and that's what these things look like. The legs were shorter than their upper body, and their thighs were longer than their lower leg.
Yeah, that's a fascinating detail, John, and that's kind of what I saw too. And I really think that they're proportioned that way to drop down on all fours. We're not built to be on all fours. Mainly because of our knees. If you think about it, where our knee placement is at, and I kind of think that's how they're able to drop down all fours. And I kind of think that's why they walk in such a weird gait, because of the knee placement. Yeah, fascinating detail. What did the one in the hole look like?
He was it. Well, I'll say it because I can't identify it was a boy. In my mind, I've equated him to be a little boy, but I don't know for certain what gender it was. It was about 4 feet tall. Proportionately, it looked just
But it's
like
kind
the
of
bigger
annoying that
ones,
they're
only smaller. Its
building units more
body
faster
was
now.
shaped like theirs, but in proportion to if it was only 4 feet tall. Long arms, really long hair coming down over its hands, along its shoulders. No hair on its face whatsoever. Really extended brow ridge. His hair was darker than. I told you on the phone earlier. If you've ever seen that 1970s TV show Land of the Lost, there was a little like caveman boy that was friends with one of the kids on that show, and its
Caveman
name was
boy?
Chaka, and it looked like that. No hair on its face. Its hair was darker than the hair of that character on that show, but it looked very, very similar to that little caveman kid on that TV show from back in the 70s. Hair covered its body. Its chest didn't have as much hair on it as the adults did. Its
What the heck?
face next to no hair on it, but it had hair on its neck all the way up to like where your chin starts coming out. Had hair all the way up its neck, but none on its chin, none on its face, none on its cheeks.
Oh my
But it
goodness.
started
No
again
way.
about an inch above its brow ridge, and
It's not gonna chase me
back
anymore?
and had all of them had like twigs and sticks and things like they had been
No!
foraging through the undergrowth. The
He
little
killed
one
my
had long
dude.
arms to the point that in a 12-foot hole, it was able to reach up and grasp the hand of the one that was laying. It had gone back down into military term front lean and rest position, like it was going to do a push-up. It never laid on the ground. It just kind of
Get wrecked, nerd.
got back down on the ground and reached down in there, and they were able to clasp hands without the little one jumping. So it, yeah, that's
Holy
what it looked like.
Christ.
Yeah,
So
it's
much
a good description.
micromanaging
I'll have
now.
to put that Chaka up underneath this episode. But
No.
the other question I want to ask you, John, is: did you ever hear? I mean, you're hearing the big creatures vocalize. Did the small one ever make any sort of vocalization?
The little one was the one that
What
was
the
creating
heck?
the
That's
sound
so spooky.
that I mistook for a
Oh,
screaming
hey,
woman.
at Echo Area, when did you get in here?
Because
Thanks
it
for the
was still
raid.
doing that up until the time that I got to the pit. When it saw me at the hole, it stopped. But looking across as I was running up, it was obviously not the two that were across the way.
I don't know
from
if
the roar, yell, scream thing that they threw my direction,
that thingy came out the little
sounded nothing
screaming
like
anime
what I would
girl
like
animation.
the sound of a
but
woman screaming. So I can only
That's pretty
presume that
spooky.
sound was coming from the little one in the hole because it couldn't get out.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating detail, John. You know, a lot
Final
of times people will
faggotry,
say I
what
heard an
the heck?
800-pound owl out in the woods, but they never say I heard an 800-pound woman screaming in the woods. And it is a vocalization
Yeah, I'm
that
just
a
not
lot of
sure
eyewitnesses report, and you could pass some of them off as
if it
well,
actually
it's probably
appeared. That's
they're
what I
hearing
mean.
a feline or a fox, something like that, something making that noise. But in some cases, that's not true. That it does sound like a
kinda
woman
funny
screaming in the woods.
How they have
And that
Final
little bit of
Fantasy, but there's
detail
like
about it was
500 of
coming from
them,
the little one, I find,
and people keep
I'm
buying them, even
really
though it's not the
kinda taken
final
back
one.
by it.
So
I want to ask you. So you step out
Kinda
of your
weird.
trailer, and you expect to run into kids or people screwing with you. What's kind of going through your mind? I mean, you step out of the trailer, and you're confronted, you're face to face with this. What's kind of going through your mind at this point?
Having grown up in the Pacific Northwest, I had seen Bigfoot documentaries, unsolved mysteries. I had seen the
Yeah,
In
if you play
Search
the
of
first one, then
Bigfoot.
that should be the final one because it's called
I had
Final
seen the
Fantasy.
Patterson-Gimlin film on lots of shows.
It's literally right there
this
in the
was
name. So
before I had ever seen any of the
Cope
reality
more.
shows that are on TV about Bigfoot nowadays.
Cope.
It's one of those things where you grow up with it. You've heard the
Holy
stories
Christ, there's too
like the
much
Loch Ness monster.
traffic over
You've
here.
heard the stories like the Jersey Devil, Mothman, Bigfoot,
Mothman?
it's Yeti. It's just one of those things that you put in your head that's not happening here. It's somewhere else. I just presumed that there was one of them up to this point. I hadn't really thought about it as an adult. As a kid, it's a campfire story Dad would tell.
Small boy
about,
brain
Bigfoot
doesn't
stories,
understand
to
words.
scare kids and take
Doesn't
snake
understand
hunting
what
and
the
get 'em scared to
final
be out in the dark.
means.
Something that how we traumatize our children.
Small brain
I
gamer.
had never really
That's what you
given the
are.
idea of Bigfoot much thought as an adult. When I came out, I was expecting to see two or three kids, but that's not what I saw.
Okay, hopefully I can kill these
And
guys.
again, I only saw the two to begin with. It wasn't until I was up
They might
to
be
the
pretty
hole and stopped that I registered there was even something in the
spooky.
hole. It was the two that were on the far edge of the hole. The whole time I'm running up
there's
there,
a whole bunch of them.
I'm thinking to myself, these aren't people. You need to stop. And by that point, I'm there. So it was a state of disbelief. I couldn't really believe what I was. You might as well had a unicorn standing on the far side. I could not comprehend what I was seeing. I knew what it was, but it's not like my mind said, "Oh, well, these are Bigfoot." Obviously,
they're Bigfeets.
My mind was more saying, "This can't be what it is. This can't be."
It can't be a Bigfeets.
But here you are, face to face with it.
Yeah, and I know I said it before, John, but I really admire the way you handled the whole situation and how
Gonna need another group of
you were able
archers.
to
Fuck, I'm
calculate
have
what was going
fight
on
more
and how
bows.
quickly you calculated what was going on. You were playing chess in a game of checkers, and I think you handled it really, really well. Why do you think the creatures didn't harm you?
I think they didn't kill me because I stopped posing a threat to them and to the little one. If I had to piece together in my mind what happened, the little one was out
probably
there
gonna get
playing
demolished
around
here.
for the last few nights, banging on heavy equipment, and fell in that
So
hole
we'll see.
while it was goofing off. They were out there trying to get it. When I appeared, I was a threat to them initially, and then I became a big threat to one of their children.
A big threat to the
or
Bigfeets.
a small member of their group. And when I stopped, or I was willing to show that I will not be a threat to that, I think that, again, I can't reason to what they reason. I can't just assume they reason the
Let's see
way
if I can
we
get a
do.
group of
When I
12
appeared
going.
to no longer pose a serious threat
Might take
to
a while.
their little one, or to show that I was not going to shoot at the little one, they stopped being a threat to me, or they chose not to be a threat to me. If I chose not to be a threat to their little one or to them, they chose not to be a threat to me. Then it was like, you go your way, we'll go our way, and that'll
Really
be the
hope I
end of
don't
it.
get demolished here.
Yeah, it definitely
They
shows
suck.
a lot of intelligence on the creature's part, of not really making a bad situation worse, and they get their young one and they walk off. I want to ask you, though, John, and I've always wanted to ask someone in your position,
I don't know. Could you take
what
on your
your feeling on this is.
3-4 different
in a lot
Bigfeets
of
all at
encounters,
once?
people will talk about infrasound.
I could take on 4 Bigfeets
they
at
call it,
once.
I was zapped, which, who knows if it's infrasound
Need a couple
or
more
if
bows.
it's fear. A lot of times when these things vocalize, people describe it as being hit with a sound wave, and there's a feeling
okay,
of
go ahead. Go
being
record yourself
tired or
and then upload
exhausted
it, and we'll see.
afterwards. Some people feel
We'll see.
nauseous or
I'll wait
sick
for the
after
evidence.
being that close and having
What's up,
one of these
buddy?
things vocalized.
Oh, fuck,
And
you
I've
guys are
wondered, is
hunky,
it
right?
fear? They're seeing something that really shouldn't exist. Is it fear and that adrenaline dump,
you guys in
or
an
is
hour,
it
okay?
something more? When these things vocalized and you had that feeling of being exhausted, do you think it was fear, or do you think there was more
Oh,
to it?
fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yes, I do.
Oh, no. Let's go
One of the
back.
things that I
Come
left
on.
out whenever I talked to you
Oh, shit.
before was when they
Fucking
scream
run.
roared or whatever that, I'm just going to call it a scream roar. When they did that, it almost felt like a strong wind was hitting me in the face. Now, I didn't have to take a step back to steady myself for fear of being blown over, but it
I'm
felt
gonna have to
like
go back
that
even
kind of
further.
pressure hit me from the front.
Oh no.
The fear I felt was both fear and adrenaline, but I don't think that I was dumping the adrenaline. When the encounter was over and for the next 2 days, I felt exhausted. I did not feel ill. I didn't feel nauseous. My appetite was
These
just
guys
as
might fucking
like it
demolish
had
me
been.
here.
I just felt tired. I felt fatigued, like I was coming out of having the flu. But I'm not sick. I have no energy. It's consuming my energy to get up and walk to the
I'm just
bathroom
gonna
and
have to
back.
spam these guys over here.
Just seemed to zap all my energy out of me.
Spam a couple axe fighters.
Yeah, did you have any sort of feeling of being disoriented afterwards?
Well, I don't feel that I felt any more disoriented. I felt disoriented when they screamed at me,
10,
but
11,
I
12,
didn't
13, 14,
feel
need one more.
disoriented. My orientation came back
Oh no!
as I was in the encounter.
Oh no!
It's like I feel they attempted to disorient me, but what they were blasting me with fear, if that's what they were doing, I felt that level of fear before. And it's not having the desired effect because I know how to deal with it. I've been through it. So I felt very disoriented. I felt very dizzy, nauseous. I just want to lay down. But that quickly passed, and I was
Okay,
right
this
back in
looks
the
like it
encounter.
might be winnable.
And it never came back while I was in the encounter. It just hit me that one time, and then I was in it.
I hear ya.
Fuck him
In
up!
that moment in time, John, did you feel like you were dealing more with an animal? Did you feel like you were dealing more with a human being? What was kind of your impression as far as these things?
They didn't strike me as being more human. They didn't strike me as being
Okay,
more
gotta
animal.
back off here. Try to get these
If I had to
crossbows
label it,
close.
they are a thing all unto themselves. When they screamed at me, I did notice that their teeth
Oh fuck!
were
That's not what I
flat.
wanted to do.
I didn't see any canines.
Fuck.
I've heard of that before, but I didn't see. There was no snout. There was no canines. There was nothing like that. Like I said, their faces were wide but flat.
No!
Protruding nose.
Lost my
Mouth,
one archer.
same level as its cheeks
Okay,
and
back
the
up. Send
upper
these guys
face
down over
area.
here.
But
Pull these
it's,
guys back.
I believe that they have the ability to
Run!
reason. I believe they have the ability to
What the heck?
methodically do
Holy
things,
Christ.
both individually and as a group.
These
At
guys are
least
aimbotters.
they were obviously communicating with each other some way, because the one that, like I said, the one on the other side of the backhoe stopped moving when the one across the way put his hand on the shoulder of the other one. It's like that was the motion to stop doing what you're doing. But these things, I had told you earlier, they're feral. I believe that there's more intelligence there than any other animal in the world, outside of human beings. They had appeared to have an intelligence level, a compassion level, forethought, the ability to strategize, the ability to think and to change their action. But they were very
Oh no!
feral. There was nothing about these things that would not have thrashed me from limb. They weren't necessarily more beast than man, and they weren't necessarily more man than beast. They were something other.
My archers are too far away!
They were their own category.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people say that. It's kind of hard to disagree with it. So you leave the property. Do you tell anyone, and what kind of happened with this property?
Other than you, and believe me, it took me a long time to decide back and forth whether or not I should email you. I had only told two other people, my wife and my cousin, and one of me telling one of those people, it kind of turned up to bite me in the butt. I packed up my truck. I headed back to Portland. That was on a Friday.
These guys over here might get wrecked.
My
Let's get the
cousin
heck
was
out of
supposed
there.
to come out and do some work on Saturday. I told
Don't want those
him
builders.
and my wife, they were both at the house that night.
To really get
and I told them
demolished.
both what had happened. And They were full of
Oh,
questions.
okay,
I
they're going this
answered
way.
what I
That's good.
could.
Good.
I
Hit him
told
over
them I
on this
never want to go
side.
back out there again. I don't want the property, but that was something for my wife and I to discuss more later. Unbeknownst to me, my cousin had contacted a bunch of groups from the internet, local
Groups for the
groups,
internet.
and had some of them out. I did find footprints in the dirt pile because I went back out Saturday,
Holy Christ, this
and
is so awful. I'm
my
losing so
cousin had
much for like
talked to
nothing.
researchers and gone out there
Unlucky.
Friday night with researchers, and they had made casts, unbeknownst to me, on my property, and that kind of angered me. When I was back out
Angie.
there Saturday, I had asked my uncle not to come, not to pick up the backhoe, and I asked him to bring in like a front end loader, because I decided to fill. I'm getting rid of this
Oh,
property.
fuck, that was so
I wanted the
expensive.
hole filled back in. I asked him if he could bring some equipment out to push the dirt back into the hole. While we were out there, and I'm showing my wife
Need more
what
dudes.
I, had found, and we were looking around.
That was not
Some
as
of the
good as the fight
researchers that my
as I thought it
cousin
would
had
be.
contacted and had already had out there showed up in three car or three.
Buddy.
It was two vans and a pickup,
I think she wants to
and
play.
they just start unloading equipment
I
right
think I
next
gotta
to the
move these
fifth
guys
wheel.
over
And
here.
one of them come up and started talking to me, and I was like, "You need to get the hell out of here. I didn't give you, you're trespassing on private property.
I'll move the
Your
spears and pikes over to
your
these guys
people
to
were
the
over there
east.
uninvited, unpacking equipment that
The
I did
X-Fighters
not
over
say you
here.
could unpack, and all for what? So you can walk around in the woods yelling at the top of your lungs and banging sticks with trees? You need to pack up and get out of here. This is private property. I didn't invite you, and I'm going to call the sheriff to get the sheriff out here."
What the heck? This guy's
And
Angie.
they packed up and left. And then, of course, they said, "Well, your friend invited us out. We were here yesterday." And that's when I found out that my cousin had already had people out there. So he and I are still on shaky terms. And this was, back in 2014. I
What
thought he
the
took
heck?
advantage of what I told him.
Oh,
And I told him not to tell anybody.
fucking up all my plushies. What the heck? Oh, I'll be right back. What the heck? This fucking kid. I guess I'll take the moment to go ahead and feed the kitties. I'll be right back. Okay, hopefully now that I fed the kitties, this should be good. Until the next 6 hours. Go ahead and change my alarm for 6 hours from now. And then let's get back to the Bigfeets stories.
Else, and if he did, I'd
Arby.
deny it.
Arby,
And
buddy, leave her alone.
yeah. Then because of that, I felt very wary of telling anybody else. I don't want to be on TV. I don't want, I'm not trying to. I asked you not to use my real name because I don't want notoriety from this. I am telling you, I agreed to come on your show as a warning to people that, in my experience, these are not big, kind, fuzzy forest creatures. These things are killers, and they would have torn me apart if I had given them the reason to. They could have done it anyway, but these are not tame little animals that you can turn into pets. These are feral creatures, and I don't want anybody going out to where this had happened. First of all, because it's right next to a national park, and I don't want people getting hurt. These things could have seriously hurt me,
What's up, buddy?
and I don't want people getting hurt.
Arby?
It's good advice. It's really, really good advice. How did this affect you after this encounter?
We sold the property. I never wanted to go back out there again. I only went when I did go.
Okay,
I
think
probably
I'm
went out
good.
there two more times after this happened. Once to watch my husband or my uncle fill in
My
the hole,
husband? What
and
the heck?
second time
He married
to
his
put a
uncle.
padlock on the gate and to
His
get into my
uncle's his
bed. Luckily,
husband.
the person who sold me the property was somebody that I knew. I knew him well. He
Okay,
was willing to
let's
just
go
forego the deal
ahead.
like it never happened. And
Try to fuck up these
he
guys.
reimbursed
Hopefully we
me the
can
money that I had put as a down payment on the property.
survive.
He understood. He didn't say whether or not he had experiences. I just said something happened out there. I don't feel safe, and I don't want to. There's no way I can live there, and I'm never going back out there again. So there's no point in me buying it. And he got it. He said, okay, if that's the way you feel.
Fuck, these guys are gonna get hungry
And
pretty
so
soon.
that all worked out. We're still friends to this day. I've never talked to him about the experience. We sold the property, and I'm wary. I still go to the woods.
I need
I don't ever go by myself.
6 more
I realize that
gamer girl
every
lances.
weapon that I had with me, there's probably nothing that would have done any good against it. I still enjoy hiking with my wife, and I definitely take my dogs with me as an early warning sign. The sidearm I carry now is a Desert Eagle 50 cal.
Desert
I
Eagle.
figure if any handgun has
That'll probably kill
ability to
Bigfeets.
puncture a hole, if it's possible, it's going to be that 50 cal. I'm wary in the woods. I only go places where there's large groups of people or there's a lot of
Gonna need
normal,
another
amounts of
baiting
people that are
archer.
there. I don't think these things tend to go, at least from one experience I had. I was the only one out there. I think that if it's in like campgrounds or parks, like on the Sandy River, where lots of people congregate, it's in the woods, but it's a lot of people there. I don't think they really bother too many people. They're not going to make their presence known.
Oh fuck, this is gonna be actually quite
I tend
difficult.
to only move through the woods when my dogs are with me, when I'm armed, and when I'm not
I'm
by
gonna need more
myself.
archers, I think.
I still enjoy fishing. I still enjoy camping, but I camp where there's a lot of other people camped. I no longer go out in the middle of nowhere
3
by
more.
myself anymore. I did not expect this to happen. It changed my outlook on how to keep myself safe, how to keep my loved ones safe. So it's like your world changes. You have to shift your worldview whenever you have a face-to-face encounter with these things. As I'm sure you know, it's like my new paradigm is the way I saw the world plus this. I didn't see
Holy
any of the
Christ,
other
they're
things that
speeding up
people have
production
equated.
so
There
fast.
were no UFO sightings, and I've
hate
been
it.
living out there for a month and a half. There were no strange lights in the sky. There was no orbs. There was no smell. I didn't get that smell that people talk about. I didn't get any of that. So maybe every experience is different. My worldview is the same. With these things are out there, and I'm not
Fuck,
sure what
dude,
they
I
are.
lost a dude.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier, John. You know, I mean, and I ask
Unlocked.
everyone, what do you think Sasquatch
Let's
is?
see,
And
send me another
there's
3
no wrong
archers up
answer, but what
there.
does your gut tell you as far as what these things
Axe
are?
fighter.
It's like I explained to you earlier. If you look at like old documentaries or even new documentaries on the evolution of like
Okay,
our
I think I'm ready to fight these.
ancient ancestors,
These knights over
we
here.
spoke off
They
that
don't
tree.
die.
Homo sapiens sapiens, human beings, Neanderthals, Cro-Magnon man,
Cro-Magnons.
Gigantopithecus. I don't know that that's what this is. If you go back,
They're
Australopithecus,
monkeys.
all these different hominid species that have branched off.
Hominids.
Most of them died out or been killed out. I think that this was just another branch off of this path that Homo sapiens sapiens are on that did not die out and was not killed out. I believe we share a
Oh,
common ancestor.
they're replacing those
way
guys.
back
Okay,
before
that's
either
okay.
one of
That's
us.
pretty good.
And lots of things have branched off of this through evolution of man, and I think this is just another branch off.
The duality
It's
of
not
man.
us. It's not. It never was us. It's just another branch off of the long sordid history of humankind. I don't think it's ever going to evolve into us. I don't think we're ever going to evolve into it. It's just another offshoot of this family tree of ours. And it was probably thought that it died out a long time ago, and it didn't. I don't think it's something that's been discovered through fossil records or I don't think we know anything about it. I think that the things that we do know about,
Okay, so
this isn't it. But I think that this is in the same neighborhood.
this might be a bit easier than I
Yeah,
thought.
and you could be right, John.
Hopefully.
You definitely could be right. And I admire you for the way you handled this situation. And thank you again for your service to our country and just how you dealt with the whole thing. You know, I think it is a great warning.
5,
Your
6 more
encounter is definitely a great
spears.
warning to people out there. I think some people think that, you know, these things are friendly forest giants. And I assure you, if you approach one, you're going to find out real quick they're not.
Fuck around and find out.
I don't want to go looking for
Moral
them.
of the story.
I could go the rest of my life and never see it again, and I would be just fine. I don't think people should go looking for them. I'm not a superhero, but I'm pretty level-headed. The military taught me to be. I was not prepared for what I encountered, and I don't think that anybody, as much preparation as these research or so-called research organizations think that they are, you're not prepared to deal with these things if they decide that they don't want you there. But yeah, I hope that everyone is careful. Like I said, I'm not seeking notoriety. I came on your show because I started listening to it a few weeks ago, and
Everybody's
like
hungry
what
all
you
at
have to
once.
say.
This isn't good.
I like what the people that you have on the show say. I think that you treat them with respect. And I don't think that you are the type of researcher that goes out there just whacking sticks against trees and yelling and acting
Whacking
a fool.
sticks.
Because
Uh-oh.
all I think that those people are doing is driving them off. You're not going to get a sighting that way. They're going to avoid you like the plague. But you respect people, Wes, and I appreciate that. And you are now the third person I've told this story to, and I'll probably never tell it again.
Run!
This was very therapeutic for me to share it with you. What you choose to do with it is what you choose to do with it. What anybody chooses to do with it is up to them. And now I can put it behind
Okay, let's
me
get the heck
and
out of
move past
here.
it.
Yeah, well, thank you for the kind words, and thank you so much, John. I'm honored you would share it with me.
These spears are gonna get hungry as well. I think I should fight first, because if they're gonna die, I would rather not feed the lancers if they're gonna die in like a second. Go ahead and do that. My buddies are attacking! They actually are gonna attack. Well, that's not good though, because I'm in the middle of... I'm in the middle of feeding! Fuck, dude. Unfortunate timing. Fucking all of my archers over here are hungry. Unlucky. Hold on a second. This is a pretty big attack. Maybe it's worth it to just stay over there and starve. But fight this anyway. Oh wait, hold on. They're gonna fight these buildings that I didn't finish clearing. Okay. So I'll go ahead and feed my army.
On the way. Yes. Move. Your command. Shout time. Your command. Shout time.
Let's do hungry time for all of these.
Shout time. Your command. Yes. Your command.
And I think we should be okay here. So let's do that. And then as we're fighting these knights, we'll go ahead and find another Bigfeets 3.
Move.
I kind of needed the pikemen last time though, so we'll see if we can survive.
Forward. Arch your bows. Arch your bows. Hang 'em from your spears.
17 years.
You know, I just went to Bass Pro Shops and got all my stuff that I needed, and off I went. So, you know, it was a 2-day hike. For me, none of my friends wanted to go with me. They all said I was kind of crazy, and they weren't doing it. So I said, okay, well, I'm going. So, you know, went on this 2-day hike. First day, just a regular hike.
Okay.
Really uneventful.
5
And
less
so
mouths to feed, that's
I
good.
Put up my hammock for the first night, and that's when things kind of started to get, I'm in my hammock, it's twilight, it's evening, and I hear like a whoop, like my neighbor, I don't want to be loud, my neighbor's gonna think I'm crazy, but basically like that,
Oh
just
my
really
God.
loud. And then I started hearing tree knocks, like something's taking a stick and hitting the trees. And then I heard it in different locations, and before long I start
This
hearing,
house is not occupied.
footprint.
Give me the miner.
Something's walking, like something's walking.
I'm walking here.
And when things are quiet, you can hear something's walking, especially when it's coming through the brush. I hear it coming from 3 different directions, and then it walks up pretty close, and then they ended up, on all directions. They came from 3 different directions, but it turns out there was 4 of these things
Okay, so I
that
think
basically
my
surrounded
buddy
me.
is gonna attack soon. So let's
So-
go ahead and get into position.
I'm laying in my hammock
And
and
go
just
ahead and
listening to
support
these
that
things,
attack.
and I'm scared. I'm really scared. And several times I in the night I got up, lifted my head up and looked around, turned my headlamp on, looked around, never saw anything. And I
Didn't see
heard them,
nothing.
all night. And I guess I was so tired from the night, from the walking, that I think I would pass in and out. Which there's parts of the story that really just don't make sense. Even to me, that it just doesn't make sense. So, but that's kind of one of the things that doesn't really make sense, is I would be in and out, and at one point in the night I heard this something hit my hammock, but I didn't feel anything, but I heard it. And it turns out in the morning, and it was loud. It hit it, and then it was like a loud noise, whatever. I had hung my food bag up behind my head in the hammock, like on the tree behind me, or behind my head, whatever. This is 10 years ago, so some of the finer details, are starting to get lost. But anyway, in the morning, my food bag is on the floor. So, I surmised that this thing hit my food bag, and it had
A
fallen.
bear tried to eat his
And
food.
so anyway,
It's a
morning
bear, it's not a
comes,
big feet.
I'm scared. I'm scared like you wouldn't believe scared. As soon as I think it's coming into daylight, I pack up everything, never see a thing, and I start on the trail, keep going north. And on my way out, I see 2 sets of footprints that were coming in. And this is like the swamp. This is the Florida
My
Everglades.
swamp.
So, it's a lot of mud, and there's footprints. There's good footprints. So there's a big set of footprints, small, and with a small set of footprints. And when I say small, I mean bigger than mine. But compared to the
baby.
big footprint, it was small.
Compared
So
to the
anyway, and then
Bigfoot print.
what I noticed that was really struck out to me was a stride. If you walk you know, and you're tracking your footprints. There's maybe like a foot, maybe a foot between your toe and your heel. This thing, I mean, I had to, you know,
What
I'm
the
6'2",
fuck, dude?
I'm
Stop
not
playing with my
small, and I
shit.
have to like reach to get the stride, like really reach my legs, like as far as I can to get the stride of the bigger one. So
What the fuck?
I said to
Oh
myself, you know,
my
hey, I
goodness,
really want to get out of here.
Patches. Stop,
But I
dude.
said,
I
you
can't
know what,
fucking
this is
focus on my
important. No
game.
one's gonna believe this. So I whip out my phone, I take pictures of the footprints, you know, throw my phone in my pocket, and off I
Buddy,
go.
just chill right there.
So
Come here. Lay down.
really uneventful until the afternoon.
Come on. Lay down, buddy.
Keep going.
Lay down, little
And
kitty.
you know, if you ever hike
See,
in
right
the
there.
summer in South Florida in the swamp, it's not an
This
easy
is
hike.
my swamp.
It's water and mud, and it's just not easy, and it's hot. So you got to take a lot of breaks. So
come
I'm taking one of my breaks that I have to take.
Lay down while I
I'm
fight
leaning
my
up against a
enemies.
tree, and I hear the same whoop
Whoop!
whoop or yell, whatever, that I heard the previous evening, and it was to the north of me. So I thought, oh, okay, here we go. So anyway, so when I felt like I was good to go, I got up and kept going north. And then when I got to the, you know, there it'll be like water, and then it'll come up on dry ground or like a higher ground. And so this is on like a higher ground, and I
buddy?
stop again. And when I hike, you know, I'm hiking by myself. I'm just the way I do it. I'm very quiet. Anyway,
These archers over here
I
are gonna need
stop,
some food pretty
and
soon.
so after, and I'm just sitting there. The clouds are kind of rolling in. I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna refill my water if it starts to rain, and thinking about all this stuff. And then I start hearing footprints. I start hearing sounds like someone walking through the woods.
Run, run,
Or
run, run,
something.
run.
Something's coming through
run.
the woods. So
Oh my
it's coming
goodness.
through the woods, and it's coming
The
kind of
big
like
hungy.
diagonally. It's hard for me to say over the phone. I can like draw it out, but this thing, whatever it was going to come out into the open, and I'm sitting on my butt, you know, and I'm thinking, okay, I don't want whatever this thing is. I don't want to
Let's
startle
send these
anything
archers back.
or anything just to kind of happen upon me and be startled. So I start making noise, you know, kind of like shifting my body and my pack and everything, and so this thing stops. So
my
I
goodness,
get up
Patches!
and I start walking towards this thing
What?
because I said I want to know.
I can't fucking play games when she's here. She always wants to hunt the mouse. Oh my god. Patches, buddy, I'm trying to chill and play my games and hear my spooky stories. I just want to hear my stories. Come here, come lay down on the bed. I don't know why she insists on... Okay, there. She's not looking at the screens. You can lay here as long as you don't try to eat my mouse, my cursor, okay? Fucking pussy, dude. Fucking pussies.
Oh, what this thing is. I've heard them, but I haven't seen anything. And I said, whatever this thing is, I want to know. So I start walking towards it, and as I'm doing that, at some point,
she sees my cursor again. Buddy. Dude. Come here. Gotta get you to the bed, because she's gonna keep being annoying. Come here. Come here, little kitty. You're a little kitty. You're a tiny little kitty. Come here. Come here. Come lay down over here. See, look, it's warm and comfy. Okay, as long as she doesn't go back onto my desk, I should be okay. Hopefully. We'll see.
On the way in, I had stepped in crap. Didn't smell anything, and I know this sounds kind of crazy, but this is just what happened. So I step in crap, and so you know, this looks like a giant pile of human crap that I'd stepped in.
Uh-oh.
And so I'm
better
looking
save
at my
here.
footprint and giant pile of crap. And I just,
Let's save here so
okay,
we can help these guys
just-
out. Try to
I
get the
don't know
best
what to
odds
make of it.
possible.
Anyway, I thought it was very odd. And so I keep going, kind of like down the trail a short little ways where this thing is about to come out. And I'm
Buck him
looking into
up!
the brush, and if you've been in like real thick brush, you know, looking in, it can almost be like dark. It's dark. It's not easy to see. So I'm standing there, I'm looking into the brush, and I see an outline of it looks like a person, except giant. Just, I would say, you know, the size of a door. Put a head on it, and that's what I saw as far as an outline goes. And it was just standing there, just facing me. And in my mind, I thought, this is real life. That's what like was flashed through my mind.
I'm gonna have to hold
And
them at the bridge. I
I'm
can't
I'm
fight them in the open like
standing
that.
there. I must have been 20 feet. I mean, you know, 20 feet away. And I'm standing there. My dad, before I left, he gave me a snub-nosed 38 revolver. So, you know, I've got my snub-nosed 38 revolver in my hand, and I'm looking at this giant thing. And so I thought, okay, this is real life. Like, I need to. I think reality kind of set in that I need to start. I need to get out of here. So I'm leaving. The trail kind of like, I can't tell you over the phone, but it kind of like snakes, and it goes back down into the marsh, the mud and the water, whatever, and then it all opens up. So I was in thick stuff,
I
and then
hope
it
I
all
have
kind of
enough
like opens
axe
up.
fighters to survive here.
And when you're out there, you know, there's these things that I don't know what they are, but they grow on trees all throughout the swamp. And so you can think you see something, and you're not really seeing what you think you see. So I think I see another thing, that, you know, same shape, standing there, in front of me, you know, 100 yards away, what have you. And then I'm thinking, okay, no, it's just my eyes are playing tricks on me. And then I see this shape squat straight down, and it's jet black. And then I'm thinking, oh crap, like this is not good. This is bad. And it's right on the trail. And so
That was a pretty
you know,
good,
you're hiking by yourself.
pretty good
There are a couple
support
things
push
you don't
there.
want to do. You know, you don't want to get snake bit.
Another
And there's no
hungy.
cell service out there. So like you break an ankle, you get snake
Get a
bit,
whole
you
new
lose the
unit.
trail,
2 whole
you're
new
having
units.
a bad day if one of those things happen. So I know, okay, I can't lose the trail. I'm not turning around and going back. You know, I'm probably at this point 20 miles into a 30-mile hike. I'm not going back, and those things came around me in the night are behind me. I have to go forward. And I just passed one of these things, okay, that was basically right on the trail. So I'm like, okay, what do I do? And I think, okay, I'm gonna do like walk in a big C, and just walk around this thing, and then get right back on the trail and keep going. So that's what I do. And as I'm walking around this thing, you know, this thing is squatting, and it's about the size of a door, and it's standing behind like a 3-inch little tree. And it like pivot. So if I squat, or you squat, anyone squats, and then you say, okay, like pivot, do 180. You know, you it's kind of awkward to have to do that. This thing was not awkward at all. It was it's as if it floated around this tree, which I just found very peculiar.
We're definitely fucking up their numbers. Let's just get.
So it's jet black. It's got hair all over. I don't see its face. The face is behind the tree, and I don't look at the face. I think, okay, I know some animals. At the time, this is what I'm thinking. I know some animals will be provoked if you look at them in the eyes. Well, I don't even know if that's true. That's what I've been told, or I was told at the time. I don't know. So I think, okay, I'm not gonna look at it in the face. So I'm kind of like watching it from my side. You know, I'm not like staring at it or anything, but I'm definitely watching it. I've got my 38 in my hand. I go around, get back on the trail, and keep going. And then this thing starts following me.
Oh
And
my
that's when I
goodness.
start to really lose my composure.
Run! It's a spooky monster.
It's hard to put it into words. It's just hard to put it into words. That experience of having this thing follow me, and every time I would turn around, it would just be closer and just standing there.
I suspect they've got crossbows over. Oh my god.
And
Well, they're not
that's
crossbows,
when
but they're spooky.
I genuinely thought that I was going to die. I genuinely believed that this thing was going to kill me. It's not like a bear was, if someone's had a bear follow them or a cougar. This is seeing this thing and experiencing it.
I wish I had a cougar following me.
It strikes in you a fear that I've never experienced before. I don't know. Anyway,
Feeling kind of helpless, I would imagine.
I feel
at that moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Patches, buddy.
Exactly. And
I'm trying to use the
I'm 6'2". I'm an
put your
athlete.
head on me.
I mean, if I don't want, I mean, even still, if they're look, people, if I don't want people to, I'm a runner, okay? I'm a runner, I'm an athlete, and I'm moving. My adrenaline's pumping, I'm moving. And this thing, it just, every time I would look back, it would just be closer and just standing there. Like it wasn't even trying.
Super
And
spooky. Spooky monster.
I'm not like a, yeah, I said what I needed to say on that. Anyway, I thought this thing's going to kill me. And then I thought, okay, this is like, I'm going to kill myself. And
Oh my god, okay. What a wonderful time to pause. Okay, so there is this area over here to the left of these watchtowers. It might be a super good idea to move my units over here into this little narrow area and then provoke these guys to attack. These crossbows that keep coming out, they're going to be a pain in the ass. Because what I could also do is just bait these guys out across the bridge. I almost completely forgot to feed these guys. But it looks like most of their numbers here are dwindling because this unit here used to be full of pikemen, but now there's only like 1 or 2. And we've broken through the knights here, now they have swordsmen. It's still gonna be pretty costly, but I think my best point of entry is here on the west. I just gotta keep baiting them out onto the bridge, do the good old 300 Spartans. Please don't starve. Please don't starve.
I know it's kind of like a dark part of the story, what have you, but I thought I'm going to kill myself. And so like I had to come to this decision in my mind where I said, I went back and forth on making that decision because you have to understand that I genuinely thought that I was going to die. And so I decided, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to fight. If I have to, I'm going to fight. I'm going to, and this thing is what, 7, 8, 900, I don't know, 900 pounds. This thing is huge. Snub nose 38 revolver ain't going to cut it. So, I thought, okay, I'm going to wait. And if this thing attacks me, I'm just going to fight, do the best I can, aim for the head, whatever. Wait for the last moment. And so that was the plan. And so I keep going. And as I'm looking back, I no longer see this thing, but I end up passing this very shortly after that. I guesstimated, sorry, it's kind of scattered my thoughts, but it was maybe a quarter mile that I estimated this thing followed me for. And shortly after it stopped, I passed a tree, and I'm looking back and I see another one sitting in the tree. And I didn't understand. It didn't make sense to me because I just passed that tree and I didn't see anything. And now I'm looking back and I see something that's obviously smaller. And how tall it was, I don't know. It was sitting in a tree like as if it was sitting a kid would be sitting in a swing, maybe 5-6 foot. I don't know, but it was just sitting there. and I remember like stopping and like looking, just trying to like understand, like, are my eyes playing tricks on me? What am I seeing? And I thought the conclusion is this is just a smaller one that I guess I missed, sitting there, and it's just looking at me, and
Okay, okay.
and that's
Should
maybe
be
maybe
pretty
a
okay.
100, 100 yards away. And the one that I passed, the second one that I saw that I passed, I maybe ended up being
I'm probably gonna lose quite a bit here in this
25
fight on the
yards away,
bridge, but I think
25
it'll be
yards
worth
away
it.
from it. 20
Ultimately,
yards, it's hard to say. So anyway, I keep
worthwhile
going,
sacrifice.
and at this point,
You're so cute,
I just
little
kind of like
kitties,
lost my
little
head.
patches.
I lost my composure, and just started basically like I just freaked out. Almost like I would say I would you could almost I would say I was in a panic. Okay. Um, and I don't, just so people understand, I'm not one that freaks out very easily. I'm pretty level headed. Um, um, I don't scare easy. I mean, I'm 19 years old. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go hike 30 miles to the Everglades by myself. I mean, most 19-year-olds won't do that. Most people won't do that. But so that's just to give you
Oh
some
fuck, this guy's gonna
context.
get wrecked in like one hit.
I lost it.
It's
I
fucking 4
lost my
crossbows.
composure, and I thought,
Not
okay,
good.
I'm going to shoot around in the air, and maybe after I pass this thing, and I thought maybe it's hunting season or not
Oh my
hunting
goodness,
season,
he
and
got one?
if I fire shots up
This guy's
FWC,
crazy.
the wildlife guys, they'll think maybe they're out here and they'll hear it and think someone's poaching and they'll come. So I fired a round off in the air, and then I thought I'm going to grab my VHF radio. Because at
No!
the time I was doing a lot of diving, and
Okay, I'm gonna need
I had my
another
ring
couple
radio. I knew there
archers.
wasn't cell phone reception out there.
Oh
And I thought,
no.
well, maybe if I get into trouble, I can, reach someone on my radio. So I go to my pack, and the
Oh, wait a
battery
second,
is
I can
gone on
make
my
some.
radio. And that's
Pick a
one thing
couple
that
scouts.
I made sure that it was charged, and I knew where it was, and it was there. It was ready to go. And I go for it, and the battery is gone. And I can't. That's something that's like a big question mark. I don't even know. So I rip my pack apart looking for the battery. I think, it's got to be here. It's not there. So then I think, okay, I got to move fast, and basically running for my life. So I put my water canister on my belt, my water purification tablets, everything that my GPS, everything that I thought that was really important. Put it on my belt, and I decided to ditch my pack. So I ditched my pack. I
Okay.
figure I need to move light, move fast, and
Probably gonna lose my scouts to this charge, but
I
oh
ended
fuck!
up.
Oh no! Oh no!
You can only move
Undo
so
that.
fast
Undo
in the
all of
heat
that.
for so long before you have to stop. So I ended up just shedding clothes. I ended up, I
Fuck.
had long pants at
All
the
of
time,
that.
and for some reason I thought I could move faster if I had shorts. So I ended up cutting my long pants.
Oh my god.
I had like army type
This
BDU
guy's
pants.
so
I cut them
spooked.
down, which didn't help, I guess. Whatever. Anyway, so and as I'm running out, I dive into the water when I start to get hot, and I start taking mud, and I just start caking myself in mud to keep me cool, so I could just keep moving and stay cool. So anyway, when I got out, the trail empties out on I-75, Alligator Alley, and it comes out to like a rest stop. You got to walk west a little bit to a rest stop. But anyway, I walk over to this rest stop. There's these guys sitting behind their truck, and I just walked up to them, and I just fell on the floor, and I just started crying, like bawling my eyes out. And I just was like overwhelmed because I knew it was over. And they looked at me, they called whoever they called, ambulance, FHP, Florida Highway Patrol, and ambulance shows up, and I'm telling everyone, these monsters are following me, chasing me, whatever.
Okay.
And I'm like hysterical.
I think definitely
Pretty
after
hysterical. Oh,
we
and by the
defend
way,
here, we should be able to push in.
as I'm running, I'm not stopping to pee. So when I had to pee, I just pissed myself. So I'm covered. I smell like piss. I've pissed myself several times. I've got long pants that are turned into shorts. No shirt on. At this point, no shirt on. I'm caked in mud from head to toe, and I'm crying. I'm like hysterical. I'm sure it was a sight. So anyway, I'm overcome. I'm just like sobbing because I knew that it was over and that it was
all
done.
ogre.
And they take Naples Hospital and they call my parents. I live on the East Coast. My parents drive over, and I'm telling everyone, this monster is chasing me. These things are following me, whatever. And everyone's telling me, no, that didn't happen. No, you're wrong. You're just making things up. And the doctor says, hey, you hit your head. That's what happened. And I'm like, screw it. No, I didn't hit my head. So he tells my parents that, and he's like, listen, we want to give him a CAT scan because we think that he's got a head injury or something. So they give me a CAT scan. It all comes out clear. And fun fact,
Think...
both
Okay, they're coming
my
now.
toenails, my big toenails, fell off.
Fuck.
If you walk through water for 2 days,
What the
that's
heck?
I guess what happens.
What
So
happens?
anyway, afterwards, I would
pretty
tell
yucky.
people, and they would just say, "Oh, you're eating mushrooms, or you're dehydrated, you're hallucinating, or I've heard it. I've heard it all. It's kind of like sad and frustrating because it's like, well, don't you know me? Don't you know my character? To a lot of people that are close to me, they know me and they believe me. And I really don't care, what people think. It's just, hey, the truth is the truth. Like, this is what happened. And after the event, man,
Fuck him up.
I didn't want to sleep alone. I had nightmares. I had nightmares for a long time. I still have, when I talk about it, I still have dreams,
I can imagine. It definitely stays with you. And you and I were talking about that the other day. After an encounter, most people have nightmares for months afterwards. It's such a, there is PTSD. And I don't want to take PTSD away from anyone who served in the military, but it is a form of PTSD that people go through. Was there any details from any of the creatures that you saw that really stood out to you? I know you're in the Florida swamps, and there's tree cover and there's a canopy and everything like that. But was there anything that really stood out to you when you were looking at any of these creatures?
Give me
They
my
were jet
dudes.
black. Like it was hairy and just jet black. And I got the sense that these things were intelligent. That were very intelligent. In the night, I don't know how
See if I can get
to
these
describe it other
crossbows
than this.
here.
In the night, I got the feeling. I can just say it's a feeling, I guess, that they were curious. The second one that I saw, that was behind the little tree, that ended up following me, I got the feeling from that one that it was curious, and that it did not want me there. That there was some aggression. I don't want to say aggression, but I got the feeling that it didn't want me there.
What do you make of? I'll ask you about the intent as far as what you think they were doing, but you describe your bag being hit, and then the ham radio or the UHF radio that you use, when you're out in the sea, the battery being
Oh,
missing.
jeez, okay.
Do you think maybe you didn't put the battery on it, or do you think it was taken in the middle of the night? Obviously, only you would know.
I know.
That's pretty
I know
dangerous,
for sure
but I think
that
all
it was
things
there.
considered, it was
ready to go
alright.
when I started, because I knew that if something bad happened, that was my lifeline, and so that's something that I took very seriously. So I know for sure that it was there when I started. The only time that radio was out of my sight was when I passed out, and that's the detail that I think is important, because when you're passed, you don't know what's going on around you when you're passed out.
Yeah, there's an account. Your account reminds me of, I believe it was in Washington State. This guy was in his hammock, and he was middle of nowhere, and he woke up. I can't remember if it was early. I want to say it was early morning. He woke up, and he said one creature was standing over the top of him, looking at him, and the other one was going through his pack, and they were stealing stuff out of his pack. And if you listen to his description, he's describing what sounds like a Sasquatch. But he said they were upright, just like people would be. One was going through his pack. The other one was kind of giving him the stink eye, looking at him. And he let them obviously take whatever they wanted to take.
I can make some
It's
swordsman
terrifying,
here.
man.
I've got
Especially going
21.
out there, Sasquatch
This could be
aside, it's
good.
dangerous going out what you're doing out in the middle of those swamps, 30 miles deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's it's I guess when you're 19, you don't make the best quality decisions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're gonna live forever when you're 19. We've all been there.
Yeah.
What do you think the intent was? I mean, do you think the intent was if you hang around too long or if you stop for too long, they were going to hurt you? Or do you think that they were just trying to push you out? What's kind of your take on what was going on there?
On the one that was, well, the first one, I think it was just by chance that I think that was just kind of a chance
I'm gonna
encounter.
need how many?
Where
11 here.
we just stumbled into each other, I guess.
11 more
And then the
spears.
second one, same thing. I think it started to follow me because
This might be
looking
dangerous
back
here,
on it, and I
unfortunately.
didn't form this opinion until years later when after. But the second one was following me, I think, because there was a smaller one that I was walking towards, and so it just wanted to get the point across that I needed to just go and keep going, and that point came in loud and clear. So if these things wanted to, I could have disappeared. So if they wanted to take me, I think they could have. My parents
This is gonna
were
suck
praying
so
for me
hard.
a lot. I just talked to my dad recently and brought it up, and he told me that, and my grandmother, my grandfather, and my aunt.
Oh
My
boy,
aunt
here we
calls
go.
my grandmother and she says, "Hey, Joseph's really on my heart, on my mind. Is he okay?" And she goes, "Well, actually, no, he's not. He's out, in the swamp or whatever." And it going on a 2-day hike is for a lot of people, that's just nothing. That's just common. That's a common thing.
The
Not a
beanie
big deal.
horse.
But I think
I should have
for
moved
whatever
my dudes
reason,
up here.
they were very concerned about me, and I think if it wasn't for their prayers, I don't know if I would be here. If I'd just be missing, disappear, what have you. I mean, if these things wanted me,
Fuck, dude, no fucking way.
they could have had me.
They would
He
have had
moved
you.
out of
Yeah, no doubt. When they were
out of
pacing you
position
out,
just in
was there any
time.
vocalizations that you remember as far as, I know you heard the whoops, but as you were making your exit and they were following you, was there any vocalizations that you remember?
Nothing. I mean, there's footprints. There's
Okay,
there's
hopefully this is
footprints
good
all over the
here.
place. That's what really struck out to me. Stuck out. I'm sorry, stuck out to me. Nothing
Fuck him
as far as
up.
vocalizations or anything.
Yeah,
I didn't see anything.
It's terrifying, man. Your whole encounter is terrifying because you don't know what's going to happen next, and it doesn't feel like they want to hug at that moment. I'm very, very curious. What was kind of your take on the whole Sasquatch subject prior to having this encounter?
Yeah, so I had gone on the BFRO website prior to this, and just because hey, what's up with this Bigfoot thing? I
Oh
wanted to
my
just
fucking
you're just
goodness,
curious,
dude.
just so I
What the
found my
heck?
way onto that site and just read several of the accounts, and I came to the conclusion that they're real based on the
Whatever,
eyewitness
dude.
testimonies and reading through, and I just thought, okay, they're real and they're out there because there's too many people saying the same things, too many eyewitness accounts that corroborate with each other,
Grab these
and so I thought there's
10.
got to be something to it. When I heard
Let me
the
hear.
whoop and I heard the wood knocks, I thought, it brought me back to, what I had read, but it's one thing to read about something, and it's another thing to,
Uh-oh.
No.
No.
I mean,
no,
really
no.
experience it. So yeah, so I had,
Okay, hold on.
in
This might be
theory,
good. This
thought
might be
that
okay.
there was something to
Hopefully.
it prior to this.
Hopefully it's okay.
Have you ever gone back to that area?
So that is to get there, to get where I was, that's you kind of have to commit to at least an overnight trip, and that's not something I'm willing to commit to. I have gone
I don't want to hit these
back
guys
on
here. I don't want to get too
the
close.
south
It's
side
pretty
and the north
spooky.
side of I-75 on the
I
Florida Trail.
Definitely want to hug the left
And I
side if
just
I
do day
can.
hikes. I don't go alone. I bring people. I'm armed.
Oh, fuck.
And we've
That
gone
was an
in.
accident?
We've seen footprints. We have pictures and all sorts of stuff. And I didn't go back until this last year, 10 years later. And I brought my brother with me, and he saw, it's like you're walking and you don't see any footprints, and then all of a sudden you see giant footprints out. I'm talking like miles and miles in. You start seeing giant footprints. It's what can you say? What is there to think? So that was kind of nice to be, because for so long people think that you're just a whack job, or you're nuts, or maybe he's telling the truth, maybe he's not. But when you have someone in your family that's like, well, I don't know how to explain these footprints, it's kind of,
That
it's
was such an
been
unfortunate load
very
of shit
nice
there
to
where
have
you
that.
just fucking one-shot
Um,
me.
It's been nice to have
Fucking
that.
asshole.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And you and I were talking about this the other day. You come across a mother bear and her cub, and you're dead. You're not going to outrun it. You're not going to outswim it. And you're not going to outclimb it. You're a dead man. Bear's going to kill it. Any real wildlife, if it has its young nearby, you're in big trouble. What's weird about Sasquatch is they don't really seem to react like you would think most wild animals would react. If you're heading towards its young, it's just going to kill you. But it's weird that Sasquatch would follow you
Okay,
out.
this looks like a good entry point here. If we fuck up these guys pretty well without losing too much.
And the Sasquatch
This
don't
is
seem
gonna be
to
kind of
react.
spooky though.
As long as you don't
They're
do
gonna
anything,
keep building
they
up.
don't seem to really react like you would think an animal, or an animal would react. Why do you think they didn't hurt you?
I genuinely, we're talking about just my personal belief. I personally believe that they would have, if it wasn't for my family praying for me. I firmly believe I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for their prayers. I think that God was protecting me. Maybe he had angels around me. I don't know. But I don't think I would be here. I think they would have. I think honestly, they would have.
Okay, we're looking
I just,
pretty
that's
good
just what I
here.
believe. I don't know if that's right
answer.
or not, but
Yeah, it's a fair
Yeah.
answer. It is odd in a lot of situations to where they come just on the edge of killing you, and then they don't, which is weird to me. But they'll definitely intimidate you, and they'll make you afraid, and they'll make you want to leave. You're already leaving at that point. It's weird that the Sasquatch would follow you and make sure you make your way out. But you hear that all the time too. You hear of people who are being followed out of the woods, and it isn't until they get to the edge of the tree line these creatures stop. Over the last 10 years, how's it
Oh
affected
no,
you,
they got
this
more crossbows
experience?
back there.
That's a great question. When I came out, I had a complete. I know this kind of sounds silly, but I had a complete different kind of almost an outlook on life. So when I went in, I wasn't living probably the way that I should be, and I came out really valuing life. I even looked at water differently. I just saw everything as more beautiful and something to be like life as to be valued and cherished. And
Okay, we can now continue over on this side.
it really
Harassing these fuckers.
that's what really spurred. So I'm a Christian, and that's what really spurred me. That was kind of like the catalyst in my life.
I gotta get more axe
in
fighters
my
here as well.
personal spiritual journey. That's what really made me start taking my faith seriously. I came out of there like, okay, with a purpose and a drive in life that I didn't have before. So really like a beautiful, and people who know me can attest to that. They can just, in my family and everyone, they just can attest to that. So it's like I had to fight to live. Like I had to fight to live. I know it sounds silly, and
No, it doesn't
but
sound
it's
silly
like
at all.
I had to want it, and I felt like I was in a situation where, and on my way out too, I almost stepped on, the whole time I didn't step on any snakes. On my way out, I almost stepped on, and maybe it's because I was hysterical and moving fast and not paying attention, but I almost stepped on a few water moccasins. And then, when you get close, they'll curl up, and then their head will come back, and they'll open up their mouths, and you see like their white mouths. And I came really
Holy
close to
Christ, they
stepping on
got
a
so
few
many
of them,
crossbows!
and I didn't. So
I've got at least 2
I-
units of crossbows over
I
there,
don't know,
maybe 3.
I forget the question, but
No, that's all right, man. I
No.
think you're lucky to be here because you were an easy target.
Okay, let's get the
It
heck out
is
of
a
here.
terrifying account. I know 10 years is a lot of time to heal.
Then we'll charge in with some
and
scouts.
I want to ask you, would you ever want to see one again?
Phew.
Yeah, yes and no. Yes and no. So I think I would. And at this, let me see one. Let me see one, and then I'll let you know. Let me see one again. And I'll tell
Yeah.
I'll answer that question. I don't. I kind of have mixed feelings, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's understandable. I think a lot of times people who even have terrifying encounters, after some time passes, they go, you know what, I would like to see one again, maybe from a distance and maybe it not chasing
Yeah.
me.
Yes.
But
Yes.
there's this moment, I think, after you've had an encounter to where you know what you saw and you know what you experienced. But having said that, it's this weird human psychology to where we think, I didn't really see that. Did I dream that up? Did that really happen? Like, it feels like a bad dream. And it's so hard to come to
Okay, let me grab.
the reality of, yeah, that's actually what I saw.
Build this back up to
But
10,
there's
and
that,
then we'll
you
grab some
fight with your
scouts.
own
We can
inner
charge in there
self
onto
being
those
like,
crossbows.
there's no way that actually happened. Maybe I didn't see that. Maybe
Fuck, I'm a lot
but
of
at the end of
shields.
the day, you can't lie to yourself. You know what you saw. So I think a lot of people, even if they have terrifying encounters, they go, yeah, I would like to see one again. Maybe from about 300 yards away and I'm on top of a mountain and there's no way for it to get to me. You know what I mean? Just to kind of prove to yourself, like, if I could go back, I wish I could see it longer or maybe film it. Or I think that's what drives a lot of people after they've had an encounter, especially a terrifying encounter.
Yeah. For me, there's no question. There's no question about did I really see that? It's like there's no doubt
Oops,
in my
wrong grip.
mind. And if I saw one again, I hope it wouldn't be a terrifying experience, but I'm mentally prepared now. I go out with, I go out armed. I have more than a 38 snub nose revolver when I go out, and I don't go out alone. So
Okay.
I feel comfort when I
Two.
do. And when I go out, I went out once to set up a trail cam, in a wildlife management area.
I don't think I want to
And I
engage
just felt
here. I think we'll
so
just
uneasy.
pull out
Just
of this area.
being there by myself, just
Hold here onto
everything.
this choke point.
I'm watching my back. I'm jumpy. I'm anxious. It's just not. It's not fun. I just can't do it. I just don't want to do it. So just being with a small group of people that I trust, and if we saw one again under those circumstances, you know, um, yeah, I think that would be cool.
Under different circumstances, no doubt. I'm always jealous of the people that are like, yeah, I was driving my car and it was on the side of the road, and they're passing it. And, that's the encounter I'd want. When you're in your car,
Right.
you're doing 50 miles an hour and, you're relatively safe. What do you think that they are, Joe? What's kind of your personal opinion?
Well, like you say all the time, I don't have one in my garage that I'm studying, and I like that because, look, nobody really knows. We can speculate. So, my best guess, my speculation from my point of view and from my worldview, I kind of think that they're in
I'm
line
gonna make
with
2 right
what
now.
the Bible
What
talks
the heck?
about with the Nephilim in Genesis chapter 6, where these fallen angels came and had sex with women or whatever, and then the offspring was Nephilim. So I think that they're human hybrids. I think they're, my personal opinion, okay, I think that they're half angel, evil, fallen angel, and half human. Um, and that's just me guessing. I don't know, but based on some of the things that I've heard other people on your podcast and whatnot with mind speak and cloaking and even when I saw them, like there's I came out with an impression that they're extremely intelligent. When I say intelligent, not like an animal intelligent, I'm talking like a person or smarter type of intelligence. So that's just what I think. I think that they're evil human hybrids. is what I personally
Evil
think that they
human
are.
hybrids.
Yeah, and that's a fair answer. It's like I said, no one really knows. I'm just kind of
Right.
curious on your opinion, and you're right. I mean, you could be right. There's a lot of weird accounts of them doing bizarre things. I just talked to a cop who he's sitting in his patrol car,
Okay,
and
let's move these guys in there.
he sees what
The other
appears
scout
to
here.
be like, you remember the movie Predator?
Yes.
And he sees that, and it's walking, and he's looking at it.
Guys
and
are
he's in
hungry
shock.
soon. Let's go
What's
feed them
fascinating
real
about his
quick.
account, so he's watching this thing, and it's not far from his patrol car, and he's terrified at this point, and it stops and kind of looks back in his direction, or he felt like it was looking at him, and then it takes off and it runs behind a pillar next to this church. It's a kind of a long story, but it's next to a wood line, and he can still see it behind the pillar. He can see the shoulders sticking out. But he said, Wes, it reminded me of a distortion in the air. It did not appear to be, physical, but it was there. And then it took off running. And the moment it took off running, he said it looked like what people describe as Sasquatch. He said all of a sudden it became very physical. And, not that a cop is more credible than anyone else, but a cop has more to lose by coming forward and talking about this. But that
Let's
sort of
move away.
experience you hear time and time
Taking
again
us across the river
from
here.
people
Oh my
who
god, these guys are hungry
specifically
too.
have these things on their property. A lot of people who have encounters, your encounter lasted a lot longer than most people. Most people, it's a quick glimpse and it's gone. But people have been around them for a while. They'll describe bizarre things like that, or their eyes glowing. I've talked to many hunters who, they know when there's eye shine and when there's eye glow. They seem to do bizarre things that defy a normal animal. And in my opinion, I think there's more to this story. There's
Okay,
more going on here than you'll hear from quote unquote
Feed
Bigfoot
these
research
guys.
experts
Feed
who
these
got an
guys.
answer
We
for
gotta feed
everything.
these guys
When
too.
someone has an answer for everything, don't ask any follow up questions because their theories start to fall apart the moment you do that. But it's hard to pass off some of this weird stuff that goes on. I don't think that they're the Nephilim, but I can see why you would think that. And again, I could be wrong. You know what I mean? I don't know it all. I could be 100% wrong. They could be the Nephilim. But they seem to do weird things that defy a normal animal. And you're right, until you experience them coming around you, it's not like a normal animal. It's almost like a human intelligence but smarter.
Right. Yes. 100%. You say
How
that,
many
and
of these do we
it's
need?
hard
We
to
need 5,
understand
6.
until you've
We have 3,
experienced it to really
unfortunately.
know, the level of fear, and to experience the sense of intelligence. It's hard to
Topics.
put it into words.
Yeah, and your encounter, man, is terrifying, especially when you're by yourself. For me, I think it'd be terrifying, Sasquatch aside, terrifying just to go hang out in the swamps of Florida, 30 miles deep. Because everything wants to kill you. I mean, you got water moccasins, you got gators, you name it, everything wants to kill you. And then on top of that, you throw these creatures in. You wouldn't catch me out there. So I got to give it to you for going out there on a 30-mile hike, man.
Well, anytime you want to come and go for a little walk in the woods out there, we've started to go back. I've started to go back out just on day hikes, and we have a good time. So if you ever want to, you're ever in South Florida and want to challenge, and come on, let's go.
How about we hang out at the beach and drinks are on me?
All right, you got a deal.
Yeah.
Guess
go
I could
diving.
also
Yeah, there
include
you
these
go.
dudes over there.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing it, man, because it is a terrifying encounter. I mean, to be run out of there, and you're talking about a long period of time to where you're not really sure if you're going to make it out or not.
Okay,
I
all
know
of these guys
you're
are
nervous
fed.
about
Let's
telling
move
the
up.
part about,
Up,
killing
up, up,
yourself,
up.
but if you're in that moment, I used to joke on the show, if you shoot one, save one bullet for yourself because you might need it. And it was a half joke because there was some truth behind that. And I think the way you were just trying to exit, you didn't. I think if you would have started pointing your gun towards them and maybe fired off, I think you would have been. I wouldn't be talking to you.
I think you're probably right. I know when I was walking past it, I had the hammer cocked back, and I wasn't. I was trying to do anything but provoke, for sure. And if I had, and some people I've told the story before, and some people say, "Why didn't you shoot it?" And they, those people that say that, they just don't understand. They're definitely not hunters, and they just don't understand. Try shooting a 200-pound bear with a 38. It just doesn't. It's not going to go good for you. Much less a 700-pound or however much this thing weighed. Giant thing monster.
Okay, I think we're ready to
it's
start
piss it
pushing
off
in
is what
here.
you
you're just
do.
going to make it mad. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. It really is a good thing they didn't shoot. I think in that situation you would have been
Quantum rays?
and then
No, not yet.
I mean, you saw 3 of them, but the night before when you were
But this guy who's currently telling his story, he thinks that they're angel-human hybrids, the fallen angels, Nephilim, who had some veiny horses, where humans is. So that's what this guy thinks.
sitting in your hammock, you had the impression there was more than 3, didn't you?
Yeah. So I distinctly heard 4 around me, and they were, one to the north, one to the south, one to the east, one to the west. And so they were around me, and I could hear them very close. I knew that they were very, very close, and I distinctly heard the footsteps, the bipedal walking, and they're in thick brush. I mean, it's loud. I'm hearing them walk through the brush. It's loud. You can hear each one of them. So there was definitely 4 of them.
D&D
And like I said,
Amogos.
I didn't see
What
them
the
that
heck?
night, but I definitely heard them.
They better give me some of that,
Definitely
Mace. What?
heard them walk.
Yeah, last question I
They
want to
walk
ask you. How many
Amogos.
knocks did you hear when you were in your hammock? How many wood knocks did you hear? Do you remember?
Wes, I don't remember. I wish I would have paid attention, but I just honestly don't remember.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay.
Don't know.
It's terrifying, man, especially to have them around you, and you really are at their mercy at that moment. And you hear it from the cop I was telling you about earlier. Cops are armed to the teeth, and he had the impression that it was a paperweight.
31st.
It
I
was
mean,
pointless. It was useless compared to what he was
is it
saying.
gonna be good? I don't know
It's
if
a
it's.
scary account, man.
I've
really
heard much
appreciate
about it.
coming forward because, you're not the only guy this has actually happened to, and I think a lot of people after they have an encounter
Fuck
like
him
this,
up.
they think I'm the only one that's seen this, and people are going to think I'm crazy if I talk about it, and it couldn't be farther from the truth.
Well, I agree, Wes. And let me just thank you, man, for having me on, for talking with me. Most people don't know how much work that I'm sure goes into this. You told me you skipped dinner, lunch. You've been at it all day. You're at it every day, and I'm sure there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. So, man, thanks for the work that you do, the time that you put in. I think it's important, and you do a fantastic job. The platform that you have quite a large
What
platform,
the heck?
and it's for good reason. You put in the work. So, man, thanks for having me, Wes, and thanks for everything you do.
Thanks so much, Joseph. It is a lot of work, and but it does help people. It helped me to listen to people's encounters after I had my own, and I hope it helps someone else. But thank you for coming on.
All right, thanks, Wes.
Don't think it's gonna be good, but hopefully it can't be bad good. What the heck? You're just trying to watch 80s horror movies. If you think you're gonna be able to make it through the movie without falling asleep, then yeah, sure. I'm down to eat some popcorns and sneak some Takis into the theaters. It's not a support group. It's just a podcast. This isn't a pool. It's a podcast where people just tell their stories. With people who actually are respectful as they are listening and sharing their experiences instead of being laughed at and being called crazy by their parents.
And that's it for tonight, everyone. Remember, if you've had an encounter...
Okay, let's see if I can find another good one. A Whirlwind of Weirdness. That one sounds kind of cool. It looked directly at my gun. I kind of like that one. Let's do that one. It looked directly at my gun. This one.
Had the operations and the new Central Georgia.
Talking about, I called. No, thank you for coming on. I
Bigfeets
really
Brotherhood.
appreciate it. And this encounter took place in Georgia, didn't it, Rob?
That's correct.
You're just being a meaty. You're trolling people
South
who are
Central Georgia,
spooked.
and around the Telfair County area, which most people who are interested in fishing and all would know that's where the world's record bass was first caught around 1930, 23 or something like that. I'm not exactly sure on the date, but George Perry caught the fish. I mean, it weighed 22 pounds, 2 ounces, which, I mean, held the record for many, many years. I mean, up until here recently, where a Japanese fella caught the new world's record. But yeah, it held the record for a long time.
I gotcha. Well, if you would take us back to your encounter, what were you doing?
I don't know if I like that
And,
push.
walk us into what happened.
Okay, well,
I think these scouts
just
just
to
need to
give you
charge
kind of a
straight into that
short,
second group.
you know, to what led up to this, I had moved here to Telfair County around 2015. And,
You wouldn't understand. You're
married
not a
lady
hunter.
here
You're not a
who was
fisher.
from here. Shortly after that, my sister
Fuck
had
him up!
developed breast cancer, and she had the operations and the augmentation on her breast, and me and her
Augmentation?
were real close because she had my dad had raised both of us in a little town not far south of here called Roberta, which is central Georgia. We had grew up there all our lives, and we were just real close. And Dad died in '09, and
Breast
then we
augmentation in my
developed this,
Bigfoots
and
video.
we just felt sure she was going to beat it, and felt good about it. And then in 2016, it came back, and we found out it was on her brain. It just really put everybody involved, the family, what was left, and I was really going through a hard time, and I was right there with her up until she passed away in 2017. It was just real bad on us all.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, fuck. They've got a whole bunch of crossbows coming back over here.
She told me. She said, I'm dying, and it just
Yeah,
really
Pikeman too?
got
Fuck,
to
dude.
me. I just never really accepted it, until we put her in the ground on August the 17th of 2017. Shortly after that, I'm, really going through a lot of trouble with that. And I mean, it's causing a lot of problems. I mean, you can imagine the strain on a marriage, and I'm the kind of person I kind of deal with things myself, and when I really need to speak out like I'm doing now, I didn't, and it put a strain on my marriage, and I was going through that, and anyway, a buddy of mine called me from back home.
There's so many fucking
he's
crossbows.
talking
What
to me,
the heck?
trying to help me through this, and he told me, he said, look, he said, I know down there where you're at, there's a lot of good hunting, and it was shortly after deer season in 2019, February of 2019. It'd been a little over a year since her death, and he said, why don't you go scout us out a place, and we'll go hog hunting. Deer season's over with, and that's the WMA down there close to the river, and it was. So I told him I would, and if everything's correct, it was on a Sunday in 2019 in February. I think it was around the second or third week of February.
Okay, I think
It was
I'm
around
pretty
my
good here
birthday,
to
'cause I
start
was
building
born on
a
February
bunch of
the
scouts
19th,
to
and
deal with these crossbows.
I went down to the WMA, close to where the world's record bass was caught. I mean, don't have no problem telling nobody about where it was. I mean, that's where it was. I had went in there. It stopped at the back gate, the one that went down to the public landing, and I had my dog with me, and he was running around there. we had started out toward where I thought the lake was. I wasn't even sure. I'd never been to the lake. I just was going in the direction where I had, heard it was. I was getting pretty close to where I thought it should be, and my dog went missing. I mean, he just, went missing. And I tried to call him, and he was nowhere around. So I kind of walked on, really looking for him, and I could see gleaming of water up ahead of me. And I figured that, that either had to be the lake or some part of it. And as I got closer to it, I started to smell something. It was like something dead.
It's a
The first
stinky.
thing that I thought when I smelt it, it was dead.
It was me when I
And
haven't
as I
showered.
got closer to the water, and I'm not quite in view of it yet, but I can see the sun gleaming off of it. It was definitely water. It got stronger, and as I approached it, I mean, I'm looking around because it's so strong at that point to where, I mean, I ought to be on it. Whatever it is, I ought to be seeing whatever it is. That's what I'm thinking. The first thing I'm thinking is, well, maybe, deer season's just gone out. Maybe somebody's killed something, and it's, I've always heard animals go into water, to when they get hit or whatever. And I'm looking real close around, and all of a sudden, I catch a glimpse of something to the right of me. I mean, it's nothing automatic, I just kept a glimpse of something. It's kind of like a bird, fluttering. And as I turn and look about 80 feet away, there's this object standing beside this tree, like a gum tree or a walnut tree, which they're quite prevalent down here, in the South. And I look, and I'm not really catching any, nothing's registering to me about, what I'm looking at. And all of a sudden, I catch movement. And as I focus in, I look, and it's around where the lips would be of something, you know, at this angle. And I'm still not quite sure about what I'm looking at. And as I look at it, I'm kind of quartering toward it. And I had a gun with me. I mean, I always, when I go scouting, I take a gun with me. And I had it kind of behind my right leg, hanging lateral to my body. And I'm looking at it, and it's, when I realize what it is, it's the lips of this being standing there. I mean, he's kind of moving his lips like he's chewing on something. And when I realized, what I'm looking at, I kind of stepped back. And when I did, my gun came kind of actually beside me instead of right behind my leg. And he's automatically, and that's when I knew that it was something, because his eyes went directly to that gun. I mean, he just, boom, went to that gun. And then I realized, what in the hell am I looking at? I mean, what is this? He's looking at me. He goes back to me. I realize then he's looking at me. And I don't have the best eyesight in the world. I mean, I should, have glasses, but it was close enough that I could distinguish him looking at me and him looking at that gun. I mean, he knew what that gun was. And I'm like, oh my God, what in the hell am I looking at?
That was such an awful
instinctively,
fight,
I
dude.
kinda
Fuck.
knew, but I didn't want to, I didn't ever, it was kind of just an all of a sudden moment. He kept looking at that gun and looking at me, and I don't know why I did it. To this day, I don't know why I did it. But I just kind of lifted my left hand up, like, hey, I'm no threat. I just
Oh
lifted
my
it up.
goodness, that sounds so funny.
And
Wait,
when
he's
I
just
did
describing
that,
it. What's
it
up, buddy?
looked directly at me,
Oh my god.
and then it turned slightly to the left and started. He took 2 steps and covered 15 feet and got the tree that he was closely beside in between me and him. And he directly started walking away. And I'm still sitting there thinking, what am I looking at? And as he stepped away, I mean, it was his head never moved. It stayed completely level as he stepped away. It was a freakish kind of movement that he made. He stepped away, got that tree in between me and him, and took 4 or 5 more steps, and there was a fork right there in the tree, just a little above his head. But the ground was kind of moving uphill slightly away from me, and I caught one more glimpse of him between those forks of that tree, and I could hear him, but shortly after that, I couldn't see him no more, and I wasn't moving. I mean, I was just left, and like, what in the hell is that? And he walked away, and I just sat there. I mean, I stood there for a moment, wondering what and I'm still, my dog is nowhere around, and I'm thinking, where in the hell did River go? He walked away, went out of hearing. I didn't see him no more. I'm sitting there thinking, is all this stress that I've been under and everything, I mean, I was really just baffled about what I'd saw. And I turned, I started walking back to the truck after I gained my composure. And I was feeling so bad. I didn't know what the feeling was I was feeling. And I got back to the truck, and my dog was there at the truck. I mean, usually he stays with me right from the beginning, but he was there back at the truck. And time I opened the door, he just jumped in. I mean, he was, usually you got to coax him in the truck. I mean, but he was right there in the truck.
He's like, we're out of
And,
here.
The dog
yeah,
knew. The
we're
dog
outta
knew
here. I mean,
danger was
he's, like,
was
gone.
abound.
I mean, he's a chocolate
Like,
cocker
fuck this
spaniel,
shit,
and,
dude. I'm out of here.
I mean, usually he's very protective over me and my wife, Kathy. I mean, anything, he just raises cane at. I never heard him bark or nothing. But he was there at that truck, and he wanted to get in it. And I just sat there at that truck, and the feeling that I felt, I mean, it was like I was wanting to get sick, and I couldn't understand it. It was like I wasn't in fear at the time. And when I talked to you earlier, I went back and I started thinking, and I can remember the one time I felt that way. And I know, I mean, people may say, well, God, this guy's, he's really going back searching for stuff, but it's the honest to God truth. The only time I
He's
remember
reaching.
ever feeling that way, I was 13 or 14, and I was allowed to go to a Saturday night party that a girl had, and some people there had some pot. And I grew up in kind of a Southern Baptist home, and you were
No,
supposed
no
to be a
drugs
good
allowed.
boy.
Good
That
boy.
kind of stuff was
Like Bobby Hill.
taboo, and
Because that
I
boy
took
ain't
a
right.
puff off a joint, and I ain't kidding you. I had to almost get help because I felt like I had done something so wrong
This guy sounds funny.
when I took that puff off that joint. I mean, really. I mean, I can remember the sickening feeling I got because I felt like I'd done something. My grandmother, who raised me, growing up in a split family, she raised me, and I thought I had done something bad. And that's the same feeling I'd had when I saw this creature. And when I finally came around it, there was just something wrong about seeing him. It was just so wrong. When I saw him, it just felt so wrong. I didn't know what to think about it.
Yeah,
And
no,
I
I
mean,
get it. Kind of
it's
shocking.
been,
Shocking.
it was absolutely shocking. And
Yeah.
but the thing about it, I've heard people talk about getting sick and everything. And when I talked to you last, I was trying to put things together, but that was the best way for me to describe the way I felt. I felt like it was wrong. It was just wrong for me to be there and to see that. It wasn't like he was overly frightening. When he looked at me, I didn't feel like he was fixing to charge me or nothing like that. I mean, I grew up. My daddy and granddaddy both were gunsmiths, and I grew up hunting, and I've been in the woods. God, there is no telling how many times. There's no telling how many deer and stuff I've killed. When I saw him, the feeling I got after that experience was that was wrong. It was just wrong, for me to have seen him or to experience that. Like I said, I never felt like, I mean, like I said, I grew up, hunting and everything, and
Yeah.
I knew I had a shotgun with 5 loads in it, and I'm a pretty good shot.
Loads, huh?
And I didn't feel threatened so far as that, or maybe I should have been. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
it doesn't seem like it. From what you're telling me, it kind of seems like he was just kind of on his way. He was in between, or
I think I wandered up on him, and really, so far as what I hear about people with infrasound and all, I don't think any of that played a part. But I kind of stumbled upon him, like he did upon me. And the one thing that I can say, if anybody ever asks, he knew what that gun was. When I stepped out and he saw that gun, he knew what it was. He nailed in on it. I mean, he looked right down at it. I didn't feel like there was no need to throw up, or take a defensive stance. I don't know why I did it. I don't know why. To this day, I just threw my hand up like, like an Indian would, hey, peace, let's,
yeah. No,
there's,
I get it. Yeah, I mean, and I think that was smart doing that. And you're probably right. He probably did know what that gun was. I'm curious, what did he look like? Can you describe him for the audience?
the best description that I have given, that I've told my friends and I've told everybody else. And this is honest to God truth. Kerry from Odyssey, Bigfoot Odyssey, he gave a description of the one that he saw. Now, it wasn't per se exactly like the one he saw, but it was very, very close. He was dark haired. He wasn't black, but he was dark haired. And the skin on his face, which was exposed, it was dark, like a dark charcoal gray. Nose, prominent, but it wasn't like a gorilla flat. I mean, it had a bridge to it, and it wasn't exactly on the end of it sticking out, but it wasn't exactly flat. And big, dark, almost, and I am colorblind, so I can't distinguish between red and like bright orange. They kind of look the same to me. But, dark colors, they kind of look the same. And his eyes were very, very dark. I mean, like black, dark brown, and I did not see any white around them. But I could tell when he was looking at me or looking at that gun. Big mouth. I mean, that's the one thing I remember because that's the
He's big
first thing I
mouth.
saw was his lips moving, like he was chewing something. I mean, like moving it from side to side. I never saw any teeth. But that's the picture I saw. The best, when Kerry said that this was what he saw, that's what it kind of looked like. Except it wasn't quite as dark in the face as what he saw. And it just had the appearance that, I didn't think about it at the time of being, evil or anything like that. It just, after the circumstances, I felt like it was just wrong for me to have seen it. That's just the way I felt. I felt like it was bad for me to see it. I didn't get, sick for 3 or 4 days. I just felt bad, a dreadful, like I had seen something I wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. And I think it's fascinating, the whole interaction that you guys had. I mean, really, there was no aggression.
I see the barracks.
He was probably just as surprised to see you as you were to him.
And that's what I thought. When he looked at me, that's what I thought. Like, I stumbled up on him, like, uh, maybe he stumbled up on me. I mean, like, what? I mean, that's what I thought. When I looked at him, the first thing I thought, there's two things I thought. My daddy had always told me that there was no animal in North America that is that you should fear. Everything fears you. And when I saw him, that's the first two things I thought. I said, Daddy, where are you at now? I mean, I can remember him saying this just like it was yesterday. I mean, I was like, what would you say now? And, I thought, I was a surprise to him like he was to me. I mean, it was just, the first thing his expression said was, what the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, and
What
I
the
think
heck
if you
are
would
you
have
doing in
pulled
my
that gun
room?
up, I think it would have turned south. I think that him looking down at it and kind of looking back.
I believe that. I believe that. I mean, I do. I mean, he was really zeroed in on that. I mean, he just. I mean, he would like look at it, and then he'd look back at my face to see what I'm thinking. Like, are you fixing to pull this up? And the moment that I lifted my hand like that, I mean, it's almost like this Joker
Oh,
was
fuck, they're coming.
thinking
Oh, no.
what I was thinking.
Run, run,
And
run.
I
Run,
don't
run,
know
run.
what to think about that. I mean, if this is an animal, if this is a, if this is something that's supposed to be an animal, a flesh and blood animal, and I'm not saying there was nothing telepathically there, you know what I'm saying? That he's thinking what I'm thinking, but if that kind of expression he's giving me and I'm reading that, what the hell is this? I mean, it was like, he was thinking what I was doing. Like he knew when I lifted my hand that I wasn't going to do anything defensively. I mean, what is this?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, and you're right. I think, most primates, and I'm not saying it's like a monkey or
Monkey.
a great ape or some sort, but even most primates recognize what you're doing. And they keen in on it. Even your dog knows what you're doing. There's
Oh
time.
yeah,
I'm sure you could look at what was his name, River.
yeah. My dog
It's
River,
a cool,
Cocker Spaniel.
yeah, cool
That's
name.
a good name for a dog.
Even your dog knows when you're upset, knows when you're happy, knows when you're sad, and it's not hard to. I think for animals and humans to pinpoint, to look at another creature, whatever you want to say, and know what its intentions are. And I can see how you wouldn't say evil because really it wasn't doing anything. I think a
No,
lot of times when people say evil, it's very easy to come to that conclusion when one's rushing you or
It's a buddy.
growling at you or roaring at
I
you and
can't
throwing
see. You
stuff
gotta
at
sit
you.
down. I can't
You,
see the
evil seems to come to
enemies.
mind, but they don't. Not all of them act that way. I mean, it's
no, they
pretty hit,
don't.
pretty hit and
And
miss.
I've listened to a lot of your podcasts since, and I mean, even during that time, because I, me and my sister's daughters, they were 9 years old when she passed away, and I would go down frequently in Savannah and visit them. And one of them, she was just, there ain't no such thing, and the other one, the one that was more like the hill side of the family, my side, she was like, yeah, we'll go research them. She's just always into it. And I always cut up with them, about that. That's really what, got me into it. I mean, we were just looking through some YouTube stuff that day, and uh, we ran across some videos and we were looking at them, and some of them were pretty
Oh, fuck.
credible. I mean, I thought. I mean, some of them, were definitely. I thought, I don't know about that, but I was just always been kind of a
Hmm.
skeptic. You know, I
Yeah, I
just
get it.
didn't.
I get
I
it.
just, I just never had. I mean, I've been I've been hunting since I was 14 years
They got a
old. I
whole
mean,
other
you just
defensive
never
area over here.
know about that. And
Yeah, and that's why I'm not hard on hunters who are hardcore skeptics, where they say, "Well, I've been out, never heard anything, never saw anything." I get it. I was the same way at one time. I mean, I've
Yeah.
been all over Washington, up in the hills and everywhere. Never heard anything.
that's
Never saw anything.
some of the most best hunting in the world up there. I mean, I just, around here, you either hunting deer or, I can remember during a time where I would go coon hunting. I mean, I had coon hounds. We would go during the
Coons.
nights, and I never thought nothing about it. But there were some things that happened, and when I look back on it, I don't know whether I should relate it to that or not, you know? And
Yeah, I understand. I understand. A lot of times you look back, even on weird things that happen, you're like, that's strange. Especially after you
yeah,
have
it
an
was.
encounter,
It was. I can remember times when I was deer hunting out on my dad's place, and it got a lot of history to it. I mean, there's still the old log cabin where in 1700 and something, my great grandparents settled that land. The log cabin's still standing. I mean, a hewn log cabin. Got wood pegs,
Okay, I think I'm gonna
connect
have
the
to grab a
logs.
unit
3
here of
walls are
like
still
15
standing.
swords.
And they had musket holes where they shot
So we can take on this group
Indians
over
out
here.
of. And there were stories, about stuff through the years, and I've had people in my family who dedicated their life to hunting. And one was, my Uncle Dave Newell, and around Homosassa, Florida, Leesburg. He hunted the Willacoochee National Forest down there in River Basin, and he was editor of Field and Stream for years, and I can remember him telling my dad in the 70s, because he was up in age then, but he was telling my dad about some things, and there was a creature that he had seen the tracks of and all. And
I
when I
don't think
look
these
back
guys are
on
gonna
it,
get
that's what he was talking
food.
about. I mean, he had run into the so-called skunk ape down there. He was even one of the last people to take Annie Oakley hunting on a hunting trip there.
Oh, very
And
cool.
you can Google that up. David M. Newell. He's in there. I mean, he was editor in Field and Stream from about 1940 to 1945, and then Sports Afield. And
Yeah, it's a
yeah,
cool history
we
to
were,
have. Yeah.
yeah, we were real close. But I just, growing up like I did, and my dad telling me, I can remember, sitting in front of my grandmother and granddaddy's big screen television back in those days. I can remember seeing the Patterson and Gimlin film, and that thing walking across there. And my daddy said, that ain't nothing no more than a guy in a monkey suit. And I can remember later on,
The monkey
something
suit.
came up on National Geographic or something, and Daddy said, there it is again. And I said, well, Daddy, let me ask you this. I done got, 19 or 20 then. I said, where in the hell is that suit?
Okay, so these guys
You
are
keep talking about a man in a suit. Where is that suit?
getting fed, but not these. There's
Nobody
up
has
ahead.
proven that to be a hoax. Where is that suit? Because I'm sure during that time, and I told him that then, I said, that was during the time when Hollywood and stuff was in its infancy. I mean, the Planet of the Apes had come out. And I think later on, Gerald Meldrum brought that up. That, where is that suit? I mean, where is it? Nobody has been able to defute that. So
Yeah.
this thing has, been around.
They burned the suit. That's
and
the
there's
only
been no
explanation.
suit to prove that it was a guy in a suit. There's just been a lot of questions. I mean, a lot of things to rack somebody's brain about it. I mean, if you look up the history of, the Indians and proclaiming to see it, it's just baffled me,
Yeah, well,
And,
now you know they're out there. I mean, you look at historical accounts, but there's nothing to compare to being eye to eye with one.
No,
and actually
there's
seeing
nothing.
it,
I mean, it's there, and I don't know whether I feel lucky for seeing one or whether, it's something I need to take in consideration about myself. I just don't know. It's bothered me, and that's one reason it's taken me since February to contact. I mean, I've listened to a lot of things. I mean, it's nothing that I just jumped up on. I've listened to a lot of accounts and a lot of people, and I guess the biggest reason that I thought to contact you was that I'm not trying to blow you up or discredit anybody, but you have the most credible witnesses and the way you go about your show of trying to get this out. And that's just the fact. There's the first time I heard your show, I thought this has got to be real because there's nothing at all except witness testimony, and he's not plundering anybody for anything that they didn't see. And that's one thing that I've just always been. I'm all about real, how somebody really saw things, and what's real. And that's one thing that's been kind of a trouble to me about some of these other people that broadcast. And not saying that they're not telling the truth.
I'm gonna
I'm
wait for
not
these
saying
guys
that
to
at
starve
all.
here and then we can
But
break through here.
and God, I love them to death. They tell a
Oh,
great story. Bear and
starting to die
Coonbo,
now.
they tell some great, great things. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't see how anybody could listen to them, and it's like a coon hunt every other night. How could you experience that and it not have no more effect on you? I mean, I just wonder. Has it been around that long and been that accustomed to them like that? Because that would scare the hell out of me.
Yeah, it's hard to say. They're good guys. Bear and Kumbo are good
Yeah, they're
guys.
great guys. I love Bear and them. But if it's been around that long, I really don't know what to say. I really,
Okay,
because
easy
like I
peasy.
said, I've been
Let's go
around, and
ahead,
I
head
did
back,
have an encounter,
get some
and it was
foods.
just like they things they saw. And if they're seeing that Joker that I saw that much, I don't want to. I just don't believe I could go out again and see it. They've got to really be devoted. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you. Well, I'm with you on
know he's there. I've seen it. And it just scares the hell out of me for them to think that they're going out. They look at it like he's just a booger. Well, booger or nothing. That son of a bitch scared the hell out of me. After I thought about it and know everything, and it walked off, and I was left in awe. I didn't know what to think.
It'll definitely stick with you for a long time. It'll stick with you the rest of your life, to be honest with you. And it is a terrifying account. They're all terrifying, really, even when they're not aggressive, because it's like you said, the shock kicks in. Your adrenaline. It's an adrenaline dump.
It was after the fact. After I got back,
Christ, they're all hungry.
I was sick, and I got to thinking. I've heard about everybody like that, and I just kept thinking about it being wrong. And the only thing I could tell you about was, my grandma telling me, you stay away from them kind of things. You don't get around. And when I took a puff off that joint, I felt so guilty. And that's the same way I felt. And I just wondered, what level of wrong am I dealing with right here? Is this something, is this thing something demonic, or is it just wrong for me to see it? I didn't know. I still don't know. I don't know, I don't know what this thing is. If I could say what it was, the first thing, after I really thought about it was, it's just not supposed to be here. It's not. It's really not. At first, like I said, it is a flesh and blood creature. I saw it. I know that it's there. But is it supposed to be here? I don't know. I really don't.
I hear you, and I appreciate you taking the time to come on and share it and all the kind
Gamer
words you said
Memers.
about
That's
the
what's
show.
up.
Thank you for that. And
Gamey
Yeah,
brains.
your questions are my questions, man.
That's what's up.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of questions out there, but
Oh, hey, Moto, when you get in
I
here.
really appreciate coming on, Rob.
Thank you so much, Wes. And anything that I can do to help you or anybody else out, I'd be glad. Because y'all have helped me out a lot. Just that these things are out there,
What's up, Patches?
and I'm not.
What's up, little
I'm not,
kitty?
isolated. And I really appreciate it. I really do. And y'all, you and your podcast and all your witnesses, everybody, y'all have helped me out a lot. You've really given credibility to something that people didn't want to give credibility to, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
What the heck? We're working on evil stuff. Black magic is evil. That's why it says black in there.
want to take a moment
Oh my god.
to thank.
Kind of the north, be the northeast, close to Arkansas.
I
It's
gotcha.
right on that Arkansas border. So
I got
This
you.
one has
Well, if you
two
would take us back,
stories.
to that moment. I'm real curious to hear the full encounter. Take us back to that moment, and if you would, just kind of walk us into what happened. What were you doing, and what happened?
well, this was probably right around 82, 83. My brother and I we're a couple years apart in age, but my mother was adopted, and she came from California, Washington, all those regions out there, and this family here adopted her. So they were settled in Tahlequah. Their grandfather Pete was a Cherokee Indian and a very prominent part of the Cherokee tribe. And we would go visit. During the summer, she would go up and check on her adopted parents. And it was
I
always
don't
a
know if
really
they've
good
got
time.
more
That place is
barracks
just
back here
paradise for any
building
kid to
stuff,
go
but
play around. You could see the Illinois River from their
I think I'll
house.
have a quick little peek.
It's beautiful. But
Peeky peeky.
and where they lived was pretty much back up in the woods quite a ways. But there were, I would say, 6
Oh my
houses
god.
along that way, and it's
Yeah, more.
all
Ah,
Native
they got
American,
crossbows.
all Indian housing. Grandpa Pete and them, theirs was at the end of the road, and they had their cabin that they lived in, and then there was one behind it. And
Fuck him
I
up.
was, say, 11. It hadn't been that long since my mother was there that they had moved out of the one behind, and it had no running water. I mean, they were still living very primitive. But you could go right there to the back cabin, and the river was right below there, and that's where we would typically always go play. Well, my brother and I happened to be back in that area one day, and
Oh fuck, they got knights here too?
I'm trying
Fuck.
to see if I can describe this. You'd
That's
have
not good.
a line of trees, and then there was an opening, kind of like a little sandbar,
Do I still have my
right there to the river,
pikes?
and then a line
My
of trees.
pikes are
And
dead.
my brother noticed what we assume is a man. Wes, I do not know if a Bigfoot exists. I can't ever say that I do. So we look down there, and my brother's like, "Hey, what's that guy doing down there?"
Go
And then
get
it took
some,
me a little
some
bit to
pikemans
zone in on him,
for
and he was.
sure.
And it was a large man. I will say man. I don't know. And we're down there. Well, that's our grandpa's property. So being kids, we're like, hey. And so in my infinite wisdom, I decide to yell at the guy. I yell.
Let's see if I can get like a group
This
of
thing
15
turns,
pikes.
faces us, and that's when it let out a scream. And the scream, it wasn't, the best way I can describe it is the sounds that the big thicket guys, record that scream. It's just, it wasn't deep. It wasn't a groan. It wasn't a growl. I mean, this was a scream. It screamed and took off, which would be basically taking off back to the west along the other tree line and
12,
then
need 3
disappeared.
more.
Well, we're sitting here thinking, what in the world just happened? And it wasn't a couple of minutes, and the neighbor come running around there, and he rushed us back into the cabin. We're in the cabin, and he's in there telling my grandfather what's going on. They're speaking Cherokee to each other. So we're told not to go back outside. But pretty much what our grandfather said was, we're not allowed to go back there right now because they're just passing through. What he meant by that statement, we don't know. So, he always, I think he knew something. Living in that area his whole life. I mean, he's literally lived there his entire
That's
life.
not who I fucking
So,
targeted. What the fuck,
around
dude?
that area, you always hear stories. And we grew up coon hunting down in Atoka County, and down there it's a constant. You'll hear it all the time. They call it the red-eyed devil. You'll hear just
red-eyed
what's
devil.
it
all
called?
kinds of stories.
What's
the
it?
red-eyed devil.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, that's what they call it in that Atoka region, Atoka antlers. But if I can tell you, this isn't very far. Are you familiar with Mena, Arkansas?
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay.
really not.
It's not real far from that region. Texarkana, Texas.
Yeah, I know that
Okay.
area.
Really not very far from there. I mean, Atoka is literally, you can be down there in probably an hour. So, it just runs up through that
Fuck
region.
him
And it's real
up.
swampy. That's where the Boggy Creek's at. Remember the Boggy Creek monster?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The Legend of Boggy Creek? Well, there's 2 boggies. There's Muddy and there's Clear. And Muddy runs through Atoka.
I'm curious. Did he ever go into any more details as far as?
He wouldn't. And of course, me being a kid, I kind of quizzed him a little bit, and I'd always ask him. But at the time, exposure to Bigfoot, there was no internet, at my age at that time. So exposure to any type of Sasquatch or anything like that was really, I mean, like I said, the only thing we had was the Legend of Boggy Creek, the movie. which scared the bejesus out of any kid, you know. So
Yeah, I'm curious. I want to hear more about this man. And what I find fascinating about you calling it a man, I mean, a man's not going to turn around and scream like that and then take off. But one question I want to ask you: when it took off, how fast did it take off? Was it like a man?
Yeah. Oh no, it was. I mean, okay. If I could just describe it, and remember, I'm trying to remember this the best I can.
Yeah.
I mean, when I yelled, its back was to us. Okay, so it was right there at the river. When I yelled, I mean, this thing on a dime turned and just like, just as loud as it could at us. And I mean, it bolted. And when it ran, it was gone. It's, I'm a pretty big guy now, wasn't then, but I mean, this thing just, it looked enormous and it just took off in a flash. But the crazy part about it was, and that's the part, and my mother, we had the discussion, years and years after. And my brother and I have always brought the story up to each other, But the neighbor literally looked scared when he come around the corner. And I wish I could remember his name because he was a younger guy. He's probably still alive, living in that region.
Yeah, it's so fascinating because, with regard to these creatures, they would say, "Oh, the Native Americans, they're our forest brother." Or, not necessarily the Native Americans say that, but I mean, people who think they know what the Native Americans think will go, "Oh, the Native Americans think that they're our forest brothers," and that's not really true. Not from very many Native Americans I've talked to. That's not true at all. And for your grandfather, if it was a friendly forest brother out there, he'd have been like, "Oh, you're fine, go out and play." But for him not to allow you to leave the home and say they're passing through, I mean, obviously your grandfather was worried about it.
Well, that's what, and even my mother,
Fuck him up.
Of course, my mother's is an adopted child, but she's as bad as they are about not speaking of things. You just don't talk about certain things. And was our big concern because we had the rest of the weekend and we literally had to stay basically in the in the corridor of the houses.
They're being replaced over
here. We weren't allowed to go to the woods. So
yeah, I think it's interesting too you called a man, because I remember one time a lady contacted me and said, "Well, I ran into this strange man," and she was describing it. She said, "Yeah, he had a big fur coat on and he turned around and roared at me and then ran off." And I was like, "That doesn't sound like a man." Was there any details that you remember? I realize we're going back like 40 years, on this thing.
Fuck him up.
Was there any details you remember from being there?
The only detail, I mean, as far, because I could see no facial features. You're looking, this was 100 yards probably plus, down to the water. So you're not going to see much detail at that point. But I remember the color of the guy, and he was like all in buckskin. Or if you're familiar, with what a buckskin color is. And it was like a deer, but I mean, but it was all one color. I mean, he didn't have a jacket.
3 more.
Because usually no one matches your jacket to your pants, especially. And this was the middle of summer. So why would he be fully dressed? And especially if you're at the river, because there are a lot of people canoeing up and down the Illinois, and they will stop and get out on the sandbars, and hang out, drink beer, whatever. But they're in shorts. You can tell
Fuck him up.
You can tell a white man, you can tell an African American man. But this was all one color. It's like I told you, I really had no idea. It was just always a very unique experience.
Yeah, it is. Did you ever go back to that property? And did anything else ever happen?
We've never been back. We went back in a couple of years. We went back up there, and then my grandmother passed away, and then we lost contact.
No.
And he passed away, years later. But like I said, the dynamics of the whole being an adopted child and yada yada yada. But we did have cousins who lived in that region.
One more
that we
pick
would
after
still
that.
stay in touch with every now and then. And I have some cousins around my age, and as children, they always made a joke about the cave at the top of the mountain. And apparently there is a cave in Tahlequah that people can see from up there, but I don't know anybody who goes up and looks. Who knows? It's probably just a kid's tale.
Did you ever talk to your brother that you were with about this whole thing?
Well, that's really strange. My brother actually lived in Texarkana for quite some time.
So they got some pikes here. I'm not sure what else they got back there.
Was a
Have
US
to go.
Marshal. I typically don't like to tell other people's
Have a look.
stories, because that just, that's their story. But his neighbor was a U.S. Marshal, Really, really neat guy. And I had went down to visit. We were joking at dinner one evening. I'm like, well, you guys aren't very far from, the Bigfoot movie and all this right here. And he relayed a story of a partner of his who was a U.S. Marshal himself. And he was, getting ready to retire, but he was a big deer hunter. And he went down to what they call a slough. Are you familiar what a slough is?
Yeah.
Yeah. It went down to a slough.
I can't think we'll
And
reposition
I've
over
done
here
this
to
same
the
routine myself as a
northwest.
hunter. You get there, it's dark. Man, you really don't want to go walk out there and climb in a deer stand. You want to kind of wait so you can see, a little bit. And he decided to do that, sat in his truck, was drinking his coffee.
I'll go ahead
And
and
as the sun started to come up, he got out of his truck and he said he opened up, his door to get out. And he had a truck.
move everybody
it's
over
not a
here.
double cab. You always had that little small door. And he opened up the side door to get his rifle out. And he said at that time, deer just come out of everywhere, flowing across the road. He thought, man, I've missed my opportunity. I've missed my shot. But he said what was behind that, he'll never forget. And now this is what he does. I never met the man, never got to meet the man. But all he does now is look for, and this guy's a U.S. Marshal here to Senator telling
Looks
us
for
this.
Bigfeets.
And he
That's what he
said,
looks for.
100%, it exists. It's real. He said this thing hit the road. 2 steps was across. Didn't even bother looking at him. He was chasing the deer. So.
Yeah, that's fascinating. A lot of times
knows?
when I think what's interesting, Howard, is how deer react. A deer's gonna leave from you at any cost. They're not gonna stick around humans. But when when these things are around, it's like Mike Woolley's encounter. What's a deer do? It comes right up to his deer stand, puts his head down. It's almost like they know.
Mm-hmm. Well, in here in Oklahoma, I was, thinking about this after we had briefly talked yesterday. In Oklahoma, every game warden we have, one, nothing like that exists. And also, two, we don't have mountain lions or panthers here. Okay, that's always the rule of thumb. I've seen a panther twice out hunting.
Yeah.
And we call them panthers. They're black. I think they're just a black, cougar. But game wardens, they don't exist until what happened? A man in Minko, Oklahoma ran over one. And then there's the body. There's the proof. So then suddenly the story in Oklahoma changed. Well, they are migrating down, and we're getting a small cat migrating up from the Mexico kind of area too. So,
yeah,
like I said, I'm one of those people. I think once that someone sees the body, then then suddenly, we believed it all along. We've known about this.
Yeah, that's probably how it's going to go down, which is hilarious to me. But it would be nice if that would happen. Like I was telling you the other day, and people don't like me saying that, but I'm all for one of these things being shot. I'm all for someone dragging it out. Now, whether it'll actually get to the public or not, it's a different story. But, and the same thing with panthers. I always wonder why game wardens, they do that in other states too. I can think of many on the East Coast where they say, panthers don't exist. And I've talked to hunters and they're like, yeah, they're out there. Or they'll say, we don't have any large cats. And it's like, yeah, they're out there. Go ask a hunter. Don't go ask a game warden because he's going to give you BS. Go straight to a hunter. He's going to tell you they're out there.
And then in this region too. And here is one of the stranger parts, that Atoka County area down there. And like I said, I had another brother who's a big coon hunter. But he describes several times being really scared in the woods. And we are outdoorsmen. We're hunters. We don't really get spooked a whole lot. I mean, cats spook me. I mean, they do. When I saw that, I saw a panther, it spooked me because those things are very sleek and very, they could be on you before you know it. But, down in that area down there, they actually have more game wardens in that county than they have in the other counties because
Let's see if
all
these
the hunting that
guys
takes place
come
down there.
out.
And there's a huge
Attack the
Weyerhaeuser
building.
forestry division down there. That's one thing a lot of people don't realize.
They
Weyerhaeuser
don't.
owns
Okay.
a ton of property in that area.
Good.
So I would look at the financial aspects of finding an animal of this nature and what it would do to affect the forestry industry or, any other type of thing. Because unfortunately, we do get everybody who is a bleeding heart. I hate to use the term liberal, but they cry over everything.
Right.
So who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating, especially down there. I get so many reports from Oklahoma, and it's like I was telling you the other night, Oklahoma is it reminds me of like Maine, Vermont, those states, in the sense that when you talk to people, they'll tell you privately what they've seen, but they don't want to go on the air. They don't want to talk about it publicly, and they'll tell friends and family, and rarely will they talk to an outsider as far as what's going on. But there's a ton going on in Oklahoma.
Yeah, like I said, well, but
Uh-oh.
also too, we've had several
I
shows
did an
here and we discussed
oopsie.
that. But the problem is, and unfortunately, for this type of environment, they, for some odd reason, it seems like cameras go and find the biggest idiots they can find. And because it makes the legitimate crowd within this community, look silly or uncredible. It's just it's annoying to see how some things are portrayed. No offense, but it's like defining Bigfoot, guys. I mean, as a hunter, I'm not going to walk out in the woods with a camera 6 foot in front of my face, a light, a bat, and go stomping around. I mean, if I want to go kill something, then I do it as I'm hunting. I mean, if you're looking for something, you just don't go announce yourself. So
Right, you stay like a ghost in the woods.
yeah, you got to. I mean, like I said, I know nothing about the subject other than
Fuck him up.
discovering your show and really enjoying it. It's really interesting to listen to some of these people because you have such legit people on here. They don't come across as crazy or unbelievable.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think it's part of the way of changing or giving it a legitimacy because, I could come on here and talk I mean, no one's going to sit and listen to me talk for an hour, but
think
I
you
could
can
come on
just
here
hit
and
these
cram down
dudes.
Bigfoot down everyone's throats. No one's going to care after a while. But if you listen to people who've experienced it, you'll stop and listen. You know what I mean? You'll stop and really go. Even I've had so many people contact me and say, I don't believe in Bigfoot, but
Bigfeets.
that guy saw something. That woman saw something. That hunter saw something. And after a while, it's like, well, what do you think they saw? What is it you think these people are seeing? And I think that's really the way of changing the legit. You're not going to do it through finding Bigfoot, and those are good guys, and I have nothing against those guys or anything like that. But what I'm saying is, you're not going to do it through like mountain monsters and finding Bigfoot and or researchers coming on and talking about their theories and buy my book and blah 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 blah. No one cares. But if you stop, you'll listen to someone tell their story and say, "Hey, this happened to me."
Run!
After a while, I mean, God, I've done 500 plus shows. After a while,
What's up, buddy?
these people are seeing something. Whether you believe in Bigfoot or not, it's irrelevant to me. These people are seeing something, like you saw something, Howard. And what is it? What is out there? And that's the questions. And I really think that's how you get to the heart of what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That was the confusing part about what I saw because clearly upright, clearly on two legs, arm movement. You know what I mean? I'm not looking at a bear. We have bear. It's really funny. We have bear in Oklahoma, and it's the craziest thing. We actually
Holy
had one
Christ.
show up in the central part of the state. Out of
These
nowhere.
dudes over here are
And
hungry.
it wasn't a really big bear, but it just, they did. I like any other creature, they go where they want, you know. So
Yeah, there's no state lines.
I will never say that I know 100% that something like that exists, but I'm in the same theory that you are. This many people throughout the course of time, and we go back to a president who writes about this, and every Native American culture, especially here in Oklahoma, being very, I am Native American. Everybody here in Oklahoma is pretty much Native American, but every tribe
Okay,
has
let's
this.
go have a little peek.
So
Back
where
over
did it come
here.
from? Where did it generate from?
Generate from
Was
what?
there a single Native American back in time who said, you know what, I'm just going to tell people I saw a big monkey. And then we're
Big
just going to spread that
monkey.
rumor.
Monkey,
Well,
monkey.
rumors die over time.
Yeah,
Legends don't, but rumors die over time. And I think, you're right. You talk to a lot of, even here in Washington State, you talk to a lot of Native Americans, and you'll get different stories. And it really depends. And
Their
what I
back's
find
probably at the
fascinating
very
about it is
corner.
you'll get different, you'll get a different perspective on the creature depending on the tribe you talk to. Some of them say, hey, they won't harm you, leave them alone, and they'll leave you alone.
Got more
Other
knights?
tribes, they're like, kill them all. It's very interesting. It depends on the tribe and their
See if I
perspective.
can flank
their
around this way and hit him from
interactions with
behind.
these things, and that's how they'll
That'd be
tell
the
you
way to
about
do
the
it.
creature. And God, I wish Pete was still alive. I'd love to talk to that guy.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, he was and I hate it, he was the quintessential Indian. And when I say that, his looks, his features, I remember
He's
the
an
man's
Indian.
face, and luckily for me, I got to experience him at some point as a grandfather. But he was he was that wise Indian who he was just enjoy to be around, and just to go out in the woods with. He was very knowledgeable about everything. But my whole take on it is, everybody says, well, we would have shot one, we would have done this, we would have done that. Well, I don't know that they haven't been shot. And the other side of it too is, if I wanted to disappear, even in Oklahoma, I could disappear. There's enough out there, and if this thing uses a intelligence level to where it has rational thought, it's not hard to avoid people. It's really not. I think when people do have these experiences, maybe they're more curious than we are, and so that's where they get seen. So, theories only. So.
Yeah, I hear you. What do you think that they are, Pete? Or I almost said Pete. Howard, what do you think that they are, Howard? Sorry about that.
I would probably have to go the Gigantopithecus theory. I would lean more towards that because and now that you've got me on this kick of researching all the time, and reading, love to read, but and I'm noticing the differences between like the East Texas ones and the aggression that I was listening to about how they are versus what you have there, up in the Northwest. They seem a little
Hope
more
they don't
docile.
trigger any other dudes.
Honestly, I would not have an answer. I don't know that it's an ape or it's a missing link, but
oh fuck,
who knows? I truly have no idea.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know. It really is a fascinating account, and I think. I think it's interesting. You screamed at it. You're like, "Hey, what are you doing down here?" And then the thing turns
fuck, he's gonna eat.
Screams at you, and takes off. And
run.
You probably surprised it. Probably wasn't expecting you guys to be there, and yelling at it. It kind of turned, and it's fascinating, man. It's really fascinating, especially you describe the color and how fast it moves.
Well, that's what I mean. Those are the things that you stick out in your mind and remember. And this is funny. We're going into that time of year, and this is a thought that has stayed with me my entire childhood. I mean, geez, I forgot who my first girlfriend was and everything in the world, but that's one thing I've never forgot is that experience and not ever knowing. That's the part that kills me. Is not
maybe I can move up here now.
What did you truly see? So.
Yeah, it'll probably stick with you for a while, for the rest of your life,
Well, I will tell you this though too, because I've hunted everywhere. I mean, we travel Colorado and everywhere and hunt, but I always have that eye out. Does that make sense? I'm always like, okay,
always watching.
Oh well, yeah, I think you have to. But I didn't realize some of the aggression that they have until I listened to your show. Some of these people have horrible experiences. Mine, no. This wasn't something that was traumatic. It was just, hey, a childhood experience. This is what happened. But some of these people have some
maybe
really
I'll have to go in there with the night first.
Because trauma to the mind is very difficult to ever erase.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Howard, and taking the time to share your encounter. Thank you again.
Well, I appreciate it, Wes. I enjoy the show.
Thanks, Howard. And that's it for tonight, everyone. Remember, if you've had an encounter, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com.
What I hear. So we go, and so we were.
And then when you hear what they're talking about, their house being hit, running out, not seeing anything, rocks being thrown, just bizarre things. After a while, you can kind of see why someone would say, I think my place is haunted. If you would you take us back to the moment to where all of this started happening? Tell us a little bit about the property and what happened. What did you see?
Sure. Well, we moved into this house in 2000. We bought it in March, and we didn't actually move in until May. I was part of a
they got
touring
2 towers
show,
over here.
and so we were on the road 9 or 10 months out of every year, and then also traveled some in our off time going overseas. So we were really hardly ever home. So I always used to joke with people and say our furniture lived in a really nice house, but we were traveling all the time. So this property is in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It's really lovely. It's surrounded by woods. It is a subdivision, but everyone has a large lot, 4 or 5, 6 acres, some of them. And it's just peaceful. We have a lake. It's just really lovely. And I grew up in a small town in Virginia. So, I'd never really lived in the woods per se. So I was really, really looking forward to the peace and quiet and, the mountains. And it's just lovely here. So we had a lot of wildlife. We had deer and birds and squirrel and some fox and an occasional bear. And it was
Foxes.
just, I loved all of that. I started to feed the birds and the squirrels on my balcony, which is right off my bedroom. And
Got so many fucking archers.
it's kind of strange
Unreal.
because I've always had this kind of I don't know what to call it. I've always been able to connect with animals really, really well. And so I established a relationship with all kinds of little creatures around here. You have a
Where'd my other
chipmunk
archer
that comes
go? Oh, it's right
up
here.
to the
What the heck?
door,
He's
and I
hiding.
give him food, and I feed the flying squirrels at night, and I feed the squirrels during the day, and deer. Sometimes we'd have 30 or 40 deer that would sleep in our side yard. And at any point you could walk out there and they would just look at you because they got so used to seeing us. So when I got off the road in 2015, that was really the first time that I had spent any time here at all. And my husband was still traveling, doing his job. And so I was here 98% of the time, by myself. So, but it didn't bother me. And it was just peaceful here.
Yeah,
And
sounds nice. I know it eventually doesn't become nice, but it sounds nice, with the deer, and I can picture it in my
Fuck 'em
head. It
up.
sounds beautiful.
it is beautiful. And we really, really loved it here. I should go back and say that while we were touring, we were doing a show down in Lufkin, Texas, and this kind of leads into what I thought would
Okay, so it
never
looks like that's
happen
all
to
their
me. But we were
crossbows.
doing a show down in Lufkin, Texas, and my husband had been out doing some work at the Children's Hospital that day. And he was out with the city manager, and the guy said, "Oh, by the way, the Finding Bigfoot people are here." And he said, "You're kidding." He said, we watched that show. And he said, "Yeah, they're having a town hall tonight. They had come over to the theater where you guys were performing to see if it was going to be okay for the town hall, but we were already there and set up, so it wasn't going to work." But anyway, he said, "Here's the producer's phone number." He said, "I think they're all full for the town hall, but you can call him and you see if you can get in." So he called, and they said, "Sure, come on over. We know you're in town." We came by the theater
There's
this
so many
morning,
units to move.
and so we went to the town hall. And I have to tell you, I was really kind of touched by the stories, the personal stories that people told in the town hall. I didn't really have an opinion about Bigfoot. I was interested in it. I, like everybody else, I saw the In Search Of, when I was a kid, and I just thought that was really fascinating. But listening to all these people tell their personal encounters was just amazing. And I thought, they're so sincere. I talked to a lot of them afterwards. I don't know. I just found it to be very interesting. Like, maybe this is really something. And so, after that, we went on our way and kind of forgot about it all. And then, so anyway, back to where I've retired now off the show, and I'm at home and just enjoying my house. And that was we retired in 2015. We were still gone quite a bit doing other things.
Holy Christ,
So
that's
really,
so spooky.
kind
He's
of
like so close
2016 is
to that
when
tower.
I spent the most time at home that year.
Run!
Strange things started happening. The first thing I noticed was kind of weird noises at night. Like I said, I have this connection with animals. It's kind of weird. My friends call me Snow White because it's kind of weird. But anyway,
Kind of like, but not exactly.
I would sit out on the deck at night, and I'm out there by myself, and I would hear this noise, and I thought it was, some kind of weird bird or something. So it would make a noise, and then I would make the noise back, and then it would make the noise back at me, and this would go on for a long time. And I thought, that's really weird. I don't know what that is. I think it's some sort of strange bird. And so that happened for a while. Nothing crazy at first. And then things got strange, really strange. Like in my bedroom, like I said, I have a balcony off that faces the back of the woods. And I have a door there, like a storm doors that I can roll down the screen. So I would do that every night because I wanted to hear the frogs croaking and the owls and just all that great stuff that you have in the woods that's just so amazing to listen to. And so one night I'm asleep. It's about, I don't know, 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. And I hear this. The only way I can describe it is like a tank coming through the woods.
What
Right.
the heck?
And my woods are, I don't know, we're probably 15 feet off of the back of the house. I mean, that's where they start. So it's right there. And so I hear this noise and the trees are cracking and all this craziness. And it just comes right up to underneath the balcony. And so I jump out of the bed and I don't have a flashlight. And I'm like, what the heck was that?
It's
and so
a
I
monster.
go out there and I don't see anything. I finally find a flashlight. I look around. I don't see anything. Nothing. And so I thought, well, that's really strange. But still, it wasn't giving me any, weirdness. I just thought, well, maybe it's probably a deer or a buck or something. And it's okay. It'll be fine. So, that was the first thing that kind of happened. And then this balcony that's off my bedroom is, it's about 14 feet in the air. The property slopes down in the back and the woods are there, but it's pretty high off the ground. And one night, something hit that balcony so hard, it shook my entire bedroom. And it was in the middle of the night, 2, 3 in the morning. I flew up out of the bed. I thought somebody was messing with me, This time I had a flashlight. So I go out there and I'm looking around. I don't see anything.
I see nothing.
There's nothing out there. I've got my military flashlight, and I'm scouring the woods and I don't see anything. So that continued over and over and over. And it was strange because it was always at the same time, basically the same time of night, between midnight and 3 a.m. is when most of the activity happened. And then I have typically I'm on the second floor of the bedroom, and there's a garage to the left of the bedroom. Somebody, I thought, was hitting the garage door. So they're hitting me in the back, and they're also hitting me on the side. And it was starting to really mess with me. I wasn't getting good sleep because, they kept waking me up in the night. And I thought, I'm gonna catch this person. I'm gonna catch whoever's doing this, because it was starting to make me mad.
Angie.
And then strange sounds in the woods. One night I'm sitting there and I hear this creepy laughing in the woods.
Heck? It's a spooky monster.
I thought, who in their right mind would be around here? First of all, this is Virginia. You'll get shot, around somebody's house. They won't think twice about it. So I would hear this crazy laughing, and then whistling, and then knocking. And I started to really wonder what the heck was going on. So I started to look around on the internet because I could not figure out. I couldn't see anybody, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And that's when I found you. And I started to listen.
Fuck him up.
I listened a long time before I ever joined. And I joined as a member in 2017. That's where I kind of started to think, this is really unbelievable what's going on, and maybe this is what it is. So
okay, we've killed all of those rainy horses.
I had a little dog
they got more.
who was older at the time. This was probably at the end of, 2017 maybe. And I had to take him out sometimes 2 or 3 times in the middle of the night. And I took him out one night about 3 a.m. as soon as I stepped out on the front door, front porch, right off to my left on the other, or off to the right, excuse me, on the other side of the driveway, I heard this whap, really loud. Now it's, in the middle of the night. Who's going to be over there?
Like hitting a tree? Is that what you're describing?
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounded like. It sounded like somebody hit a tree with a baseball bat. And so I thought, well, that's weird. It happened, I can't tell you how many times, multiple times, when I would come out at night. And there seemed to be like this little focus of activity right over on that side. Because it would happen as soon as I would step out, something would happen. Just one knock, but it would happen over and over again.
Ogre and ogre.
So anyway, I took, one night I took the dog out just like normal. And we're standing in the yard because we have coyotes around here. So I don't, I don't let him
so many
out by
towers.
himself. He's on a leash. And I hear from the woods across the street, I hear this god-awful scream. It scared me so badly. It started really low, like the Bobo howl, it's really low, but it went up to this crazy high pitch scream. And I grabbed the dog mid-pee and I ran in the house. My heart was pounding. I thought, what was that? What was that? I mean, it was horrifying. And so I came back
get rid of all of these buildings here, so I have more room
to see if I could still hear it. And it was quiet, but everything was quiet. I mean, the woods had gone quiet. And I thought, okay, that's horrible. I've heard you say that some of these screams sound like the gates of hell have opened. That would accurately describe this. It just.
And can I ask you, Cindy, I don't mean to cut you off, but did you get the feeling like it was directed at you?
I don't know. I really don't know. Possibly. I mean, it happened as soon as I got into the yard. So maybe, and I've heard, I wrote down a couple of episodes where it sounded similar, not exactly, but it sounds
kinda
similar
like, but not exactly.
what was on some of your episodes. One of them was episode 460, and one was episode 463, and I think you called one of them the Umatilla scream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's also laughing on that one. And that's exactly what it sounded like in the woods. And then one was, I have Michigan screams written down here, so I don't know if that was it. But those two episodes, when I heard those screams, it made my skin crawl. I mean, it was just, it just brought me back to all of that. It was just horrible. So the next day, I went over to my neighbor's house, which I heard it in their woods. I don't know if it was in the side woods there or in the back. Everybody has woods around here. It's crazy. But so I went over and I asked them if they had heard that scream, because I don't know how anybody over there didn't hear that scream. And she was like, no, we didn't hear it. She said, but something weird happened the other night. They were sitting out on their deck, and their deck comes, I mean, literally the woods are a foot off their deck. I mean, it's just surrounded by woods. She said, we were sitting out on the deck having a glass of wine, and something growled at them. A deep, guttural growl. And she was like, well, I didn't know what that was. So she got up and walked over on the deck now, where she thought she heard it come from. And she saw eyes in the woods.
It's a spooky monster.
And they were like, okay, it's time to go in now. And so she told me that. She said, I don't know what that was. But she was telling me that she has to take her garbage out, down this long road. on garbage day, and she said, it's just to walk by those woods. And she said, you know, I always feel like somebody's watching me. And I know that feeling because I felt that too. You know, you just walk outside at night, especially in the front there, and I always feel like that somebody's looking at me. And it's just a awfully creepy feeling, you know. But so she said, well, what do you think it was? And I hesitated for a minute, and then I said, well, I think it could be a Sasquatch.
It's a
And
monster.
they laughed at me. I've known these people practically all my life, and they laughed at me.
It's a monster.
And then I mean,
oh fuck!
I don't know. When you get laughed at like that, you're very hesitant to share, you know, with anybody else. Really, and there'd been so much going on at that point that I really hadn't told anybody, because you know it's so weird, you know, that when you tell someone they think you're crazy, you know. So I
Let's
just
replace these dudes
hadn't
with
really
these.
said a whole
Should be
lot.
pretty good.
So one night, this was kind of interesting. The hitting of the balcony and everything had continued, and I was so tired of dealing with it and not being able to sleep at night and waiting for something to happen. And so I say they because I'm assuming that's what it was. They hit the balcony again, and I lost it. I had talked to a friend of mine that I trusted, and he had said to me, look, next time it happens, just go out there and tell them to stop. And I thought, that's crazy, but I'm going to do it.
It's a monster, though.
So when they hit the balcony that night, and again, like I'm saying, the balcony is 14 feet off the ground. I don't think a person could. I don't think a person could do that at all. But anyway, they hit the balcony, shook the whole room, practically knocked me out of the bed. Shook, you know, it's just crazy. So I ran out there, and I was going to be all firm and everything, and I was firm, but emotion got me, and I was yelling at them, but I was also crying at the same time. And I just told them, I said, look, you've got to stop doing this. You're scaring me. And please stop it. And it never happened again.
Isn't that bizarre? And I don't want to cut your story off, but don't you find that strange, Cindy? I know you're a member, and you heard the show I did with, I can't remember the gentleman's name. They were hiking in Idaho, and his friend got hit with a rock. They were being tormented night after night, and his friend got out of the tent and started yelling at them to stop, that they were scaring them, and that they were trying to leave as quickly as possible, and it stopped. And hearing you say that, it seems bizarre for an animal to recognize that you are terrified, and that they actually do what you say. It's weird, isn't it?
It's very weird, and it actually really surprised me. I mean, for 2 months, nothing happened. Nothing. And then this is bizarre. And then I started to hear the people behind me, down in the woods behind me. I started hearing them shooting in the middle of the night. Same time, between 12 and 3. And I thought, oh my gosh, I wonder if they went down there and they're now
They moved on.
bothering them. Because, you know, and somebody said, oh, they're probably just doing target practice. Well, people don't do target practice at 3 a.m. in a neighborhood. They just don't. No. So I think something was going on down there for sure. And that went on for a while.
Wasn't me.
They left me alone for a long time after that. So
Wasn't
anyway,
me.
that's how
Didn't do
they
nothing.
eventually picked back up. I'll say that. But at that point, I finally got to, you know, get some sleep, and I wasn't on edge all the time. And it was better, but I don't think it was better for my neighbors. I think they got the brunt of, you know, them. So anyway, one night I went outside and I was out with my dog again, and my husband was here this time, and I was hearing this owl, and it was really loud. I mean, crazy loud. It was right in the tree above me. Now I've learned when I go outside, I need to have a flashlight. I take my phone. You know, I'm trying to be prepared to
these guys.
to catch something or someone, or still I'm I'm just on edge about the whole thing. So I've got my phone and everything, and
easy peasy.
And I hear this owl that's in the tree, and it's loud. So I've got the flashlight and I'm looking around, and then on the other side of the driveway again, where I always get these tree knocks when I come outside, I hear this owl, quote unquote, and it's answering the first owl, but its voice cracks. It kind of messed up. And I thought, oh, that's not an owl. So I thought,
it's a monster.
So I sent the dog to my husband, and I walked over there. Now I walked over to the edge of the driveway, and the car is there, and then there's the wood line. So I thought, okay, I'm just going to hold my phone right up against my shoulder, not like I'm not going to hold it out in front of me, but I'm just going to take some pictures. And it's pitch dark out there, but I thought, well, maybe I'll see something. So I did. I just, hit it 3 or 4 times, like the burst. And then I went in the house. And when I got in here and I started looking, I lightened everything up, and something was standing there. And I thought I could see something, like an outline, but I wasn't completely sure. But there it was. It was standing there, and it was kind of boxy shaped. In the picture, I could see its face and its hands and its eyes. And I sent you that picture. It's a weird looking thing. It was probably about 6 feet tall, I would think, and boxy looking and just weird, strange looking.
I looked at that picture you sent me, and there's definitely something standing there. I don't know, because I wasn't there when you took the picture. It looked bigger than 6 feet to me, but it's definitely standing there looking right at you as you snap that picture. That's creepy.
Yeah.
That's real creepy.
I know it's creepy. It is. And I just, Wes, I just knew it was there. I just knew it was. And so I just kind of casually walked over there, and I just aimed where I thought it was, and I just took the picture, and that's what I got. And it's always that area it's funny because like I told you, before, in that area on the side there is where the deer used to sleep. We used to have 30 or 40 deer over there. There's
he
kind
took
of
the deer
a
spot.
trail through there where they would walk, and they would all sleep over there. And over the years, our deer population has just, there's only, where we used to have that many, there's only maybe 7 or 8 that are around now. They're just gone. They're not over there anymore. They don't even go over there anymore. And I think it's because these things are over there in the side.
I completely forgot that I had allies in
but
this
anyway,
level.
So the next morning after I took this picture,
killed all these other buildings.
I walked outside, and this is what I was telling you on the phone the other day. I noticed that we had put up in one of those gosh, I can't even think of what it's called, the emergency light kind of thing. So if somebody comes in that area, we did that all around the house. Because
like spotlights, motion detector.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. We had done that all around the house because I was so freaked out about everything that was happening. We put them everywhere, And so I had it's right on the garage there, and then like I said, on the other side of the driveway is where all this activity was happening. And so when I went out the next morning after I took that picture, I noticed that that there was lined up there on the side of the driveway, about 5 feet off the driveway, were deadfall trees lined all the way down the side. And so I walked over there and I thought, that's really odd. And then I realized, I wonder if this is some sort of line where if they go over this line, they're going to hit the light's going to come on. So that night I checked it out. I tested it. I went over there and just as soon as I stepped over that line, the light came on. So they had set up this little barrier for themselves so they could watch and do whatever they're doing over there so they wouldn't trigger the security light. So I just thought, wow, that's really smart. I mean,
It's like
that's
beyond an animal. I was telling you the guys from the siege of, and I always say it wrong, Hunabia, you know what I'm talking about.
yes.
They told me the same thing. He thought it was the most bizarre thing. Once they set up the lights with the motion detectors, he would find these weird rock stacks, these weird branches, and they were in a area to where if you stepped over it, that light would kick on. It's bizarre because it's more than
I
an
gotta let
animal
my
thinking.
allies
I'm not
over
even sure too
here.
many humans would come up with that. You know what I mean?
No, it's creepy. I mean, it kind of really hit me hard too because I thought, oh, geez, they're smart. They've built this little
There's
thing now
so
for
much
them
fucking
so they
movement
can
over here for
sit
like
over
no
here
reason.
and watch when we come
So funny.
outside or the dog or whatever, and they won't trigger the light because they know where the barrier is. They know where the boundary is. It was, it was, it was creepy. It was really creepy. So the next thing that happened, if you want me to move on here,
Yeah.
after that, we got a new puppy. And he, after having an old dog, a new puppy is very different. My other dog couldn't hear that well, but a puppy can hear everything. So one night he he came and got me, and he was just in a panic. He was crying and he wanted me to go with him. So I went to the other
Oh
side of the
shit,
house,
there
and
they
that's the
go.
side that the side was the garage and everything was on. And he took me to the deck door, and the deck runs all the way across the back and then across that side yard
Fuck
as
him
well.
up.
There's a walkway there. So I went out on the deck and I walked to the very edge, and I'm leaning there, and something huffed, growled at me. And it was so loud that I could feel it. But it also, I don't know, it was just a weird feeling came over me. It was just like, oh, Lord. And I thought it should have been right in front of me. It should have been right in front of me, but I couldn't see anything. I had my flashlight and I'm scouring around. I couldn't see anything. I thought,
I see
why can't
nothing.
I see it? And then off to my left, we have it's all the woods, big tall trees, and a branch snaps off in the very top of one of the trees and falls down to the ground. I stand there for a second because I'm so stunned. And then all I could think of was you talking, saying, never turn your back on these things. So
Bunka,
I
bunka,
looked
bunka.
down. My dog is already gone. He didn't even bark. He just went back in the house. And so then I'm
Fuck
like,
this shit.
I raised both my hands in the air and I said, okay, I'm going back in the house now. And I backed into the house, shut the door, and then I freaked out. It was crazy. I don't know, I felt kind of nauseous, and I'm sure it was just a pure adrenaline rush from that happening. But oh man, it messed me up.
I bet. Yeah, when you hear the growl, it definitely shakes you up. I don't care who you are. I don't care how big and bad you are. You hear that growl, it'll shake you. So obviously, it must have been up in the tree. That's why you didn't see it. I'm assuming.
I think there was one on the ground and one in the tree. After that, it was about 3 weeks probably after all that happened. I'm outside with the dog, the puppy, in the day, and all of a sudden he just takes off through the woods on that side.
What the heck?
And so he just took off. So I was like, oh, gee, here we go. So I took off after him. I found him, and we came back. And the way I went, he took off the kind of like the upper side of the yard. But when I came back with him, I was carrying him, and I came through kind of the lower part near the back side of the house. And I walked into an area right on the side of the house. And if you go up that side, it's where you hit the driveway and where I took that picture, and the boundary line was and everything, where I always hear the tree knocks. But I walked into this area of footprints, lots of footprints, 4 different sizes of footprints. And I don't know, some of them looked like they had been there for a while. Some of them looked like they were, a little fresher. Some of them were like 2
Why the
inches
heck my
deep.
buddy's going all the way
There was
back?
a really
What
little
the
one.
heck?
There was a long, skinny one. There was a boxy looking one, like you always say, the Fred Flintstone kind of foot. And I mean, there were just all these different sizes of footprints. And so I'm like, this is unbelievable. I mean, I could even see where the toes would pull up, and you get a little ridge, like you squeeze your
Toesy
toes
wosies.
in the mud, and you get this little ridge there. I mean, it was unbelievable. And I thought, I've got to figure out a way to, I put powder in some of them and took pictures, because I thought, it was really hard to see them on camera. So I put powder in them and took some pictures of them. I measured them. I had one and I sent you pictures of it, where the big toe was off to the side. That one really struck me. But they were some of them were 17 inches long and about 9 inches wide. Some of them were 13 inches long, about 8 inches wide. The little one I never got to, because I thought, oh my gosh, I need to go get some plaster of Paris, and I need to cast these. And I'd never done that before. But I thought, I'm gonna give it a whirl anyway. So I went to Walmart. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I saw somebody give a demonstration one time on how to do it. So I thought, well, I'll give it a whirl. So I went and got a box of plaster of Paris, and I didn't realize how much I would use or need or anything, and I didn't have enough, so I didn't get the little one, but I went for the kind of bigger ones. And so I only got like 3 casts out of all of that. But I took pictures of it, and there was one. There was one kind of a trackway where I saw like 3 different, looked like the same print. It must have been running, because there were 63 inches between them.
Yeah, I've looked at it, and is it okay if I post the pictures?
Yeah.
Because you did get some pretty good evidence. I mean, for never using plaster Paris, I mean, you did a pretty good job on these prints. And the one, especially that has a skinnier heel, I don't know if it was kind of walking uphill or not. I've seen prints like that. And that's, I mean, what a find. I mean, you found several different sizes, and it's pretty good evidence. I mean, a lot of it, most people in the situation, Cindy, you've heard the show for a long time. They're not looking to prove any, they want these things just to go away. And I'm always like, no, go out there and see, collect something. Yeah. And you collected a lot of great evidence on
Holy fuck.
So you did a
How
great
long
job
did
with
this level take? Like 50 billion hours.
Well, I wanted to, keep it. I wanted to have something, just to prove that I really saw it. And then, so it wasn't long after that, we were having some work done in the yard, and I had taken one of those big prints, and I put a tub over it and put a brick on top of it, and I kind of pushed it down into the ground all around it, so hopefully no water would get up under there. At least that was my thinking. And so when he came, the whole crew, but I know the guy that
Holy fuck.
owns the company really well, and he so I kind of took him to the side.
Four
and
and
I
a half
said,
hours
"Can
felt
I
like
show you something?"
felt way longer than 4.5 hours. Let's see. Units trained 304. Units defeated 945. My goodness. I only lost 174 of those 304. Amazing. Holy fuck, it's 11. I wasn't planning on being up this late on stream, but maybe. I'll keep going until this story finishes. Let me go find another level to play.
And he said, "Sure." So I walked him over to the side woods and I pulled the tub off of it, and he went, "Oh my God, is that a footprint?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "It's huge." Yeah, yes, it's huge. And he said, "Well, who would be walking over here?" Well, first of all, who has feet that big? But who would be walking over here? I mean, it's gnarly over there. I mean, we have snakes and everything else in the woods. I would never walk barefooted through there. You could never do it. It would really wouldn't be good. But he said, he said, is he said, "What is that?" And I said, "Well, what do you think it is?" And he goes, "Well, it looks like a Bigfoot print." I said, "It does, doesn't it?" And he's like, so in the meantime, all the other
Oh,
guys had come
fuck.
over,
I
and
thought it
one
was
guy walked up and he looked at it and he was, "Oh my gosh,
1,
it's
2, 3,
Bigfoot."
4. There's 4
And he
enemies.
told
I
me
thought
a story
there were
after
like
everybody
7
else,
enemies or
kind of walked
6 of
away. He
them.
said, "I have a client
What the heck?
that lives on the other side of town." He said, she's an older lady, and he said, "I was over there a couple weeks ago," and she said, "I think that my neighbors are crazy." And he said, "Well, why do you think your neighbors are crazy?" And she said, "Well, because they keep telling me to be careful when I go out in the backyard at night. Their yards are surrounded by woods in the back." And she said, "Because they say they have a Bigfoot that's in their woods and comes into their yard, and that they have pictures of it." And they brought the pictures and video and everything over and showed her. And she said, "I just think they're faking that. I just think they're crazy." And he was like, yeah. And he was like, "I'm telling you," he said, he lives back behind me and up on one of the mountains back there. And so he said, "I'm very familiar with weird noises in the woods." He said, "We hear some weird stuff too." And he said, "Honestly, it's so vast back there. There could be anything living out there. There's just so much. There's plenty of deer, there's plenty of water, I
Guess I'll
mean,
just do
anything could be back there."
invaders.
And
Easy
so,
peasy.
yeah, so I shared with him a couple things about what had happened here, and he was like, "Gee, you got to be really careful." I said, "I know, I know," but he was really open to it, and he
Wait,
said,
how do I do this again?
I don't
Oh,
disbelieve it."
this one?
He said, "I think anything is possible." So
That's how we did
at
it.
least he didn't laugh at me that time. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
it makes you wonder if it's the same group or if it's a separate group, you know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They haven't they have scared me, but I've never felt like threatened. It always seems like, I was telling you on the phone the other day, it almost
Maybe
seems
it's just
like
illegal. That's why
juvenile
it's black
behavior.
magic, because it's
Like,
illegal
"Hey,
magic.
let's go up and knock on the balcony and see if she comes out," that kind of thing. It always seems like they're just messing with me.
What is that?
And then the one of the other last things that happened that really shook me up. I have, as I mentioned earlier, I have out on my balcony, I have my bird feeder, and I feed flying squirrels at night. And they're so used to me that I can come out there and they'll just come right down. And I have amazing pictures of them because they're so used to me now that they just, they'll come around. a few summers ago, they had babies, and this story I'm getting ready to tell, they had just had babies then, but a few summers ago they had babies, and the babies can't get up to the feeder. So I just put some seed in my hand, and I put my hand out there, and they came right up and ate right out of my hand. I mean, it was an amazing experience. It was so cool. So they had just had babies again, and I was trying to get some pictures and video for my husband because I had a kind of a a bowl down below, kind of a, well, it's actually a planter, but I filled with dirt, and then I put the seed on top of it so they can easily get to it. And they were jumping back and forth in the bowl, the babies were. And so I was trying to get some video or pictures for my husband so he could see them. So it's dark out there, and I step out there, and they had gone up to the there's a window right up above the balcony. It's it's the upstairs bathroom, and they were sitting. They'll sit on the windowsill till I put more seed in or whatever I'm doing. So they had gone up there. So I was out there on the balcony, and I was trying to figure out how I could bounce some light somewhere to fill in a little bit so I could get a picture or a video of these babies. And so I'm standing out there, and I've got my hand and my phone on the inside of the glass door, and I've got the flashlight, and I'm just trying to figure out where I could put the flashlight that would just bounce down on the ground, but it would give me enough fill to take the picture. And when I moved the flashlight down, there were two things sitting down there on the ground watching me. It's only about, I don't know, maybe 12, 15 feet from the balcony. Now, the balcony's in the air, which that made me feel a little better. But there were two of them down there. And when I hit them with the light, they flew up and I flew up, but I had my phone was on, my picture, my camera was on. So I guess I just had my hand on the button, and I took pictures, and I didn't really know I was doing that. I didn't, it just happened. It just happened that way. And there were two of them down there. One was just off to the side. I hit one of them square.
She hit one.
It was kind of turned to the side a little bit. And then it turned around. So it turned its back to me. The other one I could see off to the side. I could just see this crazy hair everywhere. I mean, and from the picture, I could see what looked like an arm. It was wide across the shoulders, came down to a V, and then, but these big arms off to the side. It was on all fours, and I could see what looked like a hand, and it kind of a small conical head, but it had its butt to me, had its back to me. So I thank God I didn't see it in the face. I don't think I would have done very well if I had seen its face, but it took off, and I took off, and then I realized when I got back in here and I started looking that I had pictures of it. So that kind of, I don't know, I guess it just kind of made it worse because I actually knew something was out there, and I had proof, you know what I mean? It just kind of, it really scared me. But they didn't hurt me or do anything. I think they were just watching what I was doing. They were wondering, what the heck is she doing out on the balcony, and so and they may have been watching the flying squirrels too. I don't know, but there were two of them out there, and so I went out there the next morning once I calmed myself down, and there weren't really any footprints. There was, the ground here is Virginia red clay, and it's hard, very hard at times, and it was pretty packed down back there, but I could see where the ground was torn up, where where they both just barreled out of there.
Yeah,
So
it's kind of terrifying. It's almost like having a stalker, stalking you constantly. And I don't care what anyone says. That would make me uncomfortable. Knowing two things were watching you, and we really don't know what these two things are, but they seem to be focused on you. But I didn't mean to cut off your the next event that happened.
Well, and that's what I thought too. Early on, one of our neighbors on the next street over, it's the next street over, but it's still a very woodsy area. She came walking through the neighborhood one night. I had never met her before, but my husband and I were in the yard, and she saw us, and she came walking over, and she goes, "This is going to sound like a very strange question." And I thought, I don't know, try me. I've had some pretty strange things. And she said, "Do you ever hear weird screaming at night?" And I said, and my husband and I looked at each other, and I said, "Yes, I hear it a lot." And she said, "What is that?" And I said, I'm not sure. I didn't want to
She
bring
has
up
no
anything else. The
balls.
first time I said anything, I got laughed at. So I didn't really want to bring anything else up.
Yeah.
But I said, I don't really know what that is. She said, "It sounds like somebody's murdering a woman." I said, I know. It's weird. It's very weird. She goes, "It's unnerving." I said, "I know it is." I said, "It bothers me too." I said, I told her, I said, just be careful if you go out at night and things, because, we don't know what's out there. So I kind of left it at that. And I've always wanted to go down to my neighbors behind me and ask them what they're shooting at night. But to be honest, once somebody laughs at you like that and kind of ridicules you, you kind of don't want to, pursue it with people, because they just, think you're crazy or something.
Yeah, I get
So,
it. Yeah.
yeah. So I haven't done that, and maybe I should before I leave. We just sold our house, so I'm moving on. It's funny, when we were looking at houses in Arkansas, we found these really great properties with all these woods around them and everything, and I was like, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. I think,
No more woods.
I want to get
The
somewhere away
woods are
from the
okay.
woods. I don't really want to go through this
No more
again.
woods.
And like I said, they didn't hurt me, and you said to me the other day, if they would wanted to hurt you, they could have. It's still been very unnerving for me, and I'm, again, one thing I forgot to mention is, when the landscaper guy was here and I showed him those footprints, he said, "You should call somebody." And I said, "No, I don't really want to do that." Because I've heard so many stories of people showing up, and, they're all this, I just didn't want to get into that. And honestly, this is going to sound very weird, but I didn't want anybody to hurt them. Does that sound weird to you?
No, I don't think it sounds weird. I think, you're a decent person, and that's how decent people think. I always say I'm all for killing one. A lot of people don't like me hearing me say that, but it's the way I feel. The only time I'm against that is when it's on someone's property. I'll be first to say, don't shoot them, don't hurt them, don't. It goes south really quick. You start messing with them on your property. These Bigfoot researchers, they'll come out, do what they do, piss them off. Well, they get to go home.
Right.
You're at home. You don't have anywhere to go. So now you're left to deal with whatever they do. So I don't blame you. I know that's not what your thought process was, but you have a love for animals. You're a decent person. It doesn't shock me one bit you would say that.
Yeah, I just didn't want anybody coming here to try to hurt them, or, I mean, whatever they are, and I don't know what they are. Clearly, they're intelligent. They're, they're, and I've heard some strange stories on your show, and so I've never had that happen to me, but I've sure had enough to know that they're very intelligent, and in my case, they seemed to be focused on me. when my husband was home, nothing happened ever. Except, well, I can't say during COVID, he was home for months. And one night they didn't hit the balcony ever again after I went out there and yelled and cried. But they did one night. We're sitting here and in the bedroom, and something hit the other end of the house. And he looked at me and he goes, "What was that?" And I said, "Well, that's what I've been telling you about." And he was like, "Holy cow," because it was substantial. It was a really substantial hit. And I think he started to realize that, ooh, this really happened. I know it's bizarre sounding. It's really bizarre. I mean, I hear myself talking about this, to you, and I think, man, I don't know if I would believe this if I heard somebody else say it. But, I've heard other people say it on your show, and it's so I know I'm in good company.
Yeah, it goes on. I mean, there's no doubt that it goes on. Everything you've said, I've heard a million times from people who have these things on their property, especially with your husband. When he's gone, it picks up. And when he comes back, it slows down. You hear that a lot from people. And these things do tend to focus in on one person. Generally, when, like you've heard the show so many times, when people have kids, who's the first person to see it? It's always a kid.
Yes, always a kid.
And then it's the wife, and then eventually the husband sees it. But it's because they're focused in on one individual. Did you notice that the activity was year-round, or was there ever a time beyond you yelling at them? I mean, did they just not seem to do anything for months at a time, or was it pretty
It was
consistent?
not. Yeah, it was not year-round. It would pick up around May and then end around October. Every year, it was about the same. It was, I don't know, I don't think they lived here, but I think they would come here and hunt. And it was odd because sometimes when I would hear the coyotes is when I could almost expect activity. I don't know why that was. And then I stopped hearing coyotes altogether, and the activity continued. One night I heard there was a whole pack of them back there, and they would just go off in the middle of the night, and man, it was loud. And then one night it sounded like one of them got murdered. And it was screaming, and very different from what I was normally hearing. And then it just stopped altogether. No more coyotes. It was weird.
Yeah, I know on the Browns property, you've heard me talk about here in Washington State, you'd always hear the coyotes go off. And somewhere in the middle of the coyotes going off, you'd hear something else. And that wasn't a coyote. Or you would hear something go off, and then the coyotes would react to it. That is bizarre. It makes me wonder if they kill off these coyotes if they eat them.
That's what it sounded like to me. I mean, after that one, I heard it for a while and I hear activity. But after that happened, I never heard the coyotes again. I mean, they haven't been here. We heard them for the first time the other night in about 2 years. So obviously they're coming back around now, but they just went away. I mean, just gone. It was very odd. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe you. And I think you handled this whole situation probably better than most, probably better than I would. I probably would have lost it a few times and went out there and started firing off rounds, because I'd be your neighbors popping off shots. You're right. People don't target practice. And as a general rule, you don't fire off your firearm at night because you don't know where that bullet's going to end up. Generally, that's fear when you start hearing someone popping off shots in the middle of the night. Absolute fear.
That's what I thought too, and it happened a lot. I mean, I started to keep a log, everything started happening so often, I started to keep a log of when I would hear knocks and when I would hear noises, and sometimes, like, I'm looking at one of it here, and it was like at 1:52 a.m. and then 2:16 a.m. and then 3:15 a.m. one night, that was that night in particular. I kept hearing all night long stuff going on, and then when I got up to look, the security light was on downstairs, and we had patio furniture down there, and there was a deer up on the sofa right next to
What
the
the heck?
house, shaking. It was just quivering.
You spooked it.
And I thought, oh my gosh, I wonder if something was after it, and it just thought, I'll just run up here on the porch where this light is, and I'll just stay up here. But it was so weird. But I started to keep a log because it was just so much weirdness. I mean, it was so often. I mean, every night I would just think, oh my gosh, I wonder if something's going to happen tonight,
Yeah, you start to feel like a prisoner in your own home, and that's no way to live. I realize they didn't hurt you, and I told you the other night, I think if they wanted to hurt you, they would have done it a long time ago. That behavior, though, I think you and I are in agreement. I think it's more or less like, oh, let's see if she'll come out. Let's hit the side of the house. It's a way of drawing you out, which makes me nervous in a little bit because those are ambush tactics. The footprints, though, don't look like juveniles. Those look like some pretty big creatures on your property.
Yeah, I think there were, it seemed, I don't know. It seems to me that there were several different sizes of them around here at any given time. I think the two things that I saw out back here, I think those were juveniles. They weren't 8 feet tall and all that, but they were bulky. I couldn't tell you really. It happened so fast, and it scared me so badly, and I think I scared them too. Um, and so while I saw them, I don't think I registered much about them. And if it hadn't been for the fact that I got that picture, but I did notice that they were wide across the shoulders, and but I don't think they were. I think they were younger ones. I really do. And I have to tell you, I had Daniel Benoit and Dave Thundercloud came out and spent the night out here in my woods. This was probably, I don't know, 2017 maybe. And we had some activity, and Dave Thundercloud and I were walking through the woods back there, and he said to me, he goes, "Look over there," and there was this big tree, like dead tree laying there, and something was peeking at us behind the tree. It would lift up its head, and then it would pull down real fast, So we just kind of stood there, and I said, "It's okay. We're not going to hurt you," and or whatever. But it was definitely. And it was kind of freaking me out a little bit, but it had blue eyes. I mean, its eyes were registering blue. I don't know. I don't know, but
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
But it was bobbing up and down like, and I started to get scared, and I was like, I'm going to go back up on the deck, and so he stayed out there, and so as I left, he said that he saw it get up and run, and it was a juvenile.
He's a runner.
So I'm really glad that I wasn't out there on the ground when that happened, because that would have scared me. So
yeah, that would have scared me too. It's I want to ask you now, did you guys have this home built, or did someone live there before?
Yeah, someone lived here before, and then like I said, we bought it in 2000. But I don't know if they had ever had anything happen here. It's interesting because and I don't want to say where I ran into this person, but this person that I know is a former special operator, former FBI agent.
Yeah.
And I confided in him, and I sent him my pictures, and I told him what was going on. and I said, I don't know what they are. I said, I don't know if they're demonic. I don't know. But I know that there's something different about them. They're not just a regular animal. They're intelligent. They think. They strategize. There's more to them. And all he would say, he just sent me a message back, and he said, "You're spot on." And that's all he would say. So I thought that was kind of interesting, and I forgot. I forgot to tell you that.
It is interesting that he would say that, that he would be in agreement. There's no. It is interesting. It's fascinating. It makes me wonder what he knows. Now, are you moving to kind of get away from that area? I mean, I realize you've probably had enough at this point, or is it a different reason? And you don't have to go into the reason, but I'm just curious.
It's all kinds of reasons. But to be honest with you, I'm just, yeah, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I mean, I think for the most part, I have dealt with it okay. And I want to thank you, because listening to your show and listening to, your advice and everything probably saved my life, because so much had happened to me that I did not understand. And when I found Sasquatch Chronicles, I started to know how to react and what not to do. So I think because I was educated from your show, that I handled it probably the best I could. And I want to thank you for doing that, and for your show, and for allowing people like me to have a forum, because you get laughed at, you get ridiculed, and this is a safe place where you can come and you can tell
Safe
everybody what
space.
happened to you, and it's okay. And so I want to thank you for all of that, because I'm not sure what would have happened had I not known what to do.
I appreciate you saying that. You don't have to say that. It is fascinating to listen to different eyewitnesses and for people to come forward, because I've learned more from eyewitnesses than you'd ever learn anywhere else. You learn about their behavior, their appearances, and just different things people say that seem to work in situations, like you getting up and yelling at them, or the gentleman I had on a couple weeks ago. He did the same thing, and I thought, oh, that's never going to work. And then the guy's like, yeah, it stopped right after he did that. And I thought, that's bizarre. And you said that, and I was like, wow. But that isn't the only time I've ever heard someone say that, where they get up, start yelling at these things, and they almost try and reason with them. And it's weird. It seems like it works, almost like you're talking to a human being that is open to listening to you. It's a really weird. You can yell at a cougar all day long. You can yell at a bear all day long. It's irrelevant what you think. Also, too, the praying. I've heard of where people fall down and start praying, and who knows, that in some situations that seemed to work. And I always say, like, a bear coming at you, you can fall down and pray to Jesus Christ all you want. That bear's coming for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to break anyone's faith or anything, but it's just bizarre to you listen to so many people, you start to find a weird connection with experiences. It's kind of like how you and I started in the beginning. Most people would always go, I think my place is haunted. That's how the conversation always started out.
Yeah.
And the more they talk, the more they realize that it's not haunted. These things are coming up. What do you think that they are, Cindy? I mean, what's kind of your personal opinion? There's no wrong answer, but I'm just curious, after everything you've experienced, what's your gut tell you what they are?
That I knew you were going to ask me that. I really don't know. I do know that they're very intelligent. That they, gosh, you know what bothers me the most is that when you hear something right in front of you, it's right in front of you. I mean, my instincts about where they have been, I wouldn't have been able to get that one picture had I not had an instinct about where that thing was. It should be right in front of me, and I can't see it. I never saw anything. And that probably is the thing that freaked me out the most was, something would happen and within 3 seconds I could be out there and I see nothing. Nothing. I mean, that's just weird to me. It's just weird. I don't know what they are. I think I really don't know. I just you know what I'm thankful for? I'm thankful for that I never came in contact with one of these really ticked off ones that, want to kill people. I mean, at least mine were, playful, I guess. Well, yeah, I guess playful.
Yeah.
And so at least mine were like that. But I don't know. I really don't know what they are. I hope that I hope they're not demonic. I hope they're not. I hope they're not aliens or something, because that kind of freaks me out more, knowing that I had this many experiences with something that I don't know what it is. But anyway, that's my best answer.
Yeah, it's a fair answer. That's a fair answer. And I always tell people, they set up these gifting sites and, everyone's adult. They can do whatever they want. But my advice is we don't know what they are. Don't give them anything. Don't take anything from them. And try and engage with them as little as possible. And they'll probably go away. But even in your situation, even with your lights, they're setting up little obstacles to where if you go past this obstacle, the light will go off. I mean, that tells you right there, there's something else is going on with these things. They're not quite animal and they're not quite human. Well, what is it then? You know what I mean? It's frustrating. It's a very frustrating topic.
Yeah, I think the realization of when I realized that they had set up this little barrier there, and that really made me uneasy about the whole thing. I thought, wow, that's really, that's really creepy. I don't know. It was just so many things happened, and I tried to document everything and to take notes about everything because, um, I just for myself, so I could look back
Holy
and go,
fuck, it's
oh yeah,
all
I remember when that
spears.
happened. And even today, when I was going back through my notes for to talk to you, there were a lot of things that I wrote down. I was like, oh gosh, I completely forgot that happened. One night they got on the roof. Um, I knew they were outside because I could smell it. The smell woke me up, and I just yelled out the door, "Nope, don't do it!" Because I thought they were going to hit the balcony. And then they went to the other side of the house, and I think they got on the roof. When I left this side of the house and went over to the kitchen, and I could hear something on the roof, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding!" So it's been a whirlwind of weirdness. That's what you should call my episode, a whirlwind of weirdness.
Yeah, it is. It's bizarre, but even as weird as it is, it's more common than most people realize. I've heard this exact same situation probably 1,000 times or more, and from people who haven't come on the show. And it's the same type of behavior over and over and over again. I was telling you, most of the time it's
Ogre and ogre again.
when wives, their husbands go off, their long haul truck drivers, they're gone for a week or two, then they come back. It seems like it's a nightmare the whole time the husband's gone. The minute he comes back, it seems to die off a little bit. But I've heard it time and time again. And I think you handled it way better than I would have. And I think the evidence that you collected is pretty amazing. And I don't blame you for wanting to move. I probably would move too. That'd be the first thing on my top 10 list why I'd want to move. It's different when you go to an area where they're at and you have experiences. It's a completely different situation when you walk out your back door and it's right in your face. It's at your home.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you taking the time to come on and share it, Cindy. It's there's so much to unwrap from what you said. There's so much information. I know it'll help me. It'll help other people. And I know there's someone out there listening to the show going, that's exactly what's happening to me. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and I do. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to share this, because I've heard people that have said the same things that were happening to me, and it didn't make, then I didn't feel quite so alone. Like, oh, wow, somebody else experienced this same thing. So, and it was very helpful to me, and like I said, and you were very helpful with, I've never been hunting or anything like that, so I didn't know, that you didn't turn your back on predators or any of that. I didn't know any of that. So, hearing that stuff on your show and hearing you talk about things like that, I learned a lot, and I've learned a lot on how to handle. Never did I think in a million years I would have to handle something like this. Never. And my husband sometimes was gone a month at a time. So it would just be a craziness for a month. And then he would get back and I'd be like, oh, you will never believe what happened. So it's been amazing and crazy, and like I said, I don't think I would have made it without you and Sasquatch Chronicles. So
I appreciate your kind words so much. Thank you again for coming on.
thank you.
And that's it for tonight, everyone. Remember, if you've had an encounter, shoot me an email. My email.
Okay, let's go ahead and finish this level here, and then I'm gonna go do some dishes and stuffs. God, that level was kind of exhausting. I have kind of a headache now. It was pretty fun. I think typically levels where they give you an ally are pretty cool, but in this case, like, they were just way too far. But I guess it was nice for that initial push. That's pretty cool. Buck him up!
Hang 'em from your spears! Fight! Fight! Fight!
Okay. Units lost 1340? What the heck? That's pretty ridiculous. I still need to figure out how to fix the GameCube. I'm pretty sure it's either an issue with the adapter or the mini HDMI cable that's causing the games to look super dark in what should be only slightly dark areas. So if I can figure out how to deal with that, then I can continue my my transphobic game, which hopefully isn't as boring as the first half, I guess. So we'll see, but I don't really know if I have any hope for fixing the lighting issues. Okay, good luck, Kevin. Don't die, don't be stupid, don't be retarded, don't get monkeypox, and take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. And as always, I will see you next time. Try not to die to any Bigfeets in the meantime.